Martial Peak, Chapter 49-24, An Unexpectedly Pleasant Surprise. The Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator was a dry oil lamp who didn't even have the strength to fight back at this point. Be that as it may, thanks to how he normally focused on cultivating his physical body, his physique was incredibly intrepid all on its own. It was not easy for an opponent who was equally exhausted to kill him. Such a situation had never been seen before. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was feeling extremely uneasy as he dragged the Bright King Heaven Cultivator towards Nu Yen. He didn't know whether the plan he had made up on the spot could be realized. Even so, he had to try. This matter involved a life after all. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi once told him that there was no need for him to show mercy to his opponents if he encountered another Black Ink disciple in the future. On the contrary, he should kill them if he could, as that would in and of itself be a blessing for them. Yang Kai never imagined that the time to make such a choice would appear so quickly before him. However, he could not bring himself to ruthlessly slaughter the Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven in front of him. He had the means to solve the root issue after all. There might be an opportunity for him to rescue this Black Ink disciple and restore his original nature, which was why he tried every means possible to defeat his opponent without killing him. Staggering over to Nu Yen, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Master, fortunately, I did not fail my mission." Nu Yen smiled and nodded. "Very good. I knew I was right about you." The truth was that he had made up his mind to abandon Yang Kai when he sent him into the battlefield earlier. Looking back on his decision now, it would seem like he had great foresight instead. Nu Yen lowered his head and glanced at the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator whom Yang Kai had dragged over to him. A greedy look flashed across his eyes as he stretched out his hand. "Hand him to me." Yang Kai had no choice but to obey. Nu Yen reached out and grabbed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, his large palm holding him upright as his Black Ink strength surged and wrapped around the latter. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Nu Yan's actions had not disappointed him. This situation was exactly what he had been hoping for. On the other hand, the expression of Langya, who had been gnashing his teeth and watching from nearby, immediately fell at this sight, and he shouted grimly, "Nu Yen, what are you doing?" He initially thought that Nu Yen would simply enjoy the spoils of war. The world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an extremely nutritious supplement to a high-rank Black Ink clansman after all. Nu Yan's strength would surely increase sharply after devouring the world force of the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. How could he have anticipated that Nu Yen had no such plans at all? Contrary to expectations, Nu Yen used his own Black Ink strength to corrode the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator. In this way, wouldn't the Bright King Heaven Cultivator become Nu Yan's Black Ink disciple instead? How could Langya accept this situation? A living Black Ink disciple and a dead Black Ink disciple had very different values. He had agreed on a death match with Nu Yen, so now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Langya had mentally prepared himself for his Black Ink disciple to be killed. If Nu Yen had killed the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator, then he would have nothing to say. However, Nu Yan's current actions were unacceptable to him. Doing this would greatly increase the overall strength of Nu Yan's subordinates. Conversely, Langya would lose a powerful subordinate. Thanks to this shift in numbers, the gap between his strength and Nu Yan's strength would become very large. "Do you have an objection?" Nu Yen glanced sideways at Langya. Langya roared angrily, "You and I agreed to a death match. The battle must end with death to determine the winner. What do you mean by stealing my Black Ink disciple now?" If it were a life bout where the ownership of the losing Black Ink disciple was the wager, then Nu Yan's actions would be beyond reproach. However, it was different for a death match. Nu Yen sneered, "What do you mean by stealing? The outcome of the battle has been decided, and these are spoils of war. If I want him alive, he will live. If I want him dead, he will die. His life is mine now. It has nothing to do with you." Langya insisted on the rules and refused to back down. A death match is a death match. Between these two Black Ink disciples, only one may survive. You may choose which one. Nu Yen shook his head slowly. Nobody ever said that only one person can survive in a death match. It was true that nobody had ever specified such a thing, it was just that every death match had ended with the same result, mainly because the Black Ink disciples who fought in each battle were not significantly different in strength. There had never been a situation in which a Black Ink disciple with a higher order had utterly suppressed a Black Ink disciple with a lower order before. Seeing as the Black Ink disciples could not afford to hold back once the fight started, it was only natural that one side would eventually be defeated and killed. In this way, everybody had simply taken this rule as a given. A situation like this, where Yang Kai had captured his opponent alive and returned to his master, was unprecedented, hence, there was room for interpretation. Langya did not waste his time arguing with Nu Yen though. Raising his arms, he shouted to the audience, "Let's ask our clansmen. What are the rules of a death match? Kill! Kill! Kill!" Deafening cheers rang out from the surrounding audience. The Black Ink clan did not care about who would benefit from this situation, they simply wanted to see blood and death. Langya gave Nu Yen a defiant look with a smug expression on his face. Nu Yen's expression became solemn. He really liked this bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, so it would be great if he could take him under his command. However, his gains would not be worth the losses if he incurred the wrath of his clansmen here. While Nu Yen was hesitating, Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fist. "Master, why don't you let me fight him again? I can slowly torture him to death." Nu Yen frowned and asked, "Slowly torture him to death? What would the point of that be?" Yang Kai quickly followed up, "What do you think of 100 years? Only then did Nu Yen understand and grin to himself. Who would be willing to watch this fight drag on for 100 years? Even Langya may not have such patience. Once Langya was gone, the bright King Cave Heaven cultivator would naturally become his Black Ink disciple. It wasn't a bad solution. You court death. Langya turned and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head. "If Master wants me dead, I will die." The implication behind his words was naturally, "You are not qualified to order me around." D4's eyes widened when he heard those words. It was only at this moment that he realized how bold E5 was. I can't believe he dared to speak to a Black Ink clansman in such an aggressive manner. Does he not know how to write the word death? Impudence. Nu Yen rebuked, but the tone of his voice held no sense of reproach whatsoever. Yang Kai bowed his head in deference. Nu Yen then turned to look at Langya. "I'm sure you're not willing to spend 100 years watching a boring fight, right? If you're really that leisurely, then I can allow the two Black Ink disciples to continue their match." In any case, the cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven had already been imbued with his Black Ink strength and could already be considered his Black Ink disciple. As long as Nu Yen gave the order, it was really possible for the two Black Ink disciples to fight for another 100 years. Langya's expression was frigid, but he remained silent. "Let's do this. Why don't we just invite the 3 feudal lords to adjudicate this matter? We can ask them for their opinions and decide based on the majority. Whatever the feudal lords decide, we will obey their decision," Nu Yen suggested. The reason Nu Yen made such a suggestion was that he would not suffer any losses, regardless of the outcome. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was allowed to live, then he would obtain an additional powerful servant. If the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator was condemned to die, then he could take the opportunity to devour his world force and increase his own strength. On the contrary, no matter how the situation turned out, Langya would not benefit in any way. More importantly, Nu Yen did not have 100 years to waste either. Seeing as Nu Yen had already made such a suggestion, how could Langya refuse? He immediately nodded in agreement. "Good." Nu Yen turned to look around him, then he placed his hand on his chest. "I respectfully invite our respected feudal lords to pass judgment upon this matter." Pointing at the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator, he continued, "The life of this Black Ink disciple will depend on your judgment, sirs. There were Black Ink feudal lords mixed among the Black Ink clan watching in the surroundings. Moreover, they were not few in number. As long as one could reach the appropriate level of strength, they would automatically become a feudal lord, but not every Black Ink feudal lord had their own territory. This place was the Fierce Wind Estate, and there was naturally a feudal lord in charge here. As such, other feudal lords did not have a say in how this place operated. Since the lord of the Fierce Wind Estate had a territory of his own, that could only mean that his strength was incomparable to an ordinary feudal lord. Still, that did not mean other feudal lords did not have any authority here. It was the same as Void Land. There were so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, but despite also being one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai was also Void Land's lord. The others might be part of Void Land, but they did not have the status of being the lord. After Nu Yen finished speaking, he waited quietly. A short while later, a female Black Ink feudal lord finally spoke up with great majesty. A death match should involve death. What meaning is there for both to survive? The meaning behind her words was extremely clear. Langya and Nu Yen bowed with their hands on their chests as a sign of respect. Then, they quietly waited for the next feudal lord to speak. Nevertheless, Langya's expression was obviously much more relaxed thanks to the support of this female feudal lord. Nu Yen was unaffected by the situation as he figured he would win regardless of the outcome. After a while, another feudal lord spoke. The Black Ink disciple is also part of the Black Ink clan's strength. Let him live. He will be of use on the battlefield. The opinions of the two feudal lords had opposed each other. In that case, the last feudal lord would undoubtedly decide the life or death of that bright King Cave Heaven cultivator. A voice soon rang out from somewhere, "Let him live." The response was very concise. There was no need for much explanation. He probably had the same thoughts as the second feudal lord. The Black Ink disciple could contribute more if he survived. Nu Yen and Langya bowed once more. When they straightened their backs, Nu Yen gave Langya a triumphant smile. Langya snorted in response. Turning around, he left with his remaining Black Ink disciple in tow. He originally had 3 Black Ink disciples gathered around him, including 2 Fifth Order and 1 Sixth Order. One of his Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been killed by D4, and his only Sixth Order servant had been captured by Yang Kai. At present, he was only left with 1 Fifth Order Master. It was a bleak sight to behold. If Langya wanted to obtain more Black Ink disciples, then he could only buy them from other Black Ink clansmen, participate in similar gambling battles, or wait for the war to break out so that he could corrupt a human cultivator with his Black Ink strength on the battlefield. In any case, he suffered a huge loss this time. Nu Yen, who was in conflict with Langya, was naturally overjoyed by this turn of events. The 2 gambling battles had resulted in the loss of A1, followed by the acquisition of the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator. Although the lineup under his command remained at 5 subordinates, his overall strength had increased. Everything could be accredited to the newly recruited servant called E5. If E5 had not given him such an unexpectedly pleasant surprise today, he would not be so ecstatic right now. Turning around, he looked at Yang Kai, who was bloody and disheveled from the fight. The more he looked at Yang Kai, the happier he became. He had never found a Black Ink disciple so appealing before. From today onwards, you will be called A1. Nu Yen said while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai froze for a moment before he cupped his fist and responded softly, "Yes." His name had changed from E5 to A1 all of a sudden. It was obviously a giant leap in status. "Your name is E5. The Black Ink clansman looked at the Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator again. The Bright King Cave Heaven cultivator had yet to recover fully after such a short rest, but he had enough energy to at least stand up now. Despite his pale complexion, he responded in the affirmative. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-25, Money Tree. Thanks to Yang Kai's performance earlier, Nu Yan's attitude towards him became much warmer and friendlier. Moreover, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time with a thoughtful expression. Leading the Black Ink disciples under his command, Nu Yen left the gambling arena and found a place to rest. He even handed many cultivation resources to Yang Kai so that the latter could recover sooner. Yang Kai could only show a grateful attitude. The truth was that the previous fight against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had not exhausted him to a great extent. He had been holding back his strength all this time, so he only looked like he was in a wretched condition on the surface. Nevertheless, in order not to expose his secret, Yang Kai was forced to suppress his recovery ability as much as possible. In this way, it took him 3 whole days before he returned to his peak. During these 3 days, he repeatedly felt Nu Yen watching him with a vaguely meaningful look. These occurrences made him somewhat vigilant. He even wondered whether he had accidentally revealed his secrets and caused Nu Yen to become suspicious of him. Upon careful consideration though, Yang Kai realized that his worries were unwarranted. He had not made any mistakes, so Nu Yen could not have figured out anything. Even so, he could not understand what Nu Yen was thinking. When Yang Kai opened his eyes on the 3rd day, it was obvious that Nu Yen had been waiting for a long time. Nu Yen's gaze immediately swept in his direction, and he called out, "A1." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fist. "How may I help you, master? With your ability, how many battles can you win if you fought consecutive rounds against humans in the same order without any rest?" Nu Yen asked. Yang Kai did not know why Nu Yen was asking about this. He thought to himself that it was impossible for him to lose against opponents in the same order no matter how many of them he fought, but he answered cautiously, 3 battles, at most. Nu Yen raised his eyebrows. 3? Very good. While saying that, he stood up and looked in a certain direction. "I'm going to bring you to a gambling arena. Can you guarantee that you will be undefeated in all 3 battles?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. This subordinate has just shown his face in the gambling arena a few days ago. Will anybody be willing to be my opponent if we go again now? His previous battle against the Bright King Cave Heaven Cultivator had been witnessed by many Black Ink clansmen. No matter how much he had suppressed his strength, his victory would not change. There might not be anybody who was willing to take up the challenge due to the skills Yang Kai showed in the earlier battle. Nu Yen chuckled. "Rest assured, there will definitely be contenders. Even if there aren't, I'll think of a way. You don't need to worry about this. However, I need you to guarantee me that you will never lose. If you think that you are incapable of continuing, then let me know in advance." He was reluctant to lose a servant like Yang Kai. "Yes." Yang Kai responded. "Let's go." Nu Yen beckoned with his hand and led his Black Ink disciples towards the gambling arena once more. A short while later, they arrived at a crater where 2 Black Ink disciples were fighting. The surrounding area was as lively as ever. This was undoubtedly a death match. The 2 Black Ink disciples were struggling desperately, each unleashing their respective secret techniques and divine abilities. It was an extraordinarily heated battle, and the cheers rang out endlessly from the crowd. After waiting for some time, the fight between the 2 Black Ink disciples finally came to an end. The winner survived, and the loser died. Sometimes, the fate of Black Ink disciples lay at the whims of the Black Ink clan. When the victorious Black Ink disciple left the arena, Nu Yen signaled Yang Kai with a look. Yang Kai immediately understood and flew down into the crater. It had only been 3 days since he last fought a valiant battle here, so many Black Ink clansmen recognized him when he suddenly showed up here. They immediately looked enthusiastic, chatting while watching with great interest. Be that as it may, no Black Ink clansman sent their own Black Ink disciple into the arena. This couldn't be helped as Yang Kai's performance a few days ago had been too extraordinary. If somebody entered the arena without confidence, they would only suffer a tragic end. It was not easy to obtain Black Ink disciples, so the Black Ink clan was not willing to squander them carelessly. Naturally, there were many Black Ink clansmen who showed interest in Yang Kai. It was just that they could only shake their heads regretfully after asking the opinions of the black ink disciples under their command. Despite waiting for a while, nobody stepped forward to accept the challenge. Yang Kai remained standing in the middle of the crater, looking rather bored. A black ink clansman soon yelled from the surrounding area, "Nu Yen, nobody will accept your challenge if you send this person into battle. Change him for someone else." Nu Yen bared his teeth in annoyance. He initially thought that he could get lucky, and a black ink clansman who was not aware of Yang Kai's strength would send their black ink disciple into battle. Who could have known that there were no reckless fools around today? The black ink clansman who witnessed the battle 3 days ago would not be deceived, and those who had not witnessed the battle in person learned about the situation after making some inquiries. Since he could not rely on luck, he could only lure others in with the temptation of profit. Nu Yen chuckled and spoke in a carrying voice, "It is true that my black ink disciple is quite strong. I've never seen anybody else in the same order who is more powerful than him. But, since he is already standing in the arena, it's a pity to leave without even fighting. Let's do this instead. We'll fight a life bout. Whoever wins the battle can go ahead and take him away. Whoever loses the battle will only need to pay me 100 black ink coins." As soon as this statement came out, an uproar broke out among the black ink clansmen. Nu Yan's words were too brazen. It was almost like he was implying that it was impossible for his black ink disciple to be defeated. A black ink clansman immediately asked eagerly, "Nu Yen, are you serious?" The value of a 6th order open heaven realm black ink disciple was not low. If a 6th order black ink disciple were to be traded, they would definitely be sold for tens of thousands of black ink coins. It had to be said that tens of thousands of black ink coins would be a sizable chunk of wealth to a high-rank black ink clan. Even if they lost, the compensation was not too high. There would not be any deaths either since it was a life bout. In other words, they did not need to worry about their black ink disciples dying and only needed to pay 100 black ink coins. It was only 100 black ink coins, who could not afford something like that? Even the low-rank black ink clansman could bring out 100 black ink coins at will. Nu Yen nodded, "Of course, I'm being serious. That is something I announced in public, so how can I go back on my words?" Upon hearing those words, the black ink clansman immediately became agitated and sent the black ink disciples under their command into the arena. Dozens of black ink disciples instantly took to the air and landed inside the crater. Originally, Yang Kai stood alone in the gambling arena. Now, a dozen or so figures were present. Nu Yen chuckled, "Are you planning to gang up on me? If that's the case, I will have to admit defeat." Many of the black ink clansmen looked around at each other. Nobody was willing to let their black ink disciples retire from this battle. It was a great opportunity after all. Therefore, they all waited for the others to withdraw their black ink disciples from the battlefield. After a period of stalemate, Nu Yen came up with a suggestion, "Let's do this. I'll ask my black ink disciple to randomly pick an opponent. Whomever he chooses will be the opponent in this battle, so there's no need to argue over this matter. What do you think?" This suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everybody, so they nodded in agreement. Only then did Nu Yen lower his head to look at Yang Kai, "Choose one yourself." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and randomly pointed a finger at a handsome young man, "You." The young man nodded lightly, and the other black ink disciples left the battlefield after receiving orders from their respective masters. Soon, only Yang Kai and the young man were left on the battlefield. Nu Yen said, "Once you're ready, you may start at any time." As soon as those words rang out, Yang Kai slammed into his opponent like an arrow released from the string. His large hand reached out as world force surged around his palm. The young man had obviously seen the battle 3 days ago, so he knew Yang Kai's strength. As soon as he saw Yang Kai making a move, how could he dare to let his opponent approach him? He immediately fled to the back and simultaneously cast a secret technique. The secret technique blasted at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai neither dodged nor avoided the attack and instead threw out a punch. The battle was quite fierce. The young man was quite strong. Having originated from a cave heaven or paradise, he was not an average master. Both parties exchanged blows furiously, allowing the Black Ink clan to enjoy the battle with relish. For Yang Kai, this kind of battle was nothing special. It was just that he needed to moderately show off his strength without exposing too much, so suppressing his power was actually the most difficult part. The intense battle lasted for an incense stick, and in the end, Yang Kai found an opportunity to punch the young man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew out. During that interval, Yang Kai did not pursue victory and simply stood silently in place. The young man gasped for breath for some time before he cupped his fist and flew away without a word. The corners of Nu Yan's mouth curled into a smile at the sight. After receiving the 100 Black Ink coins from the master of the Black Ink disciple earlier, he glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, to which Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Seeing that, Nu Yan suddenly became confident and shouted, "The rules for the next battle will remain the same, but the loser will have to pay me 500 Black Ink coins." Many Black Ink clansmen were stunned. Generally speaking, Black Ink disciples would need to rest after each fight. It was not common for them to fight consecutive battles. Of course, it had happened once 3 days ago, the result of which was Langya's Black Ink disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven being snatched by Nu Yan. The strength of Black Ink disciples in the same order did not vary greatly, so it was very difficult for them to bear the burden of continuous battles, hence, Nu Yan's practice was undoubtedly reckless. The number of Black Ink coins might have increased from 100 to 500, but it was still within an acceptable range. 500 Black Ink coins was not too much. Not to mention, his Black Ink disciple had already fought once, so his strength must have declined by now. The astonishment of the Black Ink clan lasted only for a moment. Following that, a dozen or so Black Ink disciples flew down and stood in front of Yang Kai once more. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, how could he not know what Nu Yan was planning? Nu Yan was totally regarding him as a money tree. No wonder he previously asked me how many battles I could last. He even repeatedly told me that I must not lose and to tell him in advance if I was too tired to continue fighting. Despite understanding the situation, Yang Kai could only go along with the arrangement. Fortunately, Nu Yan only wanted to earn Black Ink coins, so the battles were not deathmatches, otherwise, Yang Kai truly had no idea whether he could kill. The same scene as earlier, along with the same rules. Yang Kai randomly chose his next opponent. The masters of those Black Ink disciples who were not selected sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. In their opinion, this was a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. It was a pity that they failed to grasp the chance twice. Be that as it may, reality turned out to be beyond their expectations. At the end of the second battle, Yang Kai won again. Although it looked like the battle had exhausted him, he pummeled his opponent to the point where they were coughing up blood. It was obvious that his opponent could no longer continue the fight. Nu Yan was smiling so widely that his teeth could be seen. After receiving the 500 Black Ink coins, he shot another inquiring look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai regretted saying that he could fight 3 battles in a row. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given such an answer. His careless response had made things difficult for him to quit now, so he could only nod lightly in silence. Sitting down cross-legged, he seized the time to recover his strength as though he was extremely exhausted. Many Black Ink clansmen turned their eyes to Nu Yan and waited for him to speak, and they were not disappointed as Nu Yan soon shouted, "This is the last match. The rules will remain the same. If you win, you can take him with you. If you lose, you have to cough up 1,000 Black Ink coins." Compared to a 6th order open heaven realm Black Ink disciple worth tens of thousands of Black Ink coins, 1,000 Black Ink coins were undoubtedly worth betting on. Especially since Yang Kai had already gone through 2 consecutive battles. The chances of winning were astronomical at this point. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-26, Black Ink Nest. Before the third match began, the black ink clansmen began to quarrel among themselves. They had watched the previous 2 consecutive battles. Most notably, Yang Kai had been injured during the second match, so his strength would surely have been greatly reduced. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for him to win the third match. This match was going to be a huge opportunity, so nobody was willing to back down. Although Nu Yen appeared to be watching cheerfully, he was actually feeling nervous inside. It was true that Yang Kai had given him the signal that he could continue fighting, and it was also true that Yang Kai had demonstrated incredible combat prowess. Even so, he was not confident as to whether Yang Kai could win the third battle. If Yang Kai were to lose, then he would have shot himself in the foot with his actions. At any rate, now that things had reached this point, his only option was to persevere. This was a matter concerning 1,000 black ink coins after all. If this method was feasible, then he would never need to worry about black ink coins again in the future. The black ink clansmen quarreled endlessly among themselves. In the end, they decided to follow the original rules and allowed Yang Kai to pick his own opponent. The opponent would be fighting whomever he chose, and nobody could object to his decision. When the third battle began, everybody paid close attention to the fight, with Nu Yen looking the most nervous out of them all. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. The 2 black ink disciples exchanged countless blows with each other, and the battle was astoundingly intense. Yang Kai once again transformed into his half-dragon form. His performance made it seem as though he had played all his cards, but the fight left him drenched in blood nevertheless. He looked like he was at risk of dying at any moment. Nu Yen felt his heart sinking in his chest. He was starting to think that he was going to lose the battle. On the other hand, the opponent's side was in high spirits because he could almost see the scene where he obtained a new and powerful black ink disciple. However, accidents always occurred when they were least expected. The opponent had clearly been holding the upper hand in the battle, but he experienced a sudden turn of events. In spite of the fact that Yang Kai had been fighting for 3 consecutive battles and looked like a wretched mess as a result, his attacks only became increasingly aggressive the further he was pushed into a corner. When the opponent fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground unconscious, the entire gambling arena fell silent. Yang Kai also fell out of the sky at the same time, but he managed to stay on his feet at the last moment. His complexion was as white as a sheet. "We won!" D4 shouted from beside Nu Yen. Nu Yen also burst into cheerful laughter, his tense mood finally relaxing. The other party handed over a space ring. Nu Yen took the space ring and checked the amount. After confirming that there were indeed 1,000 black ink coins, he smiled and said, "My respects." The black ink clansman's expression was indifferent. The loss of 1,000 black ink coins might hurt slightly, but the damage was not significant. He nodded lightly in response. "Are you interested in another match?" Nu Yen immediately shook his head. While he regarded Yang Kai as a cash cow, he was not a fool. Yang Kai was no longer in a state to continue fighting. If he fought another battle, he would definitely lose. How could Nu Yen agree to such a proposal? The black ink clansman added, 2,000 black ink coins. Nu Yen continued to shake his head. "Even if you offer me 5,000 black ink coins, I won't accept the challenge." Nevertheless, he did not cut off the possibility of future negotiations and reassured the other party with a smile, "Until next time. There will certainly be chances to have a rematch in the future." Having said that, he turned around and instructed D4, "Bring him back." D4 accepted the command and flew towards the crater to bring Yang Kai back. Nu Yen did not stop there. Leading his black ink disciples, he returned to the place where they rested previously and handed some resources to Yang Kai for cultivation and recovery so that his wounds could heal. Yang Kai had earned Nu Yen a total of 1,600 black ink coins from the 3 battles earlier. The amount might not be much, but this was not a one-time gig. What was there to fear about the lack of black ink coins if he repeated this cycle a few more times? Looking at Yang Kai, who was meditating in a cross-legged position nearby. Nguyen felt as though he could see a method to earn a fortune. A few days later, Nguyen led Yang Kai and others to the gambling arena again. Armed with the previous experience, he showed significantly more confidence in Yang Kai this time. Yang Kai had shown off his great strength after winning 3 consecutive battles a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples knew that he was not an easy opponent to mess with. Be that as it may, most people believed that they might get lucky and had thoughts such as, what if I strike gold? In any case, the losses were not too high even if they didn't win the match. That was why, as soon as Yang Kai entered the battlefield, several Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the crater under the command of their masters. Nguyen's rules did not change. All 3 matches were life bouts, and the bet increased with every round. The first match was 100 Black Ink coins, the second match was 500 Black Ink coins, and the third match was 1,000 Black Ink coins. The number of Black Ink disciples in the battlefield increased with every round, and Yang Kai would randomly choose an opponent each time. The 3 battles eventually ended with 3 consecutive wins. Just like before, Nguyen earned 1,600 Black Ink coins. He was overjoyed. For the next month, Nguyen would lead Yang Kai to the gambling arena every few days. It was the same experience every time. Yang Kai never disappointed him. This Black Ink disciple was definitely his greatest treasure that would bring him enormous wealth in the future. Nguyen secretly rejoiced that he had accidentally picked up this servant while resting inside the Black Ink cloud back then. In just 1 month, Yang Kai became famous throughout the Fierce Wind estate. Be it the high-rank Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink clan feudal lords, all of them were paying close attention to him now. They had never seen anyone who could defeat so many Black Ink disciples before. Most of the Black Ink clansmen here had participated on the real battlefield in the past. To survive and return from the battlefield meant that they had battled and slaughtered human cultivators. It had to be said that the situation would be very terrifying if all the human cultivators were like Yang Kai. Even Black Ink clan feudal lords took the initiative to meet Nguyen and made their intentions to purchase Yang Kai clear. The price they offered was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a Black Ink disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be worth 10,000 or so Black Ink coins. Nonetheless, many of the Black Ink feudal lords offered a price of 20,000 or even 30,000 Black Ink coins. Although Nguyen was tempted, he refused all their offers in the end. A one-time sale could never be as beneficial as long-term financial stability. He had far more plans to implement, so how could he sell Yang Kai off? However, on a certain day 1 month later, nobody stepped up to accept the challenge when Nguyen brought Yang Kai to the gambling arena. After so many battles, Yang Kai had not lost a single one. He would fight 3 consecutive battles each time, and he would look as though he was on the verge of losing every time. Be that as it may, he would always win in the end. The Black Ink clan had also noticed this issue and began to suspect that Nguyen was digging a pit for them to jump into, therefore, they all cursed Nguyen for being insidious and cunning. Since it was a battle they could not win, who would willingly give money away for nothing? There was nothing Nguyen could do if nobody accepted the challenge. After waiting for some time, he summoned Yang Kai back and left the gambling arena with his subordinates. His efforts during this period had indeed allowed him to gain enormous benefits. In the beginning, Nguyen did not have many assets, but now, he had enough for him to carry out something important. Silently following behind Nguyen, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that they seemed to be heading towards the Black Ink nest. He had secretly observed the Black Ink nest on many occasions during the time he lived in Fierce Wind Estate. D4 had mentioned that it was the place where all Black Ink clansmen were born. The Black Ink nest was not only an important foundation of the Black Ink clan, but the advancement of a Black Ink clansman's cultivation must also be done inside a Black Ink nest. Entering a Black Ink nest cost Black Ink coins. Even purchasing world spheres required Black Ink coins. That was why the Black Ink coins were considered so valuable. Yang Kai was very concerned about this black ink nest. Unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to approach it previously and could only watch from afar. It could be said that he finally obtained what he wished for. The group soon arrived in front of the black ink nest under Nu Yan's guidance. From a distance, the black ink nest resembled a huge flower bud. Rich black ink strength tumbled about and dissipated into the surroundings with every breath it took. Standing in front of the black ink nest, Yang Kai finally realized how large it was. The thick roots were closely connected to the entire fierce wind estate, and its existence was like a plant, but not a plant. The external surface looked like dried meat, which gave off an extremely malevolent aura. Meanwhile, the thick roots themselves were natural pathways leading upward to a portal at the bottom of the flower bud. A black ink feudal lord was standing guard beside the portal. Nu Yan stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the black ink feudal lord. Then, he handed over a space ring filled with a certain amount of black ink coins. The black ink feudal lord checked the contents carefully before he nodded lightly. Nu Yan turned around, looked at his black ink disciples for a moment, and reached out to point at C3 and D4, "You two, follow me inside." C3 and D4 responded in unison and followed Nu Yan inside. Before leaving, D4 cupped his fist at Yang Kai, "Take care." Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. Although he looked confused, he returned the courtesy. It didn't take long for Nu Yan to lead C3 and D4 out of Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 moved to the side and waited quietly. A black ink clansman would lead their black ink disciples over from time to time. What's more, each black ink clansman would take one or two black ink disciples inside the black ink nest with them, just like Nu Yan. Looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a vague guess about what was happening, but he could not be certain. After enduring for some time, he finally blurted out, "Is Master planning to break through?" Nu Yan had spent a lot of black ink coins to enter the black ink nest, so it was obvious that he was here for an advancement. It was obvious that Yang Kai was highly valued by Nu Yan, so the other black ink disciples had been quite friendly with him recently. Upon hearing the question, B2 nodded in response, "That's right. This is the second time." Yang Kai was stunned. Can a black ink clansman fail in his advancement? B2 replied, "Of course there's a possibility of failure. If success was guaranteed for every attempt, then Master would already be a black ink feudal lord by now. It's just that the consequences they face if they fail in their breakthrough are not particularly serious. They are very different from us. For us, the higher our order, the more severe the consequences we suffer if we fail a breakthrough attempt. We might even end up dead. In contrast, they will only weaken for some time at most. It's only a matter of time before they make a full recovery." Yang Kai gnashed his teeth. Nu Yan was a high-rank black ink clansman who was equal to a 6th-order open heaven realm master in terms of strength. If he succeeded in his advancement, then he would become a black ink feudal lord. Yang Kai was not afraid of a mere black ink feudal lord, but the stronger Nu Yan became, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Naturally, he hoped that Nu Yan failed in the advancement. Why did Master take C3 and D4 inside with him? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Logically speaking, the advancement was an extremely important process to both human cultivators and the black ink clan. They would need to concentrate fully, so why would Nu Yan take two black ink disciples inside with him? Was it for standing guard? But, there should not be dangers inside the black ink nest. B2 fell silent for a moment before he explained, "Just as how we need to accumulate our strength to advance, the same goes for Master. He brought them along in case of emergency." Yang Kai's facial muscles tightened instantly. B2's explanation might not have been explicit, but how could Yang Kai fail to understand the meaning behind those words? It was obvious that C3 and D4 were being regarded as emergency resources. In a pinch, Nu Yan could devour their world force to aid in his advancement. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-27, Sweeping Victory. It was not just Nu Yen. From what Yang Kai observed just now, most of the Black Ink clansmen who entered the Black Ink nest would bring 1 or 2 Black Ink disciples with them. Through the ages, who knew how many Black Ink disciples from the cave heavens and paradises had perished inside this massive, evil Black Ink nest? Yang Kai clenched his fist tightly. The urge to charge straight in and destroy the Black Ink nest flooded him, but he firmly suppressed the impulse. This was not the only Black Ink nest in the Black Ink clan. Even if he were to destroy the Black Ink nest in front of him, it would not change the fate of many Black Ink disciples. On the contrary, it would only expose his identity. The existence of the Black Ink clan was the root cause of the problem. Only by completely eradicating the Black Ink clan from the world would the crisis faced by the 3,000 worlds since time immemorial be resolved. Yang Kai and the others waited silently, and Nu Yan's figure finally emerged from the entrance of the Black Ink nest a few days later. However, Yang Kai immediately noticed that Nu Yan seemed rather weak at the moment. Not only was Nu Yan's aura fluctuating unevenly, but his expression was also dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yang Kai's heart stirred at the sight. Combined with what B2 said earlier, how could he not realize that Nu Yan had failed his breakthrough? Every time a Black Ink clansman failed during their advancement, they would be weakened for some time. In addition, it was already the second time Nu Yan failed. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Yang Kai glanced behind Nu Yan. There was a person following behind the tall figure. It was D4. Meanwhile, C3, who went inside with them, was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed slightly. He understood that C3 had probably met a tragic end. Nu Yan might have failed to break through, but he must have devoured the world force of C3's small universe during the process. How could C3 survive when his world force had been devoured and his small universe had collapsed? Although Yang Kai had neither interacted much with C3 nor built up a friendship between them during this period, the death of C3 still weighed heavily on his heart. Nu Yan walked out of the Black Ink nest without saying a word. Yang Kai and D4 glanced at each other and nodded lightly in greeting. Then, Yang Kai quickly followed after Nu Yan with B2 and E5 in tow. Returning to the place where they rested again, Nu Yan sat down cross-legged. His chest and abdomen swelled as he inhaled the Black Ink strength that could be found everywhere in the fierce wind estate. As he absorbed the Black Ink strength, his weakened aura gradually recovered. D4 seemed to be feeling a lingering sense of fear after narrowly escaping death. Even though he had known what kind of fate awaited him when he followed Nu Yan into the Black Ink nest, it was impossible for a Black Ink disciple like him to refuse his master's command. Nevertheless, anybody would instinctively feel fear when faced with the threat of death. Even a talkative person like D4 fell into a heavy, brooding silence for quite some time. It was fortunate that Nu Yan had failed in his breakthrough though. If Nu Yan had succeeded, then he too would have shared C3's fate. An entire month later, Nu Yan finally made a full recovery. He slowly stood up and glanced in the direction of the gambling arena. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually shook his head slowly and beckoned to the others, "Let's go." The Black Ink coins that Yang Kai earned for him in the gambling arena had mostly been spent on the Black Ink nest. If he wanted to enter the Black Ink nest again for cultivation, then he would need to earn more Black Ink coins. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's fame had spread throughout the fierce wind estate. Nobody was willing to fight him again, so this method of making money had lost its effect. If he wanted to earn more Black Ink coins, then he could only switch to another place and begin anew. That was one of the reasons why Nu Yang had rejected the offers from the Black Ink clan feudal lords when they wanted to purchase Yang Kai at high prices. His subordinate known as A1 was practically a money tree after all. How could he sell off his source of income for a mere 20 or 30,000 Black Ink coins? The 4 Black Ink disciples left the fierce wind estate under Nu Yan's leadership and rushed towards a certain direction in the void. More than 10 days later, they arrived at another territory. Yang Kai stealthily checked the universe chart that Meng Qi had given to him and discovered that this territory was known as the False Decree Estate. The False Decree Estate did not look very different from the Fierce Wind Estate. It might be slightly bigger in size, but the difference was not very significant. Standing in the void, Yang Kai saw the towering black ink nest in the False Decree Estate from a distance. The black ink nest was releasing black ink strength that covered the entire spirit province. Upon arriving at the False Decree Estate, Nu Yen headed directly for the gambling arena without pause. There was a gambling arena in almost every territory because the Black Ink clan seemed to like sending their Black Ink disciples into battle. When the battle in the gambling arena ended, Nu Yen shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately flew downward. Then, Nu Yen repeated his previous trick and recited the gambling rules that he used back at the Fierce Wind Estate. It was just that he had increased the compensation for the first match from 100 to 500 Black Ink coins. His statement caused a huge uproar in the gambling arena. If they won, they could walk away with a 6th order Black Ink disciple. If they lost, they would only need to pay 500 Black Ink coins. Who could miss out on such a fantastic deal? Nearly 100 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples immediately flew into the battlefield under their master's command and surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out. If somebody did not know better, they would have thought that these Black Ink disciples were about to gang up on Yang Kai. Nu Yen had long expected this situation as something similar had happened back at the Fierce Wind Estate. Therefore, he applied the same rule and allowed Yang Kai to choose his own opponent. The Black Ink clan naturally had no objections to this. Yang Kai did not hesitate and randomly chose an opponent. When the others left the battlefield, the match immediately began. Needless to say, the results went as expected. Nu Yen cheerfully received the 500 Black Ink coins, then he recklessly announced that he wanted to continue with a second match. The bet for the second match was 1,000 Black Ink coins. The Black Ink clansmen who failed to seize the opportunity earlier were both surprised and delighted, so they dispatched their Black Ink disciples into the battlefield again. It was soon time for the third match. Moreover, the wager for the third match had been increased to 2,000 Black Ink coins. After 3 consecutive battles, a blood-drenched Yang Kai finally withdrew from battle. Nu Yen happily earned 3,500 Black Ink coins, which was more than double the income he received at the Fierce Wind Estate. One battle here was equivalent to 2 battles back at the Fierce Wind Estate. The efficiency had increased significantly. Thanks to the bloody battle on the first day, Yang Kai caught the attention of many Black Ink clansmen. Many people became interested in him. In fact, a Black Ink feudal lord immediately approached Nu Yen and expressed his intention to buy Yang Kai. Nu Yen had already rejected such offers countless times in the Fierce Wind Estate, so naturally he would not agree here either. The Black Ink feudal lords might hold higher positions than him, but the Black Ink clan had their own rules. No matter how much one liked another person's Black Ink disciple, they could not forcefully snatch them away, otherwise, Nu Yen would not have been able to hold on to Yang Kai. He allowed Yang Kai to rest and recover for a few days before he brought him back to the arena. A month later, all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciples in the False Decree Estate had been soundly defeated and nobody accepted the challenge again. Nu Yen turned out to be surprisingly decisive. Once the challengers dried up, he immediately led Yang Kai and the others out of the False Decree Estate and traveled to the next place. At times, Yang Kai had no choice but to admire Nu Yen's business acumen. Nu Yen was obviously taking advantage of the lack of information circulation at the moment. Every time they arrived at a new place, the Black Ink clan would be unaware of Yang Kai's strength and as a result, all of them were tempted into taking their chances against him. Who could have known that they would fall into Nu Yen's trap and contribute Black Ink coins to him for nothing? In any case, this continuous stream of battles was not without benefit to Yang Kai. Unlike others in the 6th Order, his small universe had fully materialized. Combined with the fact that his small universe had been integrated with the sealed world bead, his heritage had always been far greater than others in the same order from the start, therefore, he always obtained crushing victories when fighting other cultivators in the same order. Be that as it may, he had to suppress his strength in every battle inside the gambling arenas. He did not dare to expose too much, lest he revealed his secrets to the others. Under the premise that he fought while suppressing his strength, repeatedly fighting battles that culminated with heavy injuries on both parties had the effect of polishing his combat techniques. If that were not the case, Yang Kai would have considered losing some battles a long time ago. Being treated as a cash cow by Nu Yen was not a pleasant experience, however, things might not be different if he changed to a different master. They did not stay in any of the territories for more than 2 months. It was meaningless to stay any longer, as once people learned about Yang Kai's strength and stopped accepting the challenge, there would be no more black ink coins to earn. It could be said that Nu Yen swept from one territory to the next with Yang Kai and the others in tow. Furthermore, he earned a huge fortune everywhere he went. For every 3 battles, he would earn 3,500 black ink coins. Even if he could only fight 7 to 8 times in each territory, that was an income of 20 to 30,000 black ink coins. It was an astronomical amount for a high-rank black ink clansman. Yang Kai had been worried that Nu Yen would attempt a breakthrough again. If that happened, D4 would be in danger, but on second thought, Yang Kai realized that the reason Nu Yen brought C3 and D4 into the black ink nest with him last time was to prepare for any emergencies. Now that Nu Yen possessed such a large amount of black ink coins, he could buy some world spheres to use instead of sacrificing a black ink disciple under his command. In a chat with D4, Yang Kai learned that once a black ink clansman failed their advancement, they generally did not choose to try again for the next few decades. That was because the probability of success was much lower. Only once the backlash from their previous failure had been completely removed would they make another attempt. This discovery was a huge relief to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, passing the days in this manner was not in line with his goal. Meng Qi had sacrificed himself so that the existence of the Void Corridor would remain a secret and Yang Kai could escape alive. Originally, Yang Kai was supposed to rush to one of the great passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises, then confront the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. He was not supposed to impersonate a Black Ink disciple and become the cash cow of a Black Ink clansman. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Nu Yen was a high-rank Black Ink clansman, so it was impossible for him to avoid the battlefield forever. But, as long as he entered the battlefield, then Yang Kai would be able to find an opportunity to break free from him. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai was in a closely matched battle with a 6th-order Black Ink disciple. This was already the 3rd fight of the day. Having won 2 other matches earlier, he had already earned 1,500 Black Ink coins for Nu Yen. The outcome of the 3rd battle involved 2,000 Black Ink coins and even his ownership, so many Black Ink clansmen were naturally paying close attention. Outside the battlefield, Nu Yen watched the battle calmly. Although Yang Kai was covered in blood, Nu Yen was not worried in the slightest. On the contrary, he was cheerfully chatting with his clansmen beside him. That was because Yang Kai always had such a miserable appearance during the 3rd match of each round of battles. Even though he looked like he was in a dangerous situation where he could be defeated at any time, he always won in the end. In the beginning, Nu Yen had been extremely on edge whenever this happened. However, he had gotten used to the sight after 2 years. No matter how terribly Yang Kai seemed to perform, he had great confidence in the latter's victory. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-28, A 9th Order Attacks. In the end, Yang Kai lived up to Nu Yen's expectations and won the 3rd battle with some difficulty. Before Nu Yen could receive the bet of the 3rd match though, a sudden change occurred. An extremely violent force surged throughout the territory, and an oppressive force simultaneously descended upon everybody. For an instant, everyone felt as though an entire universe world was pressing down on their heads. Even their bodies involuntarily stooped slightly from the pressure. Countless black ink clansmen turned pale. Meanwhile, world force surged and fluctuated turbulently around them. Inside the gambling arena, the blood-drenched Yang Kai abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. What entered his vision made his expression tense. In the sky, world force that gathered like clouds was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yang Kai was shocked by the sight. Although he had met many high-rank open heaven realm masters in the past, he had never seen such rich and pure world force before. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had been present when countless Eighth Order ancestors joined hands to besiege the Black Ink Royal Lord, and the attacks of those Eighth Order masters had been absolutely extraordinary. Even so, all those attacks seemed insignificant compared to what he was seeing right now. He did not know what was happening, but the world force visible to the naked eye was clearly the power unleashed by some sort of secret technique activated by a master. Enemy attack. A furious howl reverberated through the world. It came from the direction of the Black Ink Feudal Lord's palace. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then he felt a mixture of astonishment and joy. The situation in front of him turned out to be an enemy invasion, and the Black Ink clan's enemy was undoubtedly the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had launched an attack on this place. He was surprised that the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises were so bold. It had to be said that he had checked the universe chart when he first arrived here. Although this place was close to the front lines, it could still be considered part of the Black Ink clan's inner region. How could they do as they pleased after venturing so deep into enemy territory? On the other hand, Yang Kai was happy because the Cave Heavens and Paradises had taken the initiative to attack before he had the chance to follow Nu Yen to the battlefield. Taking advantage of this chance, he might be able to break free of Nu Yan's control and follow the masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises back to the Great Pass. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky above the territory at a rapid rate, and it only took a moment for an enormous and hazy green palm to form. Despite its slow and clumsy appearance, the palm that literally covered the entire sky actually descended at an incredibly fast pace. Before the countless Black Ink clansmen in the territory had the chance to react, the palm grabbed hold of the huge Black Ink nest. Then, the green palm clenched tightly and hauled up the entire Black Ink nest as though pulling up a mountain. Dense black ink strength scattered and gushed out of the Black Ink nest. Under the impact of the world force palm, the Black Ink nest turned into dust. Inside the gambling arena, Yang Kai stared in amazement and secretly rejoiced. Everything that entered his vision was beyond his imagination. He had witnessed the power behind an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors' attacks before, but that was definitely not as ferocious as this offensive. In other words, this attack had to be unleashed by a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestor. No wonder they dared to venture so deep into enemy territory. It turned out that a Ninth Order old ancestor, an existence on par with a Black Ink Royal Lord, was personally leading the charge. The female Black Ink Royal Lord had caused heavy losses to the Cave Heavens and Paradises despite being greatly weakened after being trapped inside the Black Ink territory for so many years. It was difficult to imagine how powerful she would have been in her prime. Needless to say, a Ninth Order old ancestor who could rival a Black Ink Royal Lord in strength would not be weak either. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's delight only lasted for a moment as his expression soon turned bitter. That was because the hazy green palm immediately slammed downward after destroying the Black Ink nest. The incomparably enormous palm was almost the size of half the Spirit Province. Moreover, the entire palm was formed from a pure and dense world force. If such immense force even grazed him, Yang Kai was not certain that he could survive. It would be too unjust to die because of this palm strike. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan did not sit around waiting for death. After the warning came out from the feudal lord's palace, Black Ink strength immediately surged and gathered to form an incomparably huge figure that towered into the sky. The figure then raised a hand into the sky to defend against the attack. It was not a real entity, but rather a presence formed completely from the surrounding Black Ink strength. Moreover, it was clearly being guided by the Black Ink feudal lord of this territory. Watching the destruction of the Black Ink nest had enraged countless among the Black Ink clan, so there was no need for any command or dispatch. Regardless of their rank, every member of the Black Ink clan quickly took action, blasting violent attacks at the hazy green palm in the sky. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples also unleashed various secret techniques and artifact attacks. Colorful lights filled the entire sky in an instant. Nevertheless, the enormous palm continued to press downward. The countless attacks slammed into the palm, causing layers of ripples to appear on its surface, but although these attacks constantly weakened its power, they were unable to stop the palm's downward progress. The huge figure at the feudal lord's palace was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Despite fighting back with all his might, he was only a Black Ink feudal lord whose strength was equivalent to a 7th Order master's. How could he contend against the power of a 9th Order old ancestor? Before the palm strike descended completely, the enormous figure had already bent slightly under the pressure. The feudal lord struggled desperately and roared in defiance, but his avatar composed of Black Ink strength soon exploded into nothingness. Even his true body was heavily injured as a result. It felt like only a moment had passed. At the same time, it also felt like 1,000 years had gone by. The huge palm slammed down. Be it the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples, many of them died a violent death everywhere the palm print covered. Only a few were lucky enough to survive. Countless small universes collapsed and the world force within these small universes dissipated. Following a violent earthquake, the entire spirit province broke into pieces. The destructive aftermath spread out into the surroundings after the attack, causing space itself to shake and become unstable. The low-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't even have the opportunity to resist and were wiped out by the fallout of this attack. Only the high-rank Black Ink clansmen with strength equivalent to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to withstand the shockwave. As such, the brutality of the palm strike was clear to see. Everything happened in a flash. Only a few thoughts went through Yang Kai's mind before the aftermath of the attack came crashing down on him. Nevertheless, he could be considered lucky. In fact, it could be said that all the people in the gambling arena were lucky because they were not located within the range covered by the hazy green palm. All of them would have died in the impact otherwise. Even Yang Kai himself would have needed to transform into his Grand Dragon form to survive such a powerful attack. What's more, doing so would only allow him the possibility of survival. Despite not receiving direct damage, the fallout of the palm strike had turned the entire gambling arena upside down. Numerous Black Ink disciples coughed up fresh blood and even the aura of the Black Ink clansmen churned fiercely. They were obviously having a tough time. The spirit province under Yang Kai's feet shattered, and like a drowning man caught in the tumultuous currents of the sea, he was swept away by the shockwaves and could not control his direction at all. Startled exclamations and horrified screams entered his ears. When he turned to look in that direction, he saw an extremely pale D4 bleeding from all 7 orifices and struggling to hold on. Furthermore, there was a gleaming white light surrounding D4's body. It would seem that he had activated some sort of defensive artifact. On the other hand, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple next to D4 had reacted slightly slower and failed to summon his own defensive artifact as a result. Due to the churning of his aura, he was unable to withstand the bombardment of the shockwave and exploded after a short struggle. The light covering D4's body was also fading away at a horrifying speed, hence, his expression became despairing. With the strength of a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was impossible for him to survive the impact without the defensive artifact. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, a figure suddenly rushed over and stood in front of him to help block most of the impact. He looked up gratefully. A1. He never imagined that A1 would come and protect him at a critical juncture of life and death. It had to be said that he was standing next to Nu Yen, B2, and E5 earlier. All of them had used various means to save themselves, but nobody even bothered to care about whether he lived or died. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed D4 by the shoulder. At this moment, he could not afford to care about what secrets he was exposing. Manipulating space principles, Yang Kai quickly moved away. The shockwave continued to follow closely behind him as he flew out. After a few instantaneous movements, Yang Kai finally stabilized his figure and turned to look behind him. A huge light shone brightly approximately 100,000 kilometers away. The place where the spirit province used to exist was now completely devoid of anything. The might of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor was absolutely terrifying. The truth was that Yang Kai had not even seen the true appearance of the Old Ancestor up until now. In other words, the Ninth Order Master had destroyed the entire spirit province simply by unleashing a secret technique from somewhere far away. Countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples also perished in the process. D4 was a little stunned. After being brought here by Yang Kai's space secret technique, he could be considered safe now. It was just that he could not understand how one could run so fast. In fact, he had almost thought that he was doomed to die during those fleeting moments earlier. Nevertheless, now was clearly not the time to pursue this matter. D4 gasped for breath slightly before he anxiously said, "We need to hurry and find Master. It's not safe for us out here right now." It was not safe for any Black Ink disciple without the company of a Black Ink clansman. Take the first time Yang Kai encountered Nu Yen for example. A Black Ink disciple without a master would easily attract the greed of a Black Ink clansman. Nu Yen could be considered relatively kind, having only used his Black Ink strength to convert Yang Kai into his own servant. If Yang Kai had encountered a Black Ink clansman with stronger murderous intent, then they might have tried to devour his world force to enhance their own strength instead. More importantly, the Black Ink disciples themselves were absolutely loyal to the Black Ink clan. It was clear to see that D4 was worrying about Nu Yen's safety. Yang Kai turned to look at D4 and thought to himself, "Why should I search for a master? I've never regarded Nu Yen as my master. What's more, I finally obtained this opportunity after waiting for 2 whole years. Why would I stupidly go back to Nu Yen?" Too lazy to explain, he simply said, "Brother D4, I'll deliver you a huge present." D4 was stunned. "What?" Yang Kai raised both hands as soon as finished speaking, each hand lighting up with a different colored light. Then, he pressed both palms together. When the yellow and blue lights combined, they turned into a pure white light that immediately enveloped D4 on the spot. D4 never imagined that Yang Kai would attack him at this moment, mainly because it was Yang Kai who had saved him just now. If Yang Kai had malicious intentions towards him, there was no reason to rescue him in the first place. Who would be wary of their savior? Enveloped by the white light, D4's expression suddenly twisted in pain and a pitch-black aura seeped out of his body. Swiftly though, his pained expression gradually became calm. It didn't take long before the white light faded away and his true nature was restored to him. He opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief and uncertainty. "Enter my small universe before we talk about the rest," Yang Kai shouted. He had wanted to bring D4 into his small universe a long time ago, but could not find the opportunity. Now that he finally had the chance to be alone with D4, he could not let the opportunity slip by. D4 opened his mouth and said, "Brother A1, you." He was still in a dazed state. The main reason was that so many things had changed so suddenly that he could not adapt to them all. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-29, Hit and Run. In particular, D4 was puzzled by how Yang Kai wanted him to enter his small universe. He knew that Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no more than an immaterial existence that could not accommodate living beings. So, how could he enter Yang Kai's small universe? In the midst of his confusion, Yang Kai actually reached out to grab him, opened the portal to his small universe, and unceremoniously stuffed him inside. D4 felt his vision blurring for a moment, then he found himself in another world all of a sudden. Looking around his surroundings, he was filled with utter confusion. A moment later, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in front of him and resolved his confusion. In the void, the aftermath of the Ninth Order Old Ancestor gradually subsided. A large part of the Spirit Province was shattered, resulting in countless casualties among the Black Ink clan and the Black Ink disciples. Before those who were lucky enough to survive could recover from their shock though, numerous figures appeared in small groups. They silently emerged out of nowhere and charged straight at the survivors. These were the open heaven realm masters of the human race, as well as a large number of warships. The brutal attacks that blasted out from the warships sent the surviving Black Ink clan into a panic. This was definitely an attack that had been carefully planned for a long time, so the Black Ink clan was completely caught off guard as a result. Moreover, due to the immense gap in strength, they suffered huge losses in this encounter. With each passing moment, either a Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple would lose their life. Whenever a Black Ink clansman died, dense Black Ink strength would erupt from their bodies to form Black Ink clouds that scattered across the void. Similarly, numerous Black Ink disciples perished. The movements caused by the destruction of their small universes reverberated through the void. Even though all the Black Ink disciples were once masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, nobody could afford to show any mercy under these circumstances. As soon as they encountered each other, it became a situation where one party had to die. Yang Kai watched from a distance for a moment before he rushed forward with a flicker of his body. For him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could prove that he was not corrupted by the Black Ink, then he could join the masters from the human race and leave the Black Ink clan's domain. It was not easy to come across such an opportunity. Yang Kai had been serving beside Nu Yen for more than 2 years now, and during this period, he passed through countless Black Ink clan territories and gained some information from the leisurely chats he had among the Black Ink disciples. Although the human race would occasionally take the initiative to invade the Black Ink clan's domain, these incursions occurred very rarely. One invasion in 100 years would be considered frequent. The main reason was that they could not occupy this territory for long even if their invasion turned out to be successful. Therefore, the Great Pass guarded by the major cave heavens and paradises was the line of defense that they had always steadfastly maintained. Their biggest aim, whenever they launched a raid, was to weaken the strength of the Black Ink clan. Once they killed a certain number of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. That was why such raids generally did not last for long. More importantly, Yang Kai might not encounter another opportunity this good again if he let this chance slip through his fingers. How could he afford to hesitate under such circumstances? Nevertheless, it was going to be difficult to prove his identity. There was not much time for him to prove his innocence on the battlefield, but it should not be an issue if he could kill a Black Ink clansman in front of a human race cultivator. A true Black Ink disciple was completely loyal to the Black Ink clan, so it was impossible for them to turn against their masters. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly came to a decision. His body swept forward more and more quickly. Under the urging of the space principles, it only took him a brief moment to return to the battlefield with a few flickering movements. Everywhere he looked, Yang Kai could see numerous warship artifacts navigating across the battlefield. Powerful secret techniques constantly blasted out from these warships without pause, giving the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples endless grievances. There were also many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and even 8th Order Masters who either fought in small groups or hunted down enemies on their own. A sharp divine sense locked onto Yang Kai the moment he returned to the battlefield. Immediately after that, he felt his skin tightening as a great sense of crisis washed over him. He turned to look in that direction and saw a woman in white fluttering robes watching him intently with her beautiful eyes, an extraordinary aura pulsing from her figure. Holding a sharp long sword in her hands, she slashed at him without hesitation. Her movements showed no mercy, and the strength she displayed unmistakably belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The attack contained an overwhelming power, and the sword wave flickered irregularly like the tongue of a spirit snake. Yang Kai could feel an overbearing sense of pressure behind the attack before she even approached him. Shocked, he lowered his voice and shouted, "Senior, stop." A trace of grief and pity flashed through the woman's eyes when she heard those words. Even so, she did not pause her actions. With a flick of her long sword, she transformed it into a sword curtain that shrouded over his head. Yang Kai was desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. He knew that the other party thought of him as a black ink disciple, which was why she was showing no mercy with her attack. Unfortunately, there was no point in trying to explain himself at this moment. No matter what he said, she would not believe him unless he killed a black ink clansman in front of her. He did not know which cave heaven or paradise this woman came from, but her strength in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was absolutely extraordinary. Seeing the sword curtain that was looming over on him, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate. He quickly raised his arm and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear before exerting his supreme limitless spear art to its maximum. At this time, his priority was to ensure his survival. It would truly be a huge joke if he was accidentally killed during the confusion and chaos. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's eyes bulged with surprise. He was sent flying backward by a violent burst of power and the vitality in his chest churned restlessly. Dense sword wounds also appeared all over his body, causing his physique to tremble and writhe. This woman is strong. Yang Kai was secretly amazed. Although he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had killed a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master before and had fought many others in the past. He was familiar with the might of a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master. However, he had never come across anyone who could hold a candle to this woman among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters he encountered previously. While Yang Kai was surprised, the woman was even more taken aback. It had to be said that she had been immersed in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm for 3,000 years. Having lived most of her life on the Black Ink battlefield, it could be argued that her strength had reached the very peak of the Seventh Order, leaving her just one step away from the Eighth Order. On top of that, her combat experience was beyond the comparison of those who lived a comfortable life in the 3,000 worlds. Even though she did not use her full strength earlier, her attack was not something an ordinary Sixth Order Black Ink disciple could resist. Since the beginning of the raid until now, more than 26th Order Black Ink disciples and Black Ink clansmen of similar strength had perished at her hands. She was confident that her previous attack contained enough power to take this Black Ink disciple's life. Be that as it may, reality proved to be beyond her expectations. Yang Kai might have been injured, but he survived. This Black Ink disciple seems a little different. The murderous intent in the woman's eyes blazed more vigorously than before. The more a Black Ink disciple stood out from the others, the more she had to ruthlessly kill him here and now. If she failed to kill him here, then her juniors on the battlefield might end up dying to him in the future. However, a loud whistle resounded through the void before she could pursue him once more. Raising her sword before her, she glanced in the direction where Yang Kai had been sent flying and hesitated for a moment before she turned and left. The loud whistle seemed to be some sort of signal, as after it sounded, all the human race masters slaughtering their way across the battlefield immediately retreated from battle, quickly regrouped, and left like a great gust of wind. They're leaving just like that. It took great effort for Yang Kai to stabilize his figure. Nevertheless, how could he willingly give up when he saw the situation before him? He quickly chased after them, only to quickly notice something strange behind him, like something was swiftly approaching his position. When Yang Kai turned to look behind him, the pupils of his eyes contracted at what he saw. A mass of black ink was rapidly permeating the void, flowing like the swift currents of the tide. Consequently, everything was dyed pitch black wherever this mass of black ink went. Moreover, the countless powerful auras hidden inside the mass of black ink made the scalp of Yang Kai's head tingle with fear. There was one aura in particular, which made him shudder both mentally and physically despite the distance between them. This aura reminded him of the feeling he experienced when he first came into contact with the will of a Black Ink Royal Lord. The will was absolutely overwhelming and made him feel as insignificant as an ant. A Black Ink Royal Lord is coming. Now that the Ninth Order Old Ancestor of the human race had made a move, the royal lord of this region could not sit by the sidelines. Only a royal lord could fight back against the Ninth Order old ancestor of the human race. No wonder the human race was in such a hurry to retreat. It turned out that they were anticipating this situation and took the necessary precautions. A Ninth Order old ancestor might not be inferior to a royal lord in strength, but they would only be evenly matched in a battle. This place was still within the hinterland of the Black Ink clan, so while it was okay to launch a swift raid and then flee after obtaining a certain degree of victory, it would not be wise to engage the Black Ink clan in a prolonged battle here. The darkness approached quickly. Almost as soon as Yang Kai noticed the invasion of the Black Ink cloud, the darkness was already upon him. He did not dare to make any rash movements and simply stood quietly in place. It didn't take long before Black Ink's strength washed over him like the advancing tide. Gigantic figures of various shapes and sizes rushed past, each one of them exuding a powerful aura. They were the Black Ink territory lords and Black Ink feudal lords. These masters had no interest in Yang Kai and regarded him as insignificant. Although the divine senses of several Black Ink clansmen probed towards him, they did not take any action against him. Yang Kai was secretly grateful for their indifference. A short while later, the Black Ink tide swirled past him in tight pursuit of the human race retreating in the front and promptly departed into the distance. Yang Kai shuddered in fear, but just as he was about to chase after them, a voice entered his ears, "A1." Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the sound and felt his brow twitching slightly at the sight. The person calling him turned out to be Nu Yen. "I can't believe this guy is still alive." During the chaos just now, Yang Kai had only focused on protecting D4 and withdrawing from the battlefield. He had not bothered to pay attention to the survival of the others, much less thought about returning to Nu Yan's side. On the other hand, Nu Yen had managed to locate Yang Kai after some effort. Moreover, B2 and E5 were also by his side. It was just that all three of them seemed to be suffering from varying degrees of injuries and their auras were clearly weakened. E5 seemed to be in relatively good condition, but there were obvious traces of blood at the corners of B2's mouth. Upon further consideration, this was not strange. They had been at the gambling arena when the Ninth Order old ancestor attacked. The impact that struck the gambling arena was relatively small, so it was not strange for those with Sixth Order strength to survive. A hint of hesitation flashed through Yang Kai's eyes, but in the end, he cupped his fist in greeting, "Master." On the other hand, Nu Yen seemed very happy. "It's good that you didn't die." Yang Kai was his cash cow after all. It didn't matter if any of the other Black Ink disciples under his command died, but Yang Kai was the sole exception. That was why Nu Yen began searching for Yang Kai's whereabouts as soon as the human race masters retreated. It was fortunate that he found him rather quickly. "Let's go. Follow me." Nu Yen beckoned and took the lead to charge forward. For the Black Ink clan, it was impossible for them to stand around doing nothing now that even a royal lord had taken action. It didn't matter how much or how little they contributed to the battle, they had to follow their leader to war. Nu Yen didn't even bother to pay any attention as to whether D4 had survived. In his opinion, the most important thing was that A1 had survived. As for D4 who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, it would not matter much even if he died. Conversely, it was B2 who quietly asked Yang Kai, "Where did D4 go?" Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he responded solemnly, "He died." B2 looked a little sad, but didn't say anything more. The three of them followed closely behind Nu Yen, doing their best to recover their strength as quickly as possible while pursuing the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-30, Shocking Sword Slash. Along the way, many Black Ink clansmen continuously gathered nearby with their respective Black Ink disciples in tow. These were the survivors of the sudden raid launched by the human race earlier. Several hundred of them soon gathered together like small streams converging to form a great river. Led by one of the Black Ink clan feudal lords, they charged forward aggressively in a mighty procession. Moreover, the number of troops steadily increased along the way. Yang Kai secretly grumbled to himself. He originally thought that he would have the chance to meet up with the human race masters, but the circumstances had changed to the point where he didn't dare to act rashly and could only take one step at a time. All of a sudden, blinding lights bloomed in the distant void and terrifying energy fluctuations that caused a person to tremble in horror simultaneously spread out from that direction. Yang Kai looked up only to see the dazzling light contending with an intense pitch-black darkness that could not be scattered. His expression couldn't help becoming cold and somber at the sight. He speculated that the Black Ink Royal Lord was currently fighting the Ninth Order Old Ancestor of the human race. Nothing else could have created such a great commotion. The leading Black Ink Feudal Lord obviously noticed the situation too. Shouting for the procession behind him to speed up, he rushed forward to provide reinforcements. Yang Kai, B2, and E5 followed closely behind Nu Yen, taking up protective positions around the latter, remaining in close proximity at all times. Their pursuit had persisted for several days at this point. Not only did they come across the occasional corpses of the slain Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but they also observed the wreckage of the destroyed territories nearby. The human masters had invaded deep into the domain of the Black Ink clan after all, so it was impossible for them to pass through these lands peacefully. All the places where the Black Ink clan generally gathered together had been obliterated in their wake. In addition, there were also fragments of countless warship artifacts. The sight of these warship fragments made Yang Kai's heart grow heavy. He had personally experienced the strength of such warships in the past. The palace artifacts Wu Quan Hui wielded when he led the Heavenly Sword Union to war against Void Land had greatly troubled Yang Kai and the others at the time. Mobile palace artifacts were not only difficult to refine, but the cost to refine them was also astronomical. In the 3,000 worlds, ordinary artifact refiners were not qualified to refine such artifacts, and most great forces would not have the financial strength to own one either. In the past, Yang Kai had commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to create a mobile palace artifact which was now in Void Land's possession. A mobile palace artifact was a valuable treasure for laying siege to enemies and a powerful weapon that integrated both offensive and defensive abilities. After the Ninth Order Old Ancestor attacked several days ago, numerous palace artifact warships had navigated their way across the battlefield and slaughtered countless Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Be that as it may, many of these powerful warships had been shattered and destroyed here. It could be seen that the battle had been very fierce for the human race. Judging from the current situation, the Black Ink clan army had caught up to the human race army even though the latter had retreated in a timely manner. A battle must have broken out between them. Moreover, it was an extremely fierce battle. The number of casualties remained unknown. Yang Kai's group continued to give chase for another 2 or 3 days before, all of a sudden, the leading Black Ink feudal lord changed direction and led the hundreds behind him to the flank. The Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples quickly followed in his lead. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. He had hoped to follow the Black Ink clan army to the front lines of the battlefield and find an opportunity to escape. Who could have expected the Black Ink feudal lord to change direction so abruptly? "Master, are we giving up pursuit?" Yang Kai asked with a glance at Nu Yen. Nu Yen did not understand what the Black Ink clan feudal lord was trying to do either, but he answered anyway, "Sir feudal lord must have his own considerations. We only need to follow him." If it were any other Black Ink disciple, he would not have been so accommodating. It was just that Yang Kai was very useful to him, so he was much more tolerant towards Yang Kai's behavior. It didn't take long before Yang Kai understood the reason why the Black Ink clan feudal lord had suddenly changed directions. Approximately an hour later, a raging battlefield came into view. There was a warship artifact there, trying to break out from the encirclement formed by the Black Ink clan army. Blinding lights constantly blasted out from the warship, each one containing terrifying force. Consequently, any Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple struck by the beams of light would either perish on the spot or cough up blood from the injuries they sustained. That was the biggest advantage of a warship artifact. Every single attack unleashed by it was equivalent to the full power of a 7th Order Master. Furthermore, these attacks could be fired continuously as long as the warship was functioning properly. Although the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples in the surroundings suffered huge casualties, they continued to fight to the death without any hesitation. Countless secret techniques blasted towards the warship, but even so, these secret techniques were blocked by the warship's shield and could only create ripples on its surface. For the Black Ink clan, the fact that the humans had invaded their domain and destroyed dozens of their strongholds was a huge humiliation for them. It had to be said that the humans had been besieged in the various great passes by the Black Ink clan for countless years, so it was very rare for the humans to take the initiative to attack. In any case, their humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. For that reason, the Black Ink clan disregarded their casualties and dedicated themselves to destroying this warship that had fallen behind the main force, regardless of the price they had to pay. This battle had probably been going on for a while by now, as the void was littered with the corpses of the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples. In fact, there were only a dozen or so survivors at this point. If nobody hindered them, the human masters could likely use their warship to obliterate the remaining Black Ink clan and flee with ease. However, when the group of several hundred people including Yang Kai rushed over, the human masters inside the warship immediately turned pale. What they feared the most had finally come to pass. This place could still be considered to be within the domain of the Black Ink clan, so enemy reinforcements could arrive at any time. They had killed the Black Ink clan surrounding them as quickly as possible in hopes of escaping their predicament even a moment sooner, but who could have known that their efforts would still not be enough? Similarly, Yang Kai was secretly anxious when he saw this scene after following Nu Yen to this place. He did not know why this warship had been left behind, but the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, so it shouldn't have been a surprise. Just as the humans were in the process of retreating, the Black Ink Royal Lord had led many masters to pursue them and later engaged the 9th Order Old Ancestor in battle. It might be that the powerful fallout from the battles between the two parties had impacted the human race army's formation and caused this ship to fall behind. Numerous figures stood on the deck of the ship, their world force surging as they unleashed secret techniques indiscriminately in tandem with the attacks of the warship itself. Their assault continued without pause. A furious roar suddenly rang out, "Kill them!" Under the command of the leading Black Ink feudal lord, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples charged towards the warship like the surging tide. It only took an instant for them to surround the ship tightly. That was not all. The leading Black Ink feudal lord was brave and fierce. With a shift of his body, he immediately rushed towards the ship. His enormous figure erupted with a horrifying force as he swung his fist out, smashing it into the protective shield. At that moment, a shocking sword slash swept out. It was extremely brilliant, so much so that it seemed only this sword light remained in the entire world. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as the arm that the feudal lord swung earlier was chopped off on the spot. He staggered backward unsteadily, thick pitch-black blood gushing out endlessly from his severed arm. The pain caused his face to twist hideously, but he still glared grimly at the slender figure standing at the bow of the warship. The figure was dressed in white robes that were untouched by dust and fluttered around her in an ethereal manner. More importantly, she was staring at the feudal lord as though she was looking at a dead man. Yang Kai was astonished. The shocking sword slash earlier had been extremely blinding, so it was only natural that he noticed the attack. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to glance at the master who unleashed the strike. The woman standing at the front of the deck turned out to be somebody he recognized. They could not be considered well acquainted, but they had indeed met several days ago. It was the woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm who tried to take his life the other day. If not for the 9th Order Open Heaven realm Old Ancestor's signal to withdraw, this woman in the 7th Order would not have stopped back then. Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter her here, so he could only marvel at how unpredictable fate could be. Her current situation was clearly a little less than optimistic though. The warship she was on was very powerful, and the human race also had a number of people on their side. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan had received hundreds of reinforcements out of the blue. As long as the Black Ink clan could delay things here for a short while, even more reinforcements were bound to arrive. The people aboard the ship would not be able to escape if that were to happen. Although the warship was large, it moved as smoothly as the wind under the control of the human masters. Relying on its unparalleled and unmatched defenses, it shuttled back and forth among the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. At the same time, horrifying lights blasted out from all directions of the large ship. From time to time, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples would be struck by those beams of lights and lose their lives on the spot. Naturally, the Black Ink clan did not sit around and do nothing as they unleashed their respective means in retaliation. For a time, both sides attacked furiously, making the scene extremely chaotic. Likewise, Yang Kai randomly unleashed various secret techniques, but did not dare to exert his full strength. How could he actually attack his comrades? It was enough if he just put on a show. At the moment, he was currently wondering whether he should take the opportunity to fight his way over to the human race, prove his identity to them, and join their ranks. However, the idea only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. He had already suffered a loss previously. When he first encountered the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm woman, he had wanted to prove his identity, but who could have known that the other party would not give him the chance to explain himself? Standing in the other party's shoes, Yang Kai could understand the reason behind her actions. The Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary humans in terms of external appearances. For the humans who invaded the Black Ink clan's domain, they could not afford to hesitate in the slightest when facing either the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink disciples. On a battlefield like this, the slightest hint of hesitation could lead to their deaths. Therefore, as long as the other party was not one of their own, they should kill first and ask questions later. In any case, the chances of making a mistake were basically zero. Throughout history, nobody had ever been as bold as Yang Kai. He had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple, remained by the side of a Black Ink clansman, and involved himself in various gambling arenas for years now. At this moment, he could only suppress the impulse in his heart and quietly wait for his opportunity. Unfortunately, he soon realized that something was wrong. The warship belonging to the human race might be extremely powerful, but it could not withstand a sustained barrage forever. The light shield that covered the warship was clearly dimming now. The Black Ink clan clearly noticed this fact too, and their attacks became more and more ruthless, adamant to bring down the warship. During this short period, over 100 Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had perished in the battle. Even Nu Yen had been hit by one of the light beams, which seriously injured him to the point where he coughed up blood. Yang Kai secretly glanced sideways at Nu Yen and cursed in his heart, "This bastard sure is lucky. Why won't he just die?" The heavily wounded Nu Yen no longer dared to step forward in battle. Leading Yang Kai and the others, he constantly avoided any confrontation with the ship. Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed something happening on the ship. The human masters seemed to be arguing among themselves. The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm standing at the bow said something, which caused the expressions of the people around her to change drastically. They hurriedly tried to persuade her with agitated expressions, however, she slowly shook her head with a firm expression. Yang Kai immediately felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Sure enough, a short while later, the white-robed woman leaped off the ship. With her sword in hand, she crossed the distance and stood between the warship and the Black Ink clan. Then, she held her sword in front of her chest and slid her finger along the blade with a solemn expression. Following a violent surging of her world force, thousands of sword waves abruptly appeared behind her back. The sword waves trembled slightly, humming with a sound that resembled sad weeping. It was the sorrowful lament of her sword. At the same time, a desolate and chilling atmosphere filled the void, and for an instant, it felt as though time had frozen. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-31, Sword Dragon. 10,000 swords swept out all at once. It was an absolutely spectacular scene. Every single sword wave was as solid as a material object. Moreover, their sharp and unstoppable aura placed heavy pressure on the onlookers. Many of the Black Ink clansmen were frightened by this scene, and for a time, nobody dared to act rashly. This woman had taken the initiative to leap out of the ship's protective range and stand before it. Anybody could see from her actions that she was planning to put her life on the line. On top of that, the attack she unleashed was by no means an ordinary secret technique. It was a divine manifestation. Yang Kai frowned slightly at the sight. When he fought against this woman previously, he had noticed that she was extraordinarily powerful. She was definitely second to none in terms of strength among all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that he encountered in the past, and judging by the current situation, it would seem that she truly had a strong capital to rely on. Divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only a Seventh Order or higher Master could comprehend a divine manifestation that belonged only to them. Furthermore, each person's divine manifestation was different because these divine manifestations embodied the essence of their comprehension of their respective Tao. However, not every high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had their own divine manifestation. Take Sua Quan Hui, who was killed by Yang Kai in the past, for an example. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of the Thousand Cranes Paradise. Although he held a respected position, he did not have a divine manifestation. Yang Kai might not have emerged victorious from the battle back then otherwise. The gap in strength between Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order could be extremely disparate at times, and those who had divine manifestations were often the best among them. In any case, unleashing one's divine manifestation could only mean that the person in question was prepared to go all out. Yang Kai also had two divine manifestations. Golden Crow casts the sun and towering evergreen. Be that as it may, his situation was unique. Before he even advanced into the Open Heaven realm, he had already comprehended a divine manifestation while still in the Emperor realm, and it had remained one of his trump cards even today. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Will could also be regarded as a divine manifestation because the power behind it far exceeded that of any ordinary secret technique or divine ability. It was just that nobody had ever explained the intricacies of divine manifestations to him before, so he could not be too sure on its classification. The 10,000 swords roared in unison as the woman's expression became even more solemn. Meanwhile, on the ship behind her, the people who quarreled with her earlier looked on anxiously and constantly stomped their feet in frustration. Even so, they were powerless to do anything. In the next moment, the ship abruptly shot out to forge an escape path. Transforming into a stream of light, the ship quickly fled into the distance. The woman was left alone to face the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples, but she showed no fear whatsoever. Her courage and will were incredible indeed. Yang Kai suddenly understood the reason for the dispute earlier. The warship had been surrounded by enemies, so it was impossible for them to escape unless they killed the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples in front of them. However, doing so would only further delay them. If more reinforcements for the Black Ink clan arrived during that time, then they would lose their chance to escape forever. The woman clearly wanted to stay behind and stop their pursuers so that the ship could escape. That was the reason behind their earlier argument. It was almost certain she was a stubborn and determined person, so without giving her comrades any chance to object, she had taken the initiative to leap off the ship and summon her divine manifestation. In this way, the ship only had two options. Either they stayed behind and fought with her, or they took the chance to escape from the battle. The risk of them being wiped out if they chose to stay behind was high, while on the other hand, they would have a glimmer of hope to survive if they chose to escape. There were times when choosing to escape from battle was not an act of cowardice. Quite the opposite, their actions were taken to ensure their comrades' sacrifice would not become meaningless. Besides, escaping while having to abandon one's allies carried both a physical and mental burden that was not easy to alleviate. As the saying went, a strong man would make a prompt and resolute decision. This woman had risked her life just to create an opportunity for her comrades to escape. It was for that reason that Yang Kai felt a sense of admiration and respect for her. The warship was planning to escape, but how could the Black Ink clan allow their enemy to flee so easily? Thus, they immediately rushed forward to intercept the ship. Although the woman remained motionless, the sword waves behind her slammed forward with a roar. Fresh blood splattered across the void and severed body parts scattered everywhere as dozens of Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples who rushed forward to stop the ship died instantaneously. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai became quite certain that the woman was only one step away from advancing into the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. An ordinary Seventh Order master would never be as powerful as her. It had to be said that the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples who perished were in no way comparable to Seventh Order Master, but many of them were high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were at least on par with Sixth Order Masters. Be that as it may, they were totally powerless to fight back under the bombardment of those sword waves. The woman slaughtered them so effortlessly that it almost seemed as though she was chopping vegetables. It was extremely scary. With just one strike, nobody else dared to act rashly again. All the Black Ink clansmen could only watch helplessly as the warship disappeared from their field of vision. When their gazes turned towards the woman again, their eyes were filled with a mix of rage and fear. Attack together! The feudal lord, whose arm had been cut off by the woman before, roared furiously. It would be far too embarrassing if they failed to take down a single human opponent despite their overwhelming numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took the lead to charge towards the woman. Before he even arrived, he swung his remaining fist and a dense cloud of Black Ink strength came crashing down on her. In a battle against the human masters, the Black Ink clan would naturally make use of their innate advantage. The Black Ink strength that they wielded was extremely corrosive. As long as the human master was careless for even the slightest moment, their small universe would be corroded by the Black Ink strength. If that were to happen, they would quickly degenerate into a Black Ink disciple if they did not sacrifice a part of their small universe. Although a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master had a certain degree of resistance towards the Black Ink strength, they could not withstand being in contact with it for extended periods of time. That was the reason why Meng Qi had been reluctant to escape with Yang Kai back then. He knew that he would never be able to escape from the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory without being contaminated again. As long as he left the sealed world with Yang Kai, it would only be a matter of time before he was corrupted by the Black Ink strength and became a Black Ink disciple once more. At that time, the existence of the Void Corridor would no longer be a secret. That was why he decisively committed suicide inside the sealed world to keep the Void Corridor a secret. Following the attack of the Black Ink feudal lord, many of the Black Ink clansmen acted as well. It only took an instant for the entire region to be filled with Black Ink clouds that enveloped the woman from all directions. All of a sudden, a sword cry resounded, accompanied by numerous scraping sounds. Yang Kai focused his eyes and stared into the pitch-black Black Ink cloud. The sight that entered his vision inadvertently caused him to narrow his eyes. The thousands of sword waves that had been suspended behind the woman all this time almost seemed to come alive at this moment. They quickly gathered near her and wrapped around her entire body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless sword waves continued to gather. The scraping and clanging sounds that could be heard were caused by the continuous collision between the sword waves. A sensational aura erupted from the depths of the Black Ink cloud, giving off the feeling that the end was approaching. In the face of such a devastating catastrophe, no one had any hope of survival. Ho! A ferocious roar suddenly burst forth, like the furious howl of an ominous beast, before a shockwave swept out. As a consequence, the Black Ink cloud enveloping the woman was instantly blown apart, as though struck by an unimaginable impact, and the enormous figure hidden within was revealed. The woman had long disappeared from sight, and standing in her place was a 1,000-meter-long behemoth. The behemoth had a skeletal frame made from metal. Like a giant beast of steel, the surface of its body glowed with a sharp and cold light while the lines on its surface were hard and sharp. It was a dragon. More specifically, it was a sword dragon composed from thousands and thousands of sword waves. This sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan in shock. Even Yang Kai's mouth fell open in astonishment. You can even do that with a divine manifestation. Everything that entered his eyes at this moment was completely beyond his imagination. The sword dragon that was 1,000 meters long was certainly incomparable to his 20,000 meters grand dragon form, but the oppressive aura coming from the sword dragon was not something his dragon form possessed. Although they could both manifest dragon forms, if it really came down to a battle, Yang Kai estimated that he would be defeated by this woman within 10 moves. It was no wonder she dared to stay behind on her own to stop hundreds of the Black Ink clansmen and disciples. It turned out that she had something to rely upon. Yang Kai took a closer look and discovered that the woman stood inside the head of the sword dragon. Her spotless white robes could vaguely be seen among the gaps in the sword waves. As long as the sword dragon was not destroyed, she would remain safe and sound, therefore, he felt his anxiety over her safety reducing slightly. The changes occurred so suddenly that the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples rushing towards her were too stunned to change the direction of their movements. Under the leadership of several Black Ink feudal lords, they blasted out numerous secret techniques at the sword dragon. In response, the sword dragon moved. The dragon head swayed from side to side, lunging forward at the nearby Black Ink clansmen. The sword waves that formed the dragon vibrated extremely fast, resulting in a sharp humming sound. At the place where both parties collided, the sword dragon opened its mouth and swallowed up the one-armed feudal lord who stood at the forefront in a single gulp. Vague roars and screams of the feudal lord coming from the belly of the sword dragon rang out in the next instant, but the screams stopped abruptly not long after and a cloud of ink-colored blood mist burst out from within the dragon. What followed could only be described as a massacre. Everywhere the sword dragon passed, Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples were practically powerless to fight back. They were wounded when touched, and some were even torn apart on contact. Although countless attacks struck the body of the sword dragon, these attacks only destroyed some of the sword waves and could barely deal any damage to the woman's true body. Like cavalry charging through the front lines, the sword dragon swept through the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen before immediately turning around and crashing through their ranks again. Following the sword dragon's first charge, the tight formation of the Black Ink clan fell apart. They couldn't help feeling terrified and escaping in a fluster when faced with such a brutal divine manifestation. However, their actions only gave the sword waves a chance to break through their defenses once more. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques incessantly blasted towards the body of the sword dragon. On that chaotic battlefield, a life was lost with every passing moment. Pieces of flesh and pitch-black blood scattered across the void. Furthermore, the energy from the collapse of many small universes resounded violently. The sword dragon swept back and forth, charging through the Black Ink clan army 7 or 8 times in quick succession. Out of the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, more than half died and the remaining half looked as terrified as wild beasts running from a flood. The might of the sword dragon was truly awe-inspiring and the sight left Yang Kai sighing in amazement. There was only one thing that upset him slightly. Nu Yen had no special ability to speak of, but his ability to stay alive was definitely first class. 3 or 4 feudal lords had already been killed by the woman, but despite harrowing odds, Nu Yen remained perfectly fine. He somehow managed to avoid the sword dragon's attacks and survive every single time. At this point, Yang Kai was tempted to just summon his Azure Dragon Spear and kill Nu Yen himself. After such a high-intensity battle, the sword dragon was naturally not unscathed. The final resistance of the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples before their deaths was particularly fierce. Coupled with their constant bombardment of secret techniques and divine abilities, the majestic sword dragon looked rather ragged at this moment. It was full of holes and missing pieces. A large part of the dragon head where the woman was hiding had also been blasted apart by the constant attacks, revealing her figure to the world. Her complexion was pale and her aura was unstable. Activating her divine manifestation for such a long time must have been a great burden on her. She had intercepted and slaughtered more than half of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples here all by herself. Moreover, quite a few of them were Black Ink feudal lords who were equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in strength. Having such achievements was truly remarkable. However, for her, this was only the beginning of her struggle. Martial Peak, Chapter 4932, backed into a corner. The woman's vulnerability did not escape the notice of the many fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Although they had originally been filled with the terror of death, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment. For Black Ink feudal lords had survived up until this point. They exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's intentions without the need for discussion. Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples had died at the hands of a single human. Their casualties were extremely heavy. If they allowed the enemy to escape on top of that, then it could only be said that they were far too incompetent. More importantly, they would not have a reasonable explanation for their higher-ups. It would be difficult for them to escape punishment if their superiors were to hold them accountable for this incident, hence, their sole option was to take down this woman with all their might. Killing her here was the only way for them to wash away their shame. With that goal in mind, the fleeing Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples gathered together again. They split into several groups under the leadership of the remaining few Black Ink feudal lords and moved in different directions to surround the battered sword dragon. All of them had a deep understanding of the sword dragon's might. Out of the original hundreds of people on their side, more than half had been killed by the repeated assault of the enemy. How could they not realize the tyrannical might of the enemy at this point? For that reason, the Black Ink clansmen blocking the way immediately scattered in all directions when the sword dragon came charging in their direction. At the same time, the others fiercely unleashed various attacks at the sword dragon's body from a distance. After this maneuver was repeated a few more times, the results were as expected. The sword dragon not only failed to kill many Black Ink clansmen, but the condition of its battered body deteriorated even further instead. Conversely, the encirclement stood strong whenever the sword dragon stopped moving. They were giving the woman no chance of escape whatsoever. Despite everything, the woman's pale face remained utterly indifferent when she looked at the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples surrounding her. It was almost as though she was not the one in crisis. Cracking sounds rang out again and the sword waves that made up the sword dragon twisted and changed their form once more. Under the stunned gazes of the Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples, a brand new and perfect sword dragon was born. It was just that the sword's waves forming the sword dragon had suffered extensive damage earlier, so the current sword dragon was barely half the size of the previous sword dragon. Be that as it may, it was still over 500 meters long. Yang Kai felt his admiration and respect for this woman deepening greatly. Prior to this incident, he had never even imagined that a divine manifestation could be manipulated in such a way. It went to show just how powerful she was. Her control over her divine manifestation had reached the point where she could wield it like an extension of her own body, which also meant her attainments in the sword Dao were extraordinary. The sword dragon charged forward once more. The current dragon form was a little smaller than before, but it remained enormous compared to the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples. Moreover, it was much more agile than before. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan continued with their established tactics to drag out the battle. They refused to have a direct confrontation with her and simply fought with the intention of wearing her down. For a time, the woman was also extremely troubled by these tactics. She could not kill many of her enemies even though she charged forward repeatedly. On the contrary, the body of the sword dragon became battered again. The repeated confrontations and stubborn resistance allowed the woman to stop the pursuit of hundreds of Black Ink clansmen with her strength alone. At this point, the 500-meter sword dragon had transformed once more and shrunk to just 100 meters in length. She would soon lose her ability to maintain the sword dragon form if the situation persisted. In her weakened state, only a tragic fate awaited her once she lost the protection of her divine manifestation. Nevertheless, she had achieved her purpose of delaying the enemy. Regardless of her survival, the people on the warship would be able to escape safely. At this moment, anybody could see that she was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, the Black Ink clan had paid a heavy price just to force her into a corner, so how could they allow her to escape? Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples continued to die, but the encirclement remained tight. They were not giving her the slightest chance to flee. Yang Kai was feeling extremely conflicted inside. Watching the woman fighting alone, he was tempted to reveal his identity and fight beside her. Be that as it may, the thought only passed through his mind for a fleeting moment before he rejected the idea. Even with his help, she would have a hard time pushing back her enemies in this situation. He was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. How could he win against so many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples? What's more, it would be difficult for him to gain her trust in such a short time. On the contrary, if he continued hiding, he might be able to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. The 100-meter-long sword dragon had been reduced to tatters and the woman was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, her ashen complexion seeming completely bloodless. Upon seeing this situation, the attacks of the many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples became increasingly vicious. All of a sudden, the sword dragon suddenly turned around and charged towards Yang Kai's position, causing the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples around him to turn pale in fright. Nu Yen was the first to dodge to the side. It had to be said that he might not be particularly skillful in anything, but he was very good at avoiding danger in a timely manner. Nobody expected the sword dragon to charge in this direction because Yang Kai and the others were on the rear side of the encirclement. All this while, the woman had never bothered to target this area. She had repeatedly charged towards the front lines in order to break free of the encirclement and return to the human race army, but her wish never came true. Her sudden and opposite behavior was certainly very unexpected. Yang Kai even suspected that her previous actions were simply to mislead the enemy. Her real target had always been the rear of the encirclement. Many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples quickly retreated. On the other hand, the Black Ink feudal lord leading this side only hesitated for a moment before he rushed forward with a furious roar. It was not as though he did not know how strong the woman was, however, it was obvious that she was a dry oil lamp after fighting for so long. How much more strength could she exert? What's more, he had great confidence in his own strength. As long as he could delay her for a moment, his clansmen from the other side would surely come to his aid. His self-confidence would be his undoing though. The 100-meter-long tattered sword dragon spun like a top and collided with the Black Ink feudal lord. Without a sound, the feudal lord became a cloud of pitch-black blood mist and perished in an instant. Even the high-rank Black Ink clansmen and the Black Ink disciples behind him suffered significant casualties. Nu Yen had evaded in time, so he was completely unharmed. In contrast, Yang Kai had failed to make a timely retreat because he had been worrying about the woman's safety. He was wounded after being brushed by the sword dragon as it flew past. A gash deep enough to show bone appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out of the wound. His golden blood was so striking that the woman couldn't help but glance in his direction. When their gazes met, a look of obvious astonishment flashed through her eyes. She had not noticed his presence due to the intense battle earlier, so it was not until this moment that she actually caught a glimpse of him and recognized him as the Black Ink disciple who escaped from her a few days ago. At the time, she had wanted to kill him ruthlessly. It was a pity that she was forced to make a hasty retreat thanks to the signal from the old ancestor. Nevertheless, she only glanced at Yang Kai briefly before she paid no more heed to him. Now was not the time for her to be worrying about such matters. The final struggles of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples caused the 100-meter-long sword dragon to finally collapse, leaving only a few scattered sword waves around the woman for protection. Her divine manifestation had been completely destroyed, but she broke through the encirclement because of that very reason. Activating the remaining dregs of power in her small universe, she transformed into a stream of light and shot out at a high speed. The Black Ink clan's domain was located in the direction she was flying, opposite of where the human masters had escaped earlier. She had no choice but to make this decision. Her path forward had been obstructed by her pursuers, so she could only make a desperate choice in an attempt to survive this crisis. How could the remaining Black Ink clansmen allow things to go as she wished when they saw that she was attempting to flee? The 3 surviving feudal lords quickly gave chase. Likewise, the rest of the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples followed closely behind. For a time, a cat-and-mouse chase took place in the void. Even though the woman was an arrow at the end of its flight, her speed was surprisingly fast. Wrapped in sword light, she seemed to transform into a sword wave that sliced through the void. The Black Ink clansmen chasing after her could not keep up at all. After leading her pursuers in circles for some time, she abruptly changed directions and fled towards the front lines. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Fleeing deeper into the hinterland of the Black Ink clan would surely lead to a tragic ending. Without the deterrence of a Ninth-Order old ancestor, no matter how strong she was, it was impossible for her to survive by relying on her strength alone. Only by fleeing back to the human lines would she stand a chance to survive. The distance between the 2 parties grew larger and larger, and if nothing unexpected happened, then the woman would be able to escape alive. That was also what Yang Kai hoped to see. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from behind. Startled, he looked back only to see a pitch-black darkness rapidly approaching them. This horrifying scene was rather familiar. When the Black Ink Royal Lord led a horde of Black Ink clan masters here in a rush, Yang Kai had witnessed a similar scene. Of course, the pitch-black darkness that was rapidly approaching this time was not nearly as large-scale as back then. Moreover, there was only one aura coming from within the darkness. It was a Black Ink territory lord. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight, and he clenched his fists tightly. A Black Ink territory lord was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master in terms of strength. I can't believe a master of this caliber actually appeared at this time. She's in danger. The woman fleeing in the front clearly sensed the danger looming behind her, and her speed suddenly increased significantly. It was apparent that she was desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, the territory lord chasing her was in prime condition, so how could she possibly escape his incredible speed? The distance between them quickly closed, and it didn't take long before the pitch-black darkness retracted to reveal the gigantic figure hidden within. The figure raised his hand and slapped at the sword wave that was running away up ahead. The void shuddered from the impact, and Yang Kai clearly saw the sword wave freezing for a moment. Then, the impact forcefully separated the body of the woman who was fused with her sword. Blood mist sprayed from her mouth as a result. Judging from the strength displayed by the woman earlier, at the peak of her strength, she would have been able to fight back to a certain extent even if she encountered a territory lord, but in her current exhausted state, how could she defend against such a blow? Just a single palm strike was enough to heavily injure her. It was no longer possible for her to escape. Still, this woman was very decisive. Knowing that it was impossible to escape, she immediately spun around and fused with her sword again. She transformed into an impressive sword wave that slashed out at the territory lord chasing her. The power behind that attack was enough to shake space itself. It was her final blow into which she poured all her remaining strength. The territory lord stared indifferently at this attack and punched out with his fist. His enormous fist collided with the sword wave. Consequently, the sword wave shattered and scattered like fireflies dancing in the night. His gigantic figure stood upright in the void. Stretching out his hand in front of him, he clenched his fist and captured a small figure in his grip. The woman's pure white robes were stained red with blood, her beautiful hair was completely disheveled, and her weakened aura resembled a flickering flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Despite facing such a desperate situation, she did not simply sit around waiting for her death. Nevertheless, she could not break free from the territory lord's grasp no matter how hard she struggled. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. In this situation where the woman had been captured, it would only take the slightest pressure from the Black Ink Territory Lord to crush her to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 4933, Unexpected Situation. The woman's life was in danger. Yang Kai suddenly couldn't bear watching without doing anything any longer. Even if his identity were revealed, even if his future would be fraught with danger, he believed that he had to make his move now, otherwise, he was bound to regret his decision for the rest of his life. Over the past 2 years, he had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and carefully mingled among the Black Ink clan because he did not dare to reveal his identity easily. Being faithful to Nu Yan's orders and allowing himself to be regarded as a cash cow by fighting endless battles in the gambling arenas of various major territories were simply his methods of survival. He had not lifted a finger to help when the woman had been fighting on her own because she had always remained in control of the situation. However, she was now only one step away from death. Yang Kai could not watch her die here without doing anything. With his current strength, there was a high chance that he would die as well if he revealed his identity. The Black Ink Territory Lord was not easy to deal with after all, but throughout his life, Yang Kai had to admit that although he was not indomitable, he had a bottom line that could not be crossed. It was now the time where he had to take action. Inside the sealed world, Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise had chosen to commit suicide in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, when did he ever show the slightest hint of hesitation in his actions? The people who fought and risked their lives every single day on the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan for countless years did so all to protect the 3,000 worlds, all while the latter knew nothing of their sacrifice. How could he do any less at this moment? However, Yang Kai suddenly froze in place. That was because he noticed that the Territory Lord who captured the woman was simply staring at her quietly. There was no murderous intent in those eyes. On the contrary, they were filled with a trace of admiration. Yang Kai suddenly realized something. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises might not die if they were captured by the Black Ink clan. Rather, what awaited them was another fate. Sure enough, the Black Ink Territory Lord did not kill the woman immediately and instead sneered lightly, "You've got guts. In that case, become my slave forever." When the words left his mouth, Black Ink strength dense enough to take shape seeped out of his hands. The Black Ink strength instantly enveloped the woman and began sinking into her body. The woman struggled desperately, but her efforts were to no avail. Combined with the fact that she had exhausted all her strength in the battle just now, she was completely powerless to resist the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. A short while later, she became quiet as her eyes filled with Black Ink strength. Yang Kai watched quietly, feeling sad in his heart. It was hard to believe that such a master had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. Be that as it may, compared to death on the spot, this outcome could be considered acceptable as he might be able to find an opportunity to rescue her. The Black Ink Territory Lord was clearly extremely satisfied with his newly subordinated servant. A Black Ink disciple in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was very rare, so they were considered precious even among the Black Ink clan. He studied her for a moment before he said, "Follow me once you recover." "Yes." The woman with disheveled hair bowed respectfully. After that, the Territory Lord did not say anything else. Pitch-black darkness covered his enormous figure, and he charged forward quickly. It was obvious that he planned to pursue the human masters who had retreated earlier. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples left behind glared at the woman. The situation was extremely awkward, but there was no helping it. They had been fighting each other as though there was an absolutely irreconcilable enmity between them only for her to suddenly become one of their own in the blink of an eye. The shift in her position was rather abrupt. Even so, there was no denying that the woman in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was now a Black Ink disciple after being corrupted by the Territory Lord's Black Ink strength. Under normal circumstances, it was easy for such a powerful Black Ink disciple who was acting alone without being accompanied by their master to attract the greed of Black Ink clansmen. However, everybody had just witnessed the Territory Lord corrupting this woman with his Black Ink strength. who would dare to steal her away after that? They would not face any consequences if they stole her now, but the territory lord was bound to hold them accountable for their actions later. If that were to happen, they would lose all the Black Ink disciples under their command and possibly even their life. Why did you run off? Do you want to die? Nu Yen reprimanded Yang Kai. In order to rescue the woman earlier, Yang Kai had increased his speed slightly and left his master behind. It was fortunate that he had reacted in time and held back from attacking the territory lord, otherwise, the person being hunted at this moment would have been him. Hence, he lowered his head silently in response. Thankfully, Nu Yen only reprimanded Yang Kai once and did not seem to have any other intentions. In that way, the vigorous pursuit finally ended. The three surviving Black Ink clan feudal lords gathered together for a quick discussion, then one of them said, "A few will stay behind to guard this place and prevent any misunderstandings from occurring. The rest will come with me to pursue the enemy." The woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been converted by a territory lord, but she was a dry oil lamp at the moment and needed time to recover her strength. The territory lord had also commanded her to recuperate before catching up to him. Be that as it may, it was inappropriate to leave her here alone. If any other Black Ink clan masters passed by this place and mistakenly killed her thinking that she was an enemy, they would not be able to give the territory lord a reasonable explanation. Therefore, a few people had to stay behind to help her stand guard and explain the circumstances to any passing clansman. Ordinary Black Ink disciples would never receive such special treatment, but they had just witnessed this woman's strength with their own eyes. More importantly, she was personally corrupted by a territory lord. As the territory lord's Black Ink disciple, it was only natural for her to receive special treatment. After the feudal lord finished speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. Nu Yen dutifully stepped forward at the right moment and volunteered, "Sir, I'm willing to stay behind." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Nu Yen. During the 2 years serving under him, Yang Kai had not realized that Nu Yen was extremely scared of death. It was not until this battle against the human masters that Nu Yen's cowardice was revealed. In addition, Yang Kai had noticed something earlier. Although Nu Yen had no special abilities to speak of, his ability to sense danger and escape it were definitely first class. In other words, his ability to survive in the Black Ink battlefield up until today was not without reason. Hearing that somebody was required to stay behind, how could Nu Yen fail to seize this opportunity? He quickly volunteered before anybody else could even react. It was not a major issue that needed to be negotiated, and since he took the initiative to volunteer, the other Black Ink clansmen would naturally have no reason to compete with him. The feudal lord who spoke earlier nodded and responded, "In that case, you will stay behind. The rest will come with me." After saying that, he took the lead to charge forward in pursuit. The others quickly followed behind him and it didn't take long before only Nu Yen, Yang Kai, and the other Black Ink disciples remained. "Let's take a rest. I'm sure you're all tired from the battle earlier. It's good that none of us died." While speaking, Nu Yen turned to look in the woman's direction with a thankful expression. Several Black Ink feudal lords and countless high-rank Black Ink clansmen had died at the hands of this woman, therefore, Nu Yen was very lucky to have survived. What made him rejoice even more was that all the Black Ink disciples under his command had also survived the battle. They sat down cross-legged and consumed some spirit pills for recovery. On the other side, the woman in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm had been quietly recovering her strength ever since the departure of the territory lord. From time to time, Black Ink clansmen of varying numbers would rush over from behind. When they stumbled upon this place, they couldn't help feeling curious and came forward to ask about the situation. Naturally, Nu Yen answered their questions truthfully. After hearing that the disheveled woman recovering her strength was a Black Ink disciple converted by a territory lord, they immediately gave up any ideas about her and left quickly. After just half a day's time, the woman opened her eyes under Yang Kai's close watch. Her originally ashen complexion had already returned to normal. She casually tied up her hair and slowly got to her feet, and then she walked over to Yang Kai and the others. The crimson patches that blossomed all over her white robes were extremely striking. Nu Yen had also gotten to his feet after he noticed her movements, but his smile was rather forced. "Have you recovered your strength?" He fervently wished that the woman would take as much time as possible to recover. In that way, he would no longer need to chase after the human masters or take any risks that could endanger his life. Still, he was part of the Black Ink clan, so even if his strength was much weaker than the Black Ink disciple in front of him, a Black Ink disciple was nothing more than a servant in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, regardless of their cultivation. Of course, this woman was a servant converted by a territory lord, so Nu Yen had to show her a certain degree of respect. Even his inquiring tone was rather polite. The woman said nothing and simply stared at Nu Yen silently. In the next moment, she stretched out her arm and a long sword immediately appeared in her grip as a shocking light burst forth. The world seemed to lose all its colors at that moment. Nu Yan's forced smile remained on his face, but his eyes were flooded with a sense of horror and fear. Raising his hand slightly, he pointed at the woman, "You." The words had only just left his mouth when his enormous body suddenly split into two halves. Pitch-black blood and black ink strength exploded to form a black ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others standing nearby were completely stunned. Nobody could have predicted this sudden turn of events. Black Ink disciples were the servants of the Black Ink clan after all. No matter how high their cultivation, it was impossible for them to have thoughts of betraying a Black Ink clan. That was why Nu Yen had been completely caught off guard when this woman walked over to them. Needless to say, with the gap in their strength, there was nothing he could have done to stop her even if he had been on guard. In any case, this situation was totally unexpected. The woman who had just recovered her strength had killed Nu Yen with a single stroke of her sword. Yang Kai had been praying for Nu Yen to die as soon as possible so that he could escape, but he never imagined that Nu Yen would perish just like that. If he had to be honest, he was feeling rather confused. Before he had time to think though, the aura of death suddenly loomed over him. The woman did not stop after killing Nu Yen and swiftly slashed her sword down on him. Turning pale with shock, Yang Kai immediately summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and thrust forward without any hesitation. There was a loud explosion, followed by an overwhelming force that erupted from before him. Yang Kai felt as though an entire universe world had smashed into him, and his figure was sent flying backwards. A metallic taste flooded his mouth, and the vitality in his chest surged violently. This was the second time he had suffered defeat at the hands of this woman, but a vague speculation formed in his mind at that moment. The woman looked slightly surprised. Yang Kai had escaped from her death blow during the previous raid, and the same thing had occurred again this time. Just as she suspected, this sixth-order Black Ink disciple was truly unusual. On the other side, both B2 and E5 went crazy after witnessing Nu Yan's death. As Black Ink disciples, their master and the Black Ink clan were supreme. It was their responsibility to ensure the safety of their master. However, Nu Yen had been killed right under their noses. How could they not be furious? The two of them showed no hesitation whatsoever. One of them blasted a divine ability at the woman while the other lunged forward. His entire figure swelled significantly under the effects of his secret technique. The woman's expression remained indifferent, and the long sword in her hand transformed into a curtain of swords that rained down on B2 and E5 like a storm. With her strength, it would not take much effort for her to kill two sixth-order open heaven realm masters like them. At the critical moment, Yang Kai desperately yelled out, "Senior, for Universe Pillars." Martial Peak, Chapter 4934, Feng Ying. Yang Kai's yell caused the woman's movements to pause slightly. It was precisely because of this momentary hesitation that B2 and E5 survived. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as both of them instantaneously suffered severe injuries and were forced to retreat. However, they were clearly unafraid of death and rushed forward again after being forced to retreat once. The woman frowned slightly and murderous intent blazed brightly in her eyes. She had held back just now because of Yang Kai's yell, but that did not mean she had lost her intention to kill B2 and E5. Human masters who became Black Ink disciples after being corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to stand on the opposite side as the enemy, and there could be no mercy when dealing with the enemy. That was the lesson learned by the human cultivators after innumerable years on the Black Ink battlefield. It was a lesson they received in exchange for the blood of countless ancestors. Before the woman could attack again though, Yang Kai rushed over in a flash. B2 and E5 were completely focused on the woman, so they were totally defenseless towards him. He easily approached them for that reason and knocked them down, rendering them unconscious rather than killing them. Unfortunately, due to the urgency of the situation, his attacks had been a bit too heavy, so there was a high chance that they would need to recuperate for some time when they woke up. The woman held her long sword in her grip. Watching the scene in front of her, a look of surprise flashed through her eyes. As a Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly puzzling. However, if she combined his actions with the words he shouted earlier, a vague speculation formed in her head: "Are you not corrupted by the Black Ink strength?" Holding B2 in one hand and E5 in the other, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I wanted to tell you when I met you for the first time, but I didn't get the chance to speak. You really have one of the 4 universe pillars?" The woman raised her eyebrows. "I have a world spring. Words are nothing without proof." She did not lower her guard, and a sword wave continued to hum around the long sword in her hand. Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Please see for yourself, Senior." While speaking, he opened the portal to his small universe. She took a deep look at him before she activated her divine sense and probed the interior of his small universe. A short while later, she withdrew her divine sense, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had certainly seen a clear spring inside Yang Kai's small universe, in addition to the mysterious power that flowed out of it which stabilized his small universe. Thanks to this power, his small universe was not only extremely firm, but also completely impervious to any external forces. She also saw that his small universe had already transformed from immaterial to material, which was what surprised her the most. After all, the young man in front of her was clearly only in the 6th order open heaven realm. "Senior, do you also have one of the 4 universe pillars?" Yang Kai inquired for verification. If she did not have one of the 4 universe pillars, then how was it possible for her to safely escape from the clutches of a Black Ink territory lord? The reason she had quietly endured the process and pretended to be corrupted by Black Ink strength was that she had been running out of strength. If it was discovered that she had one of the 4 universe pillars, she was bound to be killed on the spot. Therefore, she waited until the territory lord departed and she recovered enough before she made her move. Nu Yan's death was simply collateral damage. He originally thought that staying behind to watch over her would be an easy task because he did not need to confront the human masters, but how could he have known that staying behind was actually the fastest way to die? If Nu Yan had known that his decision would result in such an outcome, he would never have agreed to stay beside this woman. It was precisely because Yang Kai had such a guess that he shouted at the top of his voice when the woman made her move just now. Unexpectedly though, she slowly shook her head. "I don't have one of the 4 universe pillars. The 4 universe pillars are only given to the 8th order masters. I am not qualified enough to own one. Why else did you think that territory lord left without checking my small universe?" There had never been a precedent of a 9th order old ancestor becoming corrupted by Black Ink strength, so there was no need for them to worry about it and thus no reason for them to have one of the 4 universe pillars. 8th order open heaven realm masters were the strongest fighting force below the old ancestors and also the commanders and leaders of the human race army on the Black Ink battlefield. Hence, a treasure like the 4 universe pillars would naturally be given to them so that they could be used to the fullest. More importantly, they had enough strength to defend themselves on the chaotic battlefield and would not be killed by accident, leading to the loss of the 4 universe pillar they carried. If treasures like the 4 universe pillars were possessed by 6th or 7th order masters, they would be lost if these open heaven realm masters perished on the battlefield. The Black Ink clan was also aware of this point. The humans did not have many 4 universe pillars in their possession, and these treasures were always possessed by Eighth-Order masters. There was no exception to this rule. It was precisely for that reason that the territory lord had left with peace of mind after corrupting the woman with his black ink strength and did not bother to check her small universe. Yang Kai was surprised. How did you resist the corruption of the black ink strength then, senior? When he asked this question, he immediately became vigilant. If this woman had been corrupted by the black ink strength, then the situation in front of him would be very bad. The woman was silent for a moment before she explained. Somebody once planted a secret technique based on the profound fish inside my small universe. It can help me to resist the erosion of the black ink strength once. The profound fish was one of the 4 universe pillars. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique she was referring to and had never heard that the 4 universe pillars could be used to plant such secret techniques. However, this kind of technique would naturally be developed only on the black ink battlefield, so it wasn't surprising for him not to know about it. In order to fight against the black ink strength, it was not surprising for the human masters to create some novel sparks after painstakingly struggling with all their might for countless years. Senior, do you mean to say that the secret technique can protect you only once? She nodded. May I verify the truth? Yang Kai asked in a grim voice. She said nothing and just opened the portal to her small universe. At a time like this, she knew that it was a necessary gesture to gain Yang Kai's trust. In any case, on the black ink battlefield, it was very normal for one small universe to be investigated by others. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai discovered that the woman's small universe certainly did not contain any signs of being corrupted by the black ink strength. There were also no signs of a universe pillar inside either. He couldn't help feeling amazed by his discovery. We can't stay here for long, the woman said softly. Nguyen's corpse was suspended there in open view, so if any other black ink clansmen passed by this place, the 2 of them would have a hard time explaining the situation. While speaking, she glanced at the 2 black ink disciples in his hand. You can't save them. Just kill them. However, Yang Kai shook his head. If it was just me, then I would not be able to save them. But, it's different with you around, senior. Please put them into your small universe for now. She frowned. Impossible. They are black ink disciples. If I place them in my small universe, I will be in trouble when they regain consciousness. Please wait a moment, senior. After he said that, Yang Kai's left and right hands suddenly glowed with dazzling light. When he pressed his palms together, the yellow and blue lights merged together to form a pure white light that enveloped both B2 and E5. Sizzling sounds rang out and the expressions of the 2 unconscious men suddenly twisted in pain. Immediately after that, dense black ink strength seeped out of their bodies and faded into nothingness. Their expressions gradually softened again as the black ink strength dissipated from them. Dismissing the remaining purifying light, Yang Kai nodded at the woman. It's fine now. The woman was flabbergasted by what she just witnessed. Although she had some speculations, she couldn't help feeling incredulous. She took a large step forward and casually grabbed B2's wrist, then she carefully probed his condition. After a while, she stared at Yang Kai as though she was looking at a ghost. What method did you use to dispel the black ink strength? Such a method was completely unheard of and unseen before. She had been fighting the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for some 3,000 years now, but she had never even heard of such a technique. I can't explain in such a short time, but this is a unique ability that I have, Yang Kai responded faintly. She didn't know what to say, mainly because Yang Kai had given her too much of a shock. Besides, she had the vague feeling that there would be a huge impact on the battle situation of this unchanging and eternal war if this method was spread. In the past, the Black Ink disciple corrupted by Black Ink strength were destined to be mortal enemies. Any encounters between the human masters and Black Ink disciples would only end with the death of one party or the other. However, there was now a method to restore order from chaos among the Black Ink disciples. If this method was utilized properly, then the losses suffered by the human race would be significantly reduced. Where did this kid come from? why have I never heard of him before? What's more, he was wandering around alone in the Black Ink clan's territory. Should I say he is ignorant and foolish, or bold and courageous? Not only did he possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but he also had the means to purify and dispel the Black Ink's strength. Thus, she suddenly realized that she had picked up an immeasurable treasure. He would be a huge asset to the entire Black Ink battlefield. Upon confirming that all Black Ink strength in B2 and E5 had been purified and dispelled, she did not hesitate to toss the 2 unconscious men into her small universe. Then, she grabbed Yang Kai by the arm. Let's go. Yang Kai did not resist and allowed her to lead him away. Along the way, the woman would glance sideways at him from time to time. Finally, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and asked, "Which cave, heaven or paradise did you come from? What is your name?" Yang Kai was silent. In the end, he answered, "This junior is called Yang Kai. I come from Inyang Cave Heaven." He did not mean to deceive her, but he figured she might not know of Void Land. If he mentioned that name, he would only need to explain even more. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises after all. Why would he enter the Black Ink battlefield for no reason? That was a valid point of suspicion, and since this matter was related to the Void Corridor, he could not speak carelessly. He had not forgotten Meng Qi's warning. Aside from the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors, no matter who questioned him, he could not reveal the existence of the Void Corridor to anybody. The woman did not seem to think that he was lying. The main reason was that she never expected anybody to lie about their background, so she nodded lightly and said, "Blue Sky Paradise, Feng. Blue Sky Paradise." Yang Kai raised his brow lightly. "Senior, do you know Elder Muzhua?" Muzhua was the foreign affairs envoy from Blue Sky Paradise and was the person in charge of their Dao temple in the Star Boundary. Although Yang Kai was not close with him, they had interacted with each other on multiple occasions. Due to the Star Boundary's world tree, Yang Kai was more or less acquainted with several elders from each of the major cave heavens and paradises, even though his cultivation was low. He was also quite friendly with some of them. There were times when the value of something like personal connections was reflected in such situations. "Muzhua? He is my junior brother. Do you know him?" Feng Ying was a little surprised. Yang Kai answered, "I've met him a few times." Upon hearing his answer, she was tempted to ask why a Inyang Cave Heaven disciple would meet a Blue Sky Paradise elder, let alone several times. However, she was not very familiar with the situation in the outside world after fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for so long. It was meaningless to ask such questions, so she suppressed the curiosity in her heart. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly looked around and realized that something was wrong. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his current position and the direction they were heading before exclaiming in astonishment, "Senior, aren't we heading in the wrong direction?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4935, Quite Strong. It turned out that the direction in which Feng Ying was leading Yang Kai was not heading towards the great pass defended by the cave heavens and paradises. They seemed to be heading in the opposite direction actually, so he was naturally quite confused. Feng Ying explained, "The last operation has undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan army is gathering at the front. We might not be able to break through their lines with just our strength alone. If we go there so recklessly, we will only be walking directly to our deaths. Therefore, our best option is to find as many helpers as possible first." "Helpers?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly at those words but soon understood. "Black Ink disciples?" Feng Ying nodded. "You have the ability to restore their true selves, so as long as we find a few more Black Ink disciples, we might be able to gather a group large enough to create chaos at Black Ink clan army's rear. Only then will we have a chance to return." She originally did not have such a plan. Trapped in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory alone, Feng Ying had already mentally prepared herself for her death. If not for that, she would not have killed Nu Yen immediately after recovering her strength. She had no plans of returning alive and simply planned to kill as many Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink disciples as she could, so she would not be dying in vain. It was not until she witnessed Yang Kai's astonishing method to dispel the Black Ink's strength that this plan sprang to mind. If they could smoothly implement this plan, then they would have a standing chance to survive and even rescue some Black Ink disciples along the way. However, Yang Kai was an indispensable part of this plan. It was impossible to pull this off without him. Yang Kai immediately understood after listening to her explanation. Looking around for a while, he glanced towards a Black Ink cloud condensed in the void and made a suggestion. "Senior, how about we hide inside the Black Ink cloud over there?" Feng followed the direction of his gaze, and her expression became pensive. "Are you suggesting?" He nodded. "The Black Ink disciples will definitely be traveling together with the Black Ink clan. If we run around like this, even if we encounter Black Ink disciples, we will only cause the Black Ink clansmen traveling with them to become vigilant. If that's the case, it will be difficult for us to take action. However, it will be a different story if we hide inside the Black Ink cloud and emerge when the enemy passes by this area." Pondering in silence after listening to his suggestion, Feng nodded in agreement. "You're right." With her intelligence, she didn't need Yang Kai to explain much for her to understand the various advantages of this method. Unfortunately, there was one problem with this plan. "Can you guarantee my safety?" She was powerful, and the immense heritage of her small universe gave her a certain degree of resistance towards Black Ink strength. Even so, it was impossible for her to remain inside a Black Ink cloud for an extended period of time. She would eventually fail to withstand Black Ink strength if too much time passed. "We'll know once we try," Yang Kai declared firmly. Taking the lead, he rushed towards the Black Ink cloud. It was impossible for him to not be in high spirits right now. He had been trapped in Black Ink clan's domain for the past 2 years, during which he always had to act with utmost caution, as though he was constantly walking on thin ice. Thus, Yang Kai inevitably felt his blood pumping when doing something so invigorating all of a sudden. A short while later, Yang Kai charged into the Black Ink cloud with Feng following closely behind. The dense Black Ink cloud was almost as thick as solid matter. If the two of them hid inside this Black Ink cloud, random passers-by would not be able to discover their whereabouts without careful investigation. Yang Kai had a world spring, so no matter how impressive the Black Ink cloud was, it was completely ineffective against him. However, it was different for Feng. She had to use her world force to shield herself the moment she entered the Black Ink cloud to prevent the Black Ink strength from corrupting her. Not only would this consume her strength quickly though, she would also risk being corrupted at any moment. Naturally, Yang Kai was prepared well in advance for this situation and released a burst of purifying light to completely dispel the Black Ink strength around the space where they stood to create a safe zone for them. It was not until then that Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be that as it may, she could not figure out what kind of method Yang Kai was using even though she had carefully observed him when he cast the purifying light. Still, now was not the time to ask such questions, so Feng declared, "Take a rest. We might need to fight at any time." After saying so, she closed her eyes to replenish her strength. Yang Kai had no need to recuperate his strength as the battle earlier had not consumed much of his energy. What's more, he needed to keep a close watch on his surroundings. There were too many uncertain elements in waiting for gains without pains here, so he needed to carefully monitor the outside world for any possible complications that might arise. Time passed slowly and fortunately, their luck was pretty good. Only an hour later, a dozen or so figures flew over from the depths of Black Ink territory. Yang Kai was the first to notice them and quickly called out, "Senior." Feng opened her eyes and focused her senses in that direction. The Black Ink cloud formed a barrier that made it difficult for her to look outside, but her divine sense could perceive the situation clearly. Assessing the situation, she reported, 2 feudal lords, 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen, and 5 Black Ink disciples. The situation made her frown slightly. There were quite a few enemies in this group, so it might be difficult for them to handle. Nevertheless, This was the first batch of people to arrive after they started waiting here, so they had to take action. As long as their initial attempts went well, their situation would only get better and better. Feng briefly checked her small universe, but the two former black ink disciples she tossed inside earlier had yet to regain consciousness. Yang Kai's previous attack had been rather heavy, so they could not rely on these two for help right now. While she was hesitating, Feng heard Yang Kai whisper, "I'll leave the two feudal lords to you, senior. I'll deal with the rest." She glanced at him in disbelief. "Are you sure?" After hastily exchanging blows twice with him, Feng knew that Yang Kai was quite strong. Be that as it may, she was not familiar with his true abilities. It was not easy for one person to face 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen alone. On top of that, the 5 Black Ink disciples would not simply stand around doing nothing once the fight broke out. They would surely attack to support their masters. "Rest assured, senior. This junior may be young, but I've experienced many things in life. I won't screw up." Yang Kai licked his lips with an eager expression. Having suppressed himself for so long, he could finally go all out again. Feng hesitated slightly before she nodded, "Be careful. I will dispatch those 2 feudal lords as quickly as possible, then come to help you." Yang Kai nodded in response. Exchanging a glance, the pair rushed out of their hiding spot in the black ink cloud. As soon as the two of them emerged from their hiding spot, the black ink clansmen passing by noticed them, and numerous gazes immediately turned towards them. Upon seeing that these two were humans, the 2 leading feudal lords revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. They exchanged a glance with each other and flew over in tacit agreement. Likewise, Yang Kai and Feng approached the black ink group. Both parties soon came close to each other. One of the feudal lords reached out towards Feng, but in the next instant his body suddenly stiffened without any warning. A sword wave sliced through him, from the top of his head to his crotch. The sharp and unstoppable sword wave broke through his defenses and split his enormous body in two. Feng had made her move. She actually launched her attack even earlier than Yang Kai. Yang Kai had the protection of the world spring, so he could fearlessly allow the black ink strength to pour into his body and make the enemy lower their guard as a result. However, she did not have such luxury. As soon as the feudal lord in front of her reached out towards her, she unleashed a killing move. She was among the strongest 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and not too long ago, she had slaughtered hundreds of enemies with her strength alone. She not only attacked decisively at this moment, but she also had the element of surprise on her side while striking from point-blank distance. How could the feudal lord defend against her attack? It only took an instant for her to kill the first feudal lord on the spot, then, without delay, she slashed her sword at the second feudal lord. The second feudal lord happened to be preparing to subjugate Yang Kai at that very moment, so how could he stand a chance against Feng Ying's sudden assault? When the sword wave slashed down, he was chopped in half and died just like that. The two feudal lords perished in an instant. Only then did Feng Ying breathe a sigh of relief, but when she looked over, she was slightly stunned. That was because Yang Kai was standing there with a spear in one hand, a high-rank black ink clansman hanging from its end. With a twist of his arm, the high-rank black ink clansman exploded into mist. As expected, this kid is strong. She had managed to kill 2 Black Ink clan feudal lords by herself because she had enough confidence in her strength. However, in the short time taken for her to deal with her enemies, Yang Kai had already slain 4 of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 who were pushed back, looked greatly weakened. It was obvious that they were severely injured. Martial Peak, Chapter 4936, The Prey is Here. How could an ordinary 6th Order Master be so fierce? Feng Ying felt she had seen something new today, and also had the vague realization that Yang Kai was at the peak of the 6th Order and would soon advance to the 7th Order. It was impossible for him to be so strong otherwise. Despite her swirling thoughts, her movements did not stop for an instant. She was already charging towards the two high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were heavily injured by Yang Kai earlier, and with one swing of her sword, she easily killed them. These two high-rank Black Ink clansmen had been severely injured by Yang Kai when he swept his spear at them, and Feng Ying's attack was sharp and overwhelming. How could they defend themselves? In the blink of an eye, 2 Black Ink feudal lords and 6 high-rank Black Ink clansmen perished. Although this was the first time the two of them cooperated together in a fight, they seemed as though they had known each other for a long time. There was not the slightest flaw in their cooperation. It was not until this moment that the 5 Black Ink disciples finally came to their senses. Seeing the tragic deaths of the Black Ink clansmen around them, these 5 Black Ink disciples were absolutely enraged. They instantly summoned their respective artifacts and blasted various divine abilities and secret techniques at Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Yang Kai and Feng Ying could not afford to act without restraint when dealing with these 5 Black Ink disciples, as their current mission was a rescue operation. It went without saying that they could not heavily injure or kill the people they were supposed to save, so their actions were a bit restricted. Yang Kai hastily dodged to avoid a divine ability shooting towards him while simultaneously putting away the Azure Dragon Spear. He then shot towards the nearest Black Ink disciple. Feng Ying cooperated without any need to discuss matters with him. With a flourish of her longsword, sword light burst forth like a waterfall and enveloped the remaining 4 Black Ink disciples to restrict their movements and capture their attention. Meanwhile, yellow and blue lights glowed brightly before merging together to form a pure white light that flared brilliantly and engulfed the Black Ink disciple. The pure and flawless light did not contain the slightest impurity. As the pitch-black filth was expelled from the body of the Black Ink disciple, his pained expression gradually returned to normal and his violent resistance slowly subsided. Nevertheless, his expression remained confused. Despite being corrupted by Black Ink's strength for all these years, he had not lost his consciousness. He could clearly remember his condition and the things that he experienced during those years. Looking back now, his belief that the Black Ink clan was supreme seemed so foolish and ridiculous. It could be said that his actions had been a complete betrayal of not just his humanity, but even his own convictions. Yang Kai had no time to explain anything in detail, so after nodding at the man lightly, he quickly charged towards Feng Ying. Seeing how swiftly Yang Kai dealt with the Black Ink disciple, Feng Ying immediately withdrew her sword light before sending out another to pin down all but one target. They repeated the same steps over and over again, their cooperation perfectly complementing each other's movements. As a result, it didn't take long for the Black Ink's strength to be dispelled from all 5 Black Ink disciples. There were no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters among these 5 people. 3 were in the 6th Order, while the remaining 2 were in the 5th Order. That was one of the key reasons why Yang Kai could finish dealing with them so quickly. All 5 of them stared at Yang Kai in stunned disbelief, as though they were trying to find a flower on his face. Feng Ying's previous display had revealed her immense strength, however, they all came from different cave heavens and paradises where countless masters existed, so they were not impressed by raw power alone. Conversely, what grabbed their attention was the method Yang Kai had displayed earlier. As Black Ink disciples who became ordinary humans again, they had personally experienced these changes and held deep feelings towards that pure white light. Does our side have such means now? The 5 of them were genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts. Since ancient times, any of their comrades who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength would stand on the opposite side of the human race and become an irreconcilable enemy. Moreover, it was impossible to rescue them. Now that they had such means, there was no need to reluctantly give up on their comrades whenever one of them became corrupted by Black Ink's strength. They could still rescue their comrades if the opportunity arose. That was definitely something that could change the entire tide of the Black Ink battlefield. Although there were many things they wanted to ask, they knew that this was not the place for discussion. They silently cupped their fists at Yang Kai and Feng Ying to indicate their thanks. We cannot stay in this place for long. Enter my small universe. Feng Ying ordered before opening the portal to her small universe. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it stood to reason that masters below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were able to enter her small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai could only take in those below the 6th Order. The 5 of them nodded and entered the portal leading into Feng Ying's small universe to recuperate without any hesitation. "Let's go." Feng Ying called out and took the lead to head in a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly followed behind her. Since they were looking for helpers, then it was only natural to gather as many as possible. Yang Kai did not know what was waiting for them ahead, but since Feng Ying had mentioned that the Black Ink clan army was gathering on the front lines, it would not be easy for them to pass through. Only by gathering enough force would they stand a chance to fight their way through the Black Ink clan army and return to the Great Pass. Half a day later, the pair repeated their earlier actions. Hiding inside a black ink cloud, they prepared to wait for fish to swim by once more. Less than a quarter of an hour after they hid, a large Black Ink clan army passed by in the vicinity. There were very many of them, almost 1,000 in total, and the leader had a deep and profound aura. It was highly likely that it was a Black Ink territory lord. Hiding inside the Black Ink cloud, Yang Kai and Feng Ying did not dare to move a single muscle and concealed their auras as much as possible. If they exposed themselves in front of such a strong enemy, they would surely suffer a tragic fate. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on their side today. Although the Black Ink clan army passed close to their position, they did not bother to check the situation inside the Black Ink cloud where they were hiding. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan, Black Ink clouds were extremely common and there was no need to investigate them carefully. Furthermore, they would never have imagined that 2 humans would recklessly hide inside a Black Ink cloud or that these humans could resist the corrosion of the Black Ink strength for an extended period of time. Yang Kai and Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief when the Black Ink clan army disappeared from the scope of their senses. They saw another team of 100 or so passing by after some time, but just as before, they could only remain in hiding. Judging by the current situation, it could be seen that Feng Ying's previous guess was correct. The Black Ink clan was marshalling their army on the front lines. The long-distance raid carried out by the human masters had fully provoked the wrath of the Black Ink clan, so it was obvious that the enemy was planning a large-scale counterattack to take revenge. From time to time, they would see Black Ink clansmen passing by in groups of varying numbers, but even if the numbers were small, these groups weren't targets that they could defeat. The current situation was different from when Feng Ying had previously repelled hundreds of Black Ink clansmen on her own. At the time, she had no other choice but to go all out. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself in order to allow her comrades to escape, so she had fought with reckless abandon in order to drag down as many enemies with her as possible. Now though, the 2 of them had to move around in secret. All of a sudden, Yang Kai, who had been keeping a close watch on their surroundings, suddenly brightened and whispered, "Senior, our prey is here." Feng Ying glanced at him wordlessly. His statement sounded as though they were bandits who were waiting to ambush unsuspecting travelers. Be that as it may, she could not deny that tempting prey had appeared. They had waited for so long and avoided several Black Ink clan teams during this period, but at this moment, what entered their sight was a group that consisted of only 10 individuals. In addition, this team was heading directly towards them. Although the numbers of this team were similar to their first encounter, the lineup was considerably inferior in terms of strength. There were no feudal lords in this group, only several high-rank and even low-rank Black Ink clansmen. There were not many Black Ink disciples either, only 3 of them. After confirming that there were no other dangers in the vicinity, Yang Kai and Feng Ying no longer hesitated. They rushed out of the Black Ink cloud and charged directly at the oncoming team. What followed was a swift massacre where the opponents were practically powerless to fight back. The Black Ink clansmen were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, after which Yang Kai used his means to dispel the Black Ink strength from the 3 Black Ink disciples. Once this was done, Feng Ying stuffed them into her small universe so that they could recover their strength. In the 2 months that followed, Yang Kai and Feng Ying wandered around aimlessly. The black ink clouds that could be found everywhere became the perfect hiding spots for them, and whenever they came across a suitable opportunity, they would attack. If their opponents were too strong, then they would simply remain in hiding. Their harvest over the past 2 months was bountiful. They slaughtered at least 100 black ink clansmen, a number of whom were feudal lords. Moreover, they had rescued some 30 or 40 black ink disciples by now. Not every black ink clansman had their own black ink disciples. In fact, many of the black ink clansmen harbored a deep hatred for the human race, and even black ink disciples were unbearable to them. Therefore, it was impossible for them to be accompanied by black ink disciples. Even more black ink clansmen simply never had the opportunity to subjugate their own black ink disciples. Nu Yen, who had 5 black ink disciples under his command even though he was only a high-rank black ink clansman, could be considered a rare example. If a black ink clansman wished to own their own black ink disciple, they would either need to buy one at a great cost or subjugate one on the battlefield. Neither of these options were simple for a black ink clansman to achieve. Yang Kai and Feng Ying were currently hiding themselves inside a random black ink cloud, taking their time to recover their strength after a rather intense battle. A short while later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Feng Ying. Seeming to sense his gaze, Feng Ying spoke without even opening her eyes, "Speak if you have something to say." He thus asked, "Senior, when are we heading back?" Feng Ying decisively said, "We have too few people. It is dangerous to return like this. At the very least, we should gather 100 comrades before we make an attempt, otherwise, we will only be walking to our deaths." 100 people, Yang Kai was tongue-tied. During the past 2 months that they had been traveling together, they had only managed to rescue 30 or so black ink disciples. At this rate, it would take half a year to gather 100 people. "No need to worry," Feng Ying opened her eyes and reassured him, "we didn't have enough strength in the past, so we had to be selective with our targets. Now that we have more manpower, we can take the initiative to attack. If we find the right opportunity, we will be able to progress much quicker." Yang Kai nodded and said nothing more. Since he did not know much about the situation on the black ink battlefield, he could only follow her lead. Half a day later, the two of them rushed out of the black ink cloud after fully recovering before carefully concealing their figures and searching for a possible target. The black ink clan army was gathering up ahead, therefore, many black ink clansmen were constantly rushed towards the front lines from the rear. If the opportunity presented itself, then these scattered black ink clansmen would become their prey. And an opportunity came quickly. In the distance, the two of them saw an enormous ship sailing through the void in the direction where all the black ink clansmen had been rushing towards during this period. It was undoubtedly heading to the front lines to provide support. To have a flight-type artifact of this magnitude meant that the black ink clansmen aboard could not be weak. The owner of this ship had to be a feudal lord at the very least, and one with his own territory at that. Across a large distance, Yang Kai and Feng Ying quietly observed the large ship. They could clearly see many figures swaying about on the ship, a large number of which were black ink disciples. "Senior, do you plan to attack that ship?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying nodded, "It's a good opportunity." Martial Peak, Chapter 4937, An Order to Convey. Yang Kai was worried, "But, we don't know what kind of existence is on board that ship. What if there's a territory lord?" Feng Ying shook her head, "That's highly unlikely. 2 months ago, the Black Ink Royal Lord personally took action, therefore, all territory lords in the vicinity should already have followed him to the battlefield at the time. Even if they received the news late, they would not have waited until now to set out. That's why there should not be any territory lords among the reinforcements. What's more, the war has begun and territory lords are the backbone of the Black Ink clan. Logically speaking, they should have rushed to the battlefield at the earliest notice. Bringing out a flight-type artifact like this ship to transport manpower indicates that the people on the ship have varying strength, so they have different flying speeds." There was some logic to Feng Ying's statement, so Yang Kai nodded slightly in response. She then added, "Of course, there are always exceptions. If we encounter a territory lord, I will delay them for as long as possible. You should escape immediately. During this period, she had witnessed his ability and recognized his value. A talented individual like Yang Kai could not be killed here, otherwise, the loss to the cave heavens and paradises would be incalculable. She even mentally prepared herself to risk her life in order to create an opportunity for him to escape at a critical juncture. Let's go. Feng Ying beckoned and charged towards the large ship with Yang Kai in tow. When the two figures appeared without warning, there was an immediate response from the ship. Several figures flew out to stand on the deck and focus their gaze in this direction from a distance. Feng Ying and Yang Kai did not reduce their speed as they flew forward in a straight line. It didn't take long for them to land on the deck. Countless scrutinizing gazes mixed with curiosity turned towards them. At the same time, Yang Kai was also observing them. He discovered that there were no black ink disciples in the high-rank open heaven realm here, so he couldn't help sighing in relief. Just as Feng Ying had predicted, these people certainly had varying levels of strength. It would seem that her previous speculations were correct. Feng Ying placed her hand over her chest and glanced at the inside of the cabin. Who is in charge here? Honglian Territory Lord has an order to convey. Her words made her seem as though she was Hong Lane Territory Lord's black ink disciple. A group of black ink disciples on the deck looked around for a while but did not answer. Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly, admiring Feng Ying's courage and caution. She had used the name Honglian Territory Lord. If there was a master on the large ship, he would certainly reveal himself immediately after hearing this name. In that way, they could quickly determine the strength of the enemy and come up with countermeasures. Besides, Feng Ying was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so it was normal for her to disguise herself as Honglian Territory Lord's black ink disciple. The dull thud of footsteps soon came from within the cabin. Immediately after that, a tall black ink clansman strode out. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this black ink clansman was nothing more than a black ink feudal lord. The sight immediately filled him with relief. Many feudal lords had died at the hands of Feng Ying during this period, hence, a single feudal lord was not much of a concern. The only thing that bothered him slightly was the black ink disciple accompanying the feudal lord. The black ink disciple was undoubtedly in the 7th-order open heaven realm and his aura was deep and profound. After appearing on the deck, the feudal lord lowered his head and looked down at Feng Ying and Yang Kai. I am Xiaoyu feudal lord. What are Sir Territory Lord's orders? He held no suspicion towards Feng Ying's identity, mainly because he did not expect a person to be so bold as to impersonate the black ink disciple of a black ink clan territory lord in front of him. Feng Ying respectfully said, Sir, please lean down. Master has commanded that this order can only be relayed to you alone. Xiaoyu feudal lord frowned slightly at those words. Although he did not understand why Honglian Territory Lord would give such an order, he lowered his body slightly, tilted his head to the side, and listened intently. Feng Ying flew forward slightly and whispered, Master said. Her sentence trailed off. Having piqued his curiosity and caused him to lower his guard, Feng Ying immediately pulled out her sword and slashed at him in the next moment. Pitch-black blood splattered everywhere as Xiaoyu retained his posture of listening intently, but his massive head had already been separated from his neck. Feng Ying's movements did not stop there. She quickly pushed back the 7th-order open heaven realm black ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord with another slash of her sword. Immediately after that, she opened the portal to her small universe and dozens of figures, who were raring to go, instantly emerged. The black ink disciples, whom Yang Kai and Feng Ying had spent 2 months rescuing, had been recuperating in Feng Ying's small universe all this while. Having long since attained a full recovery, they had nothing to do every day and were practically dying from boredom. Now that they came out from Feng Ying's small universe, they were like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. They immediately summoned their artifacts and unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan in the surroundings. At this moment, the Black Ink clan were reeling in confusion and shock. They never imagined that they would be ambushed by human masters in such a place, so they immediately suffered heavy casualties. As soon as Feng Ying made her move, Yang Kai also complemented her actions and lunged forward. He ignored the rest of the Black Ink disciples and focused his attention on the 7th Order Black Ink disciple beside the Xiaoyu feudal lord. At present it was still unclear how many on the ship could rival a 7th Order master in strength. However, Xiaoyu feudal lord had been eliminated, so as long as this 7th Order Black Ink disciple was dealt with, they could stabilize the entire situation. At the same time that Yang Kai lunged forward, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple who was repelled by Feng Ying earlier rushed forward aggressively. In the eyes of a Black Ink disciple, it did not matter whether or not Feng Ying had been sent by Honglian territory lord, he had to take revenge after witnessing the tragic death of his master that occurred right in front of his eyes. Feng Ying had not lowered her guard against him of course, and after releasing her allies from her small universe, she raised her sword and charged at him. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was faster than her. He sprang out from behind her and swung his fist at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple. A cold light flashed in the opponent's eyes and the 7th Order Black Ink disciple raised his palm towards Yang Kai. World force surged violently from the palm of his hand, like a tsunami. He seemed determined to kill Yang Kai with a single strike. Be careful! Feng Ying exclaimed in horror. She never expected Yang Kai to be so reckless. In her original plan, she would pin down any 7th Order masters or feudal lords herself while Yang Kai only needed to go and rescue the subjugated Black Ink disciples. How could she have imagined that this brat would target the 7th Order Black Ink disciple on his own? She didn't even have time to stop him. Swiftly though, she recalled that Yang Kai had managed to block 2 of her killing moves in the past and felt slightly more relieved. He would not die so easily. When the 2 attacks collided with each other, world force exploded and Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards. Still, the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was stunned as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. His strength might not be at its peak, but his order was not something that could be ignored. Even so, an opponent who was 1 order lower than him had successfully defended against his attack. He couldn't help feeling astonished. If it was a one-on-one battle, now would be the best time to hunt down Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had only just been thrown off when Feng Ying approached. Her long sword transformed into sword shadows that covered the entire sky and slashed down on the Black Ink disciple. In that instant, the 7th Order Black Ink disciple immediately fell into a precarious situation. Feng Ying was extremely powerful and even at his peak, he might not have been her opponent, what more in his current situation. In just a few blows, he was cornered to the point where he could only parry her attacks and was powerless to fight back. Furthermore, he could not break free of her suppression no matter how hard he struggled and resisted. Yang Kai, who had been forced back just now, returned and joined forces with Feng Ying. Their combined efforts left the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Black Ink disciple increasingly helpless to fight back. Yang Kai was extremely agile, his figure flitting around erratically, causing great trouble to his opponent. Moreover, the flickering white light in the palm of his hands filled the 7th Order Black Ink disciple with an instinctive sense of fear. The 7th Order Black Ink disciple had never seen such pure white light before. Even though he did not know what kind of attack that was, the black ink strength in his body transmitted a message of fear and horror to him as though it had met its natural enemy. As a result, his already precarious situation became even more unbearable. It didn't take long before Yang Kai found an opportunity to approach the enemy. He shot forward and pressed his palm against the back of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple. A pure white light flared brightly and enveloped the Black Ink disciple. Following a series of sizzling sounds, the black ink strength was dispelled and dissipated into nothingness. Accordingly, the resistance of the Black Ink disciple gradually subsided. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped and nodded at Feng Ying, then, he hastily rushed towards the nearest Black Ink disciple. The dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters previously released by Feng Ying were currently fighting an intense battle on the ship's deck. In such a short span of time, several people had already lost their lives. Their deaths went to show the ferocity of the battle, but the main reason was that their actions were restricted to a certain degree. Not to mention, their numbers were fewer than their opponents. They had not been able to take an accurate accounting earlier, so it was not until this moment that they realized there were some 300 people aboard this ship. Among them, only a few dozen or so were Black Ink disciples. The others were Black Ink clansmen. While they were merciless towards the Black Ink clan, they had to hold back against the Black Ink disciples, as unlike before, they could no longer just kill them. Following the commotion of the battle, the Black Ink disciples and the Black Ink clansmen below deck emerged in twos and threes. It was fortunate that the enemies did not emerge all at once, otherwise, they were bound to suffer heavy casualties at first encounter if they challenged 300 enemies directly with only a few dozen people on their side. After the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was rescued, Feng Ying immediately moved to block the hatch. She slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen who came her way, allowing Yang Kai to move freely and display his abilities. Roaming around the battlefield with purifying light blooming from his hands, he helped the Black Ink disciples return to their true natures. Every Black Ink disciple he rescued was equivalent to increasing the strength of his side while simultaneously weakening the strength of the enemy. As the battle dragged on, they gradually gained the upper hand. There was something else that delighted Yang Kai. Aside from the Xiaoyu feudal lord and the 7th Order Black Ink disciple accompanying the former, the large ship did not seem to contain any other personnel who could rival a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. As a result, the situation became better and better for them. Now that the 7th Order Black Ink disciple had been rescued, there was no need for further discussion. He immediately understood what he needed to do and cooperated with Yang Kai to subdue the remaining Black Ink disciples. The Black Ink clansmen died at a steady pace. Unfortunately, Black Ink's strength that dissipated from the corpses was extremely troublesome to deal with. This couldn't be helped. Although the Black Ink disciples had been rescued by Yang Kai, they could easily be corrupted by Black Ink's strength once more, therefore, they had to avoid Black Ink's strength at all times. Some who had their small universe invaded by Black Ink's strength again had no choice but to rush to Yang Kai's side and ask for treatment. Naturally, Yang Kai did not refuse anybody who came to him. During the 2 years he served under Nu Yen, Yang Kai had learned quite a lot about the Black Ink clan and Black Ink disciples, even though he had been living in disguise. As such, he knew that almost all of the Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength had sacrificed parts of their small universe at least twice before they were converted. The first time they were eroded by the Black Ink strength, they would always choose to sacrifice a part of their small universe to preserve their sense of self. Martial Peak, Chapter 4938, One Man Can Turn the Tide. The integrity of one's small universe was extremely important to an Open Heaven Realm Master because their small universe served as the source and foundation of their strength. Once their small universe was damaged, their strength would definitely decline. Moreover, as a result of their incomplete small universe, further improvement in their cultivation would become impossible. Therefore, no Open Heaven Realm Master would willingly sacrifice a part of their small universe unless they had no other choice. Unfortunately, it was impossible to dispel the Black Ink strength from their small universe once it was corroded by it. Their only option was to sacrifice the part of their small universe that had been corrupted in order to retain their clarity and maintain their true nature. The human race masters had contended and fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield since ancient times. There were bound to be people who were forced to give up part of their small universe in every battle. For that reason, the resolution to make a prompt decision was something their ancestors had repeatedly cautioned all of them about before they stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield. If they did not wish to be corrupted by Black Ink strength and lose their autonomy, then they had to be willing to make sacrifices. If they were destined to be killed by their enemies, then they should strive to drag their enemies down with them. At every great pass, these were the two warnings that the seniors would always repeat to their juniors who just arrived on the battlefield. In many cases, sacrificing a part of their small universe would allow them to retain their sense of self and prevent them from being corrupted by Black Ink strength. However, doing so would cause their small universe to become damaged. Not only would their strength decline, but their incomplete small universe would also make it harder for them to resist the erosion of the black ink's strength if they were subjected to it in the future. Relatively speaking, the amount of time which an Open Heaven Realm Master could resist the corrosion of the black ink strength was different between Open Heaven Realm Masters with complete small universes and Open Heaven Realm Masters with incomplete small universes. An Open Heaven Realm Master with a complete small universe would be able to persist for a much longer time. When subjected to the corrosion of the black ink strength, an Open Heaven Realm would be able to sacrifice part of their small universe the first time. Unfortunately, their success rate would be uncertain on the second attempt. Nevertheless, there would always be instances where the situation was impossible to prevent. That was why almost all the Black Ink disciples corrupted by the Black Ink clan generally had an incomplete small universe. When they were corroded by the Black Ink strength, they had already done their best to prevent the situation from occurring. After all, they did not wish to be converted into a Black Ink disciple either. That was the case for Meng Qi from Exquisite Paradise, whom Yang Kai met previously. Yang Kai had also noticed the same pattern among all the Black Ink disciples he fought in the gambling arena. Even B2, D4, and E5 were no exceptions. That was especially true for D4. Although he was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm at the moment, he had said that he used to be in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. He was once the elite disciple of a certain cave heaven or paradise, but he had been invaded by the Black Ink strength. As a result, he was repeatedly forced to sacrifice parts of his small universe. That was the reason why his cultivation declined and he eventually regressed to the 5th Order. Generally speaking, almost all of the Black Ink disciples could be considered pseudo-Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was not to say that they were no longer Open Heaven Realm Masters. Having split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form their small universe, they could be classified as Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was just that their small universes were no longer perfect, so the strength of the Black Ink disciples would never reach the normal standards among cultivators of the same order. Take Meng Qi for example. He could be considered a pseudo-7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was much stronger than the average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was pitifully weak compared to ordinary 7th Order Masters. On the other hand, B2 and E5 could be considered pseudo-6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All the people Yang Kai and Feng Ying rescued while wandering around for the past 2 months were Black Ink disciples. Needless to say, none of these Black Ink disciples possessed a complete small universe. Many Black Ink clansmen had been slaughtered in this battle. Following the death of these Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength that dissipated from their corpses would gather together to form a cloud. In this way, it was very easy for the Open Heaven Realm Masters to become corrupted by the Black Ink strength again. Thanks to their prior experience of being rescued though, these people immediately rushed over to Yang Kai as soon as they discovered that their small universe was being corroded by Black Ink strength so that he could help them dispel it. Combined with the Black Ink disciples who originally needed rescue in the first place, Yang Kai was overwhelmed for a time. It was fortunate that Feng Ying and the newly rescued 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were relatively strong. In addition, the large ship also lacked the corresponding high-end combat power to deal with them. As the two of them rushed back and forth, the Black Ink clan suffered countless casualties. As such, the situation slowly stabilized. Seeing the strength of the human race masters, the surviving Black Ink clansmen knew that they were no match for the enemy and immediately dispersed in all directions. Feng Ying's gaze sharpened at the sight and she shouted in an authoritative voice, "Don't let a single one escape." Leading a team of people, she pursued the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Likewise, the other 7th Order Master chased down the others fleeing in the opposite direction. They had been causing a storm in the Black Ink clan's territory, and the main reason they managed to stay safe until now was that they had never revealed their existence before. All this while, they had ruthlessly silenced all Black Ink clansmen that they encountered and rescued all the Black Ink disciples they came across. If news of their activity were to leak though, the Black Ink clan would surely take countermeasures against them. If that were to happen, they would be helpless to resist with the strength of so few people. Therefore, all the Black Ink clansmen here had to die. Only the dead could be trusted to keep secrets. The Black Ink clansmen fled in a very scattered manner, so some still managed to slip through the net even with 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters chasing after them. Naturally, everybody else quickly split up to hunt down these fleeing Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai did the same and took the lead in the pursuit. His figure latched onto the tail of several Black Ink clansmen like a leech, and he manipulated space principles from afar to stall them. The Black Ink clansmen who were fleeing desperately immediately felt as though they had fallen into a quagmire. The more they struggled, the stiffer their bodies became. When he got closer, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. The Black Ink clansman perished with a stab of his spear. Afterwards, his figure moved around the void as he stopped several others from fleeing. He killed every one of them and finally took a look around him. The originally chaotic battlefield had calmed down. A short while later, everybody returned to the ship once more to count their casualties. The results were not too bad. Although they lost some people, they gained even more. Their lineup had increased to around 80 people, and they even gained an additional pseudo 7th Order Master. The large ship had been reduced to tatters during the battle earlier. This was just a simple flight-type artifact after all. Even though the ship had some defensive abilities, they were not deployed during the previous battle. What's more, it might not have made a difference even if the defenses had been deployed. The fallout of the attacks from so many Open Heaven Realm Masters was extremely brutal, and a flight-type artifact of this caliber was incapable of enduring such impact. Feng Ying was very decisive and directly destroyed all the evidence lest the Black Ink clan passing by this area noticed that something was wrong. Only then did she turn to the others and said, "Everyone, enter my small universe. We can talk about the rest later." It was too conspicuous for such a large group of humans to gather together. Besides, it was inconvenient for them to move swiftly with their varying strengths. It would be more convenient and safer for them to hide in Feng Ying's small universe. Everybody knew that this was not the place for discussion, so despite the questions in their hearts, they entered her small universe in successive order. It didn't take long before only Yang Kai, Feng Ying, and the pseudo 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master remained. "Let's go," Feng Ying ordered and took the lead to head in a certain direction. Yang Kai and the pseudo 7th Order Master followed behind her. A quarter hour later, a dense patch of black ink clouds came into view. Feng Ying turned to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze and Yang Kai nodded lightly in response. Then, the three figures headed straight towards the thickest black ink cloud. The pseudo 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked doubtful as black ink clouds were not something humans would approach carelessly. That was especially true in his current condition. His small universe had flaws in it, so this black ink cloud was an extremely dangerous threat to him. However, considering the means Yang Kai displayed earlier, he said nothing and simply followed close behind. Soon, the three of them plunged into the black ink cloud. Yang Kai immediately created a safe area inside the black ink cloud, and the pseudo 7th Order Master finally calmed down. Blue Sky Paradise, Feng Ying. Feng Ying turned to the pseudo 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, cupped her fist slightly, and introduced herself. Yang Kai followed suit, Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Yang Kai. The pseudo 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master returned the greeting and solemnly introduced himself, Myriad Transformations Paradise, Shen Ao. After introducing himself, he turned to Yang Kai with a serious look, "I will never forget your saving grace. In the future, please feel free to speak if you have anything you need, little brother. This Shen will not refuse as long as it is within my ability." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, "It's just a minor matter. You are being too polite, senior." Shen Ao shook his head solemnly, "I have been living in a fog for hundreds of years and finally regained my clarity today. I will forever remember this kindness." He continued with a look of curiosity, "Since when did we obtain such means?" "For countless years, it had always been impossible to rescue a black ink disciple who was corrupted by black ink strength. Be that as it may, the method that Yang Kai displayed earlier had rescued all the black ink disciples who survived. It was obvious that the black ink strength in their bodies had been dispelled and purified. Therefore, Shen Ao couldn't help feeling extremely curious and a little excited. Just like Feng Ying, how could he fail to realize the immense value of this technique? Feng Ying explained, this method is not something everybody can use. It is a unique ability that belongs only to this kid. I myself have only learned about it recently. Surprised, Shen Ao looked at Yang Kai and asked, is this a secret technique or a divine ability? Can other people cultivate it? Yang Kai paused for a moment before he answered quietly, it can be regarded as a secret technique, but nobody else can cultivate it. Shen Ao did not understand, if it is a secret technique, then why can't others cultivate it? The cave heavens and paradises are filled with talented people. I'm sure there will be people among them who can succeed, even if the number is small. Similarly, Feng Ying looked at Yang Kai with curiosity. If she had to be honest, she had been extremely curious about Yang Kai's methods throughout the duration of their travels. Although there were many times when she wanted to ask about it, she could not bring herself to do so. After all, Yang Kai seemed reluctant to say much about it. If she tried to get to the bottom of this matter, she would be suspected of trying to infringe upon his privacy. At this moment, Shen Ao had asked the questions that Feng Ying wanted to ask. If this method could be spread to the public, the situation on the black ink battlefield would surely change drastically. Yang Kai shook his head and explained, I'm afraid Senior has misunderstood the situation. Although I can use this method, I did not cultivate this power myself. It was granted to me by someone else. While saying so, he activated the seals on his left and right hands. The seal on his left hand was like a bright great sun, while the one on his right was a brilliant blue moon. Feng Ying and Shen Ao looked on in amazement. These two marks are the foundation of that secret technique. It is not this junior's ability. Moreover, the ones who gave me these two marks are not on the black ink battlefield. After listening to his explanation, the other two couldn't help but look disappointed. Nevertheless, they could detect a trace of the terrifying aura that came from these marks and were certain that the ones who gave him these two marks were beings that should not be provoked. Shen Ao was silent for a moment before he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, you need to protect yourself well. You can turn the tide of this war with your strength alone. That statement was so exaggerated that Yang Kai couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-39, Nobody Will Take It. Shen Ao then turned to look at Feng Ying, Senior Sister, what are your plans? The two of them were in the same order, in addition, they had never encountered each other before. Since he did not know who was older or younger, addressing her as Senior Sister was simply a sign of respect. There was no special meaning behind his words. Feng Ying replied, the Black Ink clan army is probably gathering on the front lines to attack the Great Pass. I plan to gather more people and launch a surprise attack from the rear. That way, even if we are unable to break the siege on the Great Pass, we can still create some confusion among the Black Ink clan. What do you think, junior brother? Shen Ao nodded in agreement. I heard some information regarding the front lines while traveling beside Xiaoyu. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen gathering on the front lines to storm the nearest Great Pass. However, throughout the ages, the Great Passes guarded by the cave heavens and paradises have never fallen. There is no need to be too worried. On the contrary, we will need to gather enough strength if we wish to return. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued, with little brother's means though, gathering more people will not be too difficult. Let us proceed as you planned, Senior Sister. I have no objections. Nodding, she said, good. Let's recover our strength for now. If we want to gather more people, we will need to search for more Black Ink clansmen. Shen Ao added, I'm sure you know about my current condition, Senior Sister. Even if we encounter a strong enemy, I will have to rely on you to take action. She nodded in understanding, rest assured. I will do my best. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Shen Ao and asked, Senior, is your small universe damaged? Generally speaking, most Black Ink disciples had a damaged small universe. During the previous battle against the Black Ink clan, the strength displayed by Shen Ao was somewhat inconsistent with the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Shen Ao looked slightly depressed, that's right. This was a lingering regret of his. Many years ago, he had accidentally gotten corrupted by Black Ink's strength during a battle against the Black Ink clan and was forced to sacrifice a part of his small universe as a result. Unfortunately, that battle had been extremely fierce and he had been exhausted from fighting with no time for him to rest or recuperate. In the end, he was unwittingly corrupted by the Black Ink strength again and became a Black Ink disciple. He had lived in a daze until now. Nevertheless, it truly was amazing to regain his clarity. Hearing this, Yang Kai took out an object and handed it to Shen Ao, Senior, please take a look and see if this is useful to you. Shen Ao took the object suspiciously and opened the box. His expression immediately stiffened in surprise, profound Yin spirit fruit. Even Feng Ying looked over with a shocked expression. It was only natural that she recognized this object. After all, it was considered a precious treasure in the Black Ink battlefield since it had an extremely significant effect on repairing one's small universe. Where did you get that? Feng Ying asked in astonishment. Yang Kai shrugged, I found it by accident. It was inconvenient for Yang Kai to explain any further as this was something Meng Qi had given to him, meaning he could not explain the circumstances. He looked at Shen Ao and inquired, will this help to repair your small universe, Senior? Shen Ao clutched at the profound Yin spirit fruit tightly with a look of excitement in his eyes, of course. This is the only thing that can help me. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his mental fortitude was quite strong, and there were few things in the world that could make him so excited. Even when he was rescued by Yang Kai, he had not been so emotional. Be that as it may, when he held the profound Yin spirit fruit in his hand, he couldn't help being shaken by the hope of restoring his small universe. How long will you need? Feng Ying probed. Shen Ao shook his head, I don't know. I have never used this before after all, but I don't think it will take too long. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he added, Little brother, this object is extremely useful to me. I will not refuse your goodwill. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively, if your strength is restored, Senior, it will also be very helpful to our plans. At the moment, Feng Ying and Shen Ao were the only two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by his side. While there was nothing to worry about when it came to Feng Ying, Shen Ao was only a pseudo 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Not only was his strength lower than average, his resistance against Black Ink's strength also left much to be desired. Shen Ao's current condition would be highly detrimental to their future plans. If a profound Yin spirit fruit could resolve these issues, then there was no reason for Yang Kai to be stingy. Yang Kai continued after some deliberation, I still have a few more profound Yin spirit fruits. Should we have some of our allies consume them? In his opinion, under their current circumstances, they should increase their combat power as much as possible. Besides, the restoration of one's small universe would also increase their resistance towards the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. He still has more. Feng Ying and Shen Ao immediately became shocked to the core. The profound Yin spirit fruit was extremely rare and precious. In the Black Ink battlefield, only a few special sealed worlds could produce them. It was the blessing of a lifetime just to find one, but Yang Kai had more than one in his possession. Moreover, although they did not know how many profound Yin spirit fruits he had, the number was definitely not few. This was not something Feng Ying could decide for the others, so she responded after a short pause, I'll ask and see. Unexpectedly, Shen Ao laughed bitterly, I don't think anybody would take them. Why not? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling astonished. The small universe of the Black Ink disciples they rescued earlier should be in a damaged state, hence, the profound Een spirit fruit should be extremely attractive to them. Why would anyone refuse such an offer? Shen Ao did not explain and simply said, "You'll soon find out." Meanwhile, Fengming closed her eyes and said nothing, probably communicating with the open heaven realm masters inside her small universe. A short while later, she opened her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "You should hold on to those profound Een spirit fruits for now." As predicted, nobody wanted the profound Een spirit fruits. Seeming to understand Yang Kai's confusion, Shen Ao explained, "When they come across such opportunities, they will always choose to leave them for the high-rank open heaven masters. Forget the spirit fruits in your possession, even if they obtained one themselves, they would not consume it easily. On the contrary, they would choose to turn it over to the higher-ups." After saying that, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and walked over to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he swallowed the profound Een spirit fruit. Yang Kai stood in silence for a long while, but in the end, he just sighed softly. He never expected the people they rescued to resist the temptation and refuse the profound Een spirit fruits. Nevertheless, this incident allowed him to experience the difference in culture on the Black Ink battlefield. In the 3,000 worlds, such a precious treasure would have attracted the greed of countless people. On the contrary, the hearts and minds of the people were united as one on the Black Ink battlefield. Everybody would choose the option that was most beneficial to the overall situation. They would never disregard the bigger picture just to satisfy their own selfish desires. The Black Ink cloud was filled with silence as the trio focused on their respective recovery and meditation. From time to time, subtle fluctuations in the world force would radiate from Shen Ao, most likely the result of the profound Een spirit fruit at work to mend his small universe. It took more than 20 days for the intermittent fluctuations coming from him to finally subside. Another half-day later, he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai had been paying close attention to the changes in Shen Ao. Looking at Shen Ao at this moment, he could sense that Shen Ao's aura seemed to be different from before and he had become much more confident. When their gazes met, Shen Ao nodded lightly at Yang Kai to express his gratitude. Fengming spoke up from the side, "Are you prepared?" "Yes," Shen Ao nodded. "In that case, let us depart," she said as she climbed to her feet. Before their departure, the three of them made some preparations. All the open heaven realm masters they previously rescued were currently hiding inside Feng Ying's small universe. As a 7th order open heaven realm master, her small universe was big enough to accommodate these people. However, accommodating too many of them placed a burden on her and affected how much strength she could wield. In addition, if they were to launch another surprise attack on the Black Ink clan like before, it would take some time for her to release all of them from her small universe. Following a brief discussion, a dozen or so 5th order open heaven realm masters were taken into Yang Kai's small universe while the rest were split equally between Feng Ying and Shen Ao. At this point, the expression on Shen Ao's face when he looked at Yang Kai could only be described as flabbergasted. They had not known each other for long, but Yang Kai had already sprung so many surprises on him in such a short period. Yang Kai had the means to restore order to chaos, which could rescue the Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength. He had also given a profound Een spirit fruit to Shen Ao, and now, he could even accommodate living beings inside his small universe. Leaving aside the matter of the profound Een spirit fruit, the two other matters could be said to be unprecedented in all the years that Shen Ao had been alive. These two events had certainly given him quite a huge shock. Feng Ying observed Shen Ao's expression and smiled slightly. "This brat also has a world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars. I wonder what Shen Ao would think if he found out about that." In all honesty, she herself had been shocked by Yang Kai on numerous occasions. She had never met a 6th order open heaven realm master like him before. There were always all kinds of bizarre things about him, so she was often astounded by the unexpected incidents that he accidentally created. There were times when she simply could not understand. Somebody like him should be carefully protected, so how did he end up in the depths of the Black Ink clan's domain where he had to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple to survive? The main force of the Black Ink clan had been gathering successively on the front lines, but there would always be some scattered Black Ink clansmen who were slower to head for the battlefield. They were not as orderly as the human race, so they moved in a more scattered fashion. What's more, the territory occupied by the Black Ink clan in the Black Ink battlefield was too vast. Even under the royal lord's call to arms, there was bound to be a difference across the various territories in terms of the Black Ink clan's response speed. There were also Black Ink clansmen who would delay or find excuses to refuse joining the front lines of the battlefield. More importantly, these Black Ink clansmen who belatedly rushed for the battlefield usually traveled in small groups, which gave the trio numerous opportunities to act. If there were too many in a group, the trio would remain hidden and not reveal their whereabouts. If it was a small group, then they devoured their prey in one bite. They slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen and did their best to rescue as many Black Ink disciples as they could. In the past, just Yang Kai and Feng Ying were enough to kick up a storm in the Black Ink clan's rear lines. Now that they not only gained an additional helping hand in Xianxia, but also dozens of helpers, it was only natural that these activities became even easier to carry out. As the days passed, more and more Black Ink disciples were rescued. Their lineup grew from tens to hundreds and soon breached the 200 mark. Among these people, they also gained 2 additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Including Feng Ying and Xianxia, they now had a total of 4 7th Order Masters on their side. Needless to say, the 2 newly rescued 7th Order Masters received a gift from Yang Kai. They consumed the profound Yin spirit fruit and restored their small universes. Over the recent period, at least 2,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at their hands, including a dozen or so feudal lords. It could be said that their battles had been very fruitful. After a particularly large battle, Yang Kai and the 4 7th Order Masters hid themselves inside a Black Ink cloud to rest and recover their strength. During such times, Yang Kai would always think about Meng Qi. The current situation could be said to have been jointly created by Meng Qi and Feng Ying with their own hands. Meng Qi was not as powerful as Feng Ying in terms of strength, but he was also in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If he had not chosen to commit suicide back then and instead leave with Yang Kai, he might have been able to survive. Be that as it may, he had resolutely chosen to sacrifice himself because there was always a chance that something detrimental might happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4940, It's a Trap. Meng Qi had been worried that he might become corrupted by the Black Ink strength again. If that were to happen, the secret of the Void Corridor would definitely be exposed and the 3,000 worlds would be invaded by the Black Ink clan army. He had not dared to take any chances so long as even the slightest possibility existed, thus, he had chosen to sacrifice his life instead. Although Yang Kai understood the reason behind those actions, he could not help feeling regretful whenever he came across similar situations and remembered Meng Qi. Other than Yang Kai, nobody else in this world knew that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Exquisite Paradise had sacrificed his life in order to protect a secret related to the safety of the 3,000 worlds. As a matter of fact, countless human masters had risked their lives on the Black Ink battlefield since ancient times. Who among them had not given blood and life to stop the invasion of the Black Ink clan? Be that as it may, with the exception of the elders and elite disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, most of the people in the 3,000 worlds were not even aware of the Black Ink clan's existence. The cave heavens and paradises had contributed greatly to the 3,000 worlds. "We've got movement," a low voice sounded inside the Black Ink cloud. The others who were resting nearby quickly opened their eyes and focused their senses outside. Sure enough, they discovered movement. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly entered the range of their perception. Not only were there as many as 500 people in the approaching group, but several Black Ink feudal lords were leading it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged a glance with each other and noticed the eagerness in the other's eyes. During this period of time, everybody had carried out numerous acts of intercepting the enemy, so it could be said that they had long since gotten accustomed to such acts. In fact, this large group of Black Ink clansmen looked like nothing more than a delectable piece of meat in their eyes. With their current lineup, they were perfectly capable of destroying this enemy. Most importantly, there were many black ink disciples among this group of enemies. If they could successfully rescue these black ink disciples, they would further increase their strength. In the beginning, if they had encountered such a group of enemies, they could only choose to make a temporary retreat. There was no helping it as the difference in numbers was too great. In contrast, even though they currently only seemed to have 5 people on the surface, the truth was that they each contained many helpers in their respective small universes. It was only natural for them to eye these enemies with relish. Something is wrong, Yang Kai suddenly scowled. What's wrong? The person who asked the question was an elderly-looking man. He was one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who introduced himself as Chi Tai Chu of Yuan Origin Paradise. Their direction is wrong. Yang Kai shook his head. Upon hearing those words, another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Ning Chi Ji of Red Sun Paradise agreed, that's right. Why is a black ink army coming from that direction? During this period, all the Black Ink clansmen they intercepted had been heading towards the front lines of the battlefield from the Black Ink clan's territory. However, this group of enemies came from the opposite direction. From the looks of it, they seemed to have retreated from the front lines of the battlefield. Did they finish fighting on the front lines? Shen Ao raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, then it was good news. They would only need to wait for the Black Ink clan army to retreat, and then they could make the return trip. There was no need to continue hiding and sneaking around. It's too quick. Feng slowly shook her head. When has the Black Ink clan's attack not lasted at least a decade or two? There are times when they even attack for hundreds of years without stopping. How could they possibly retreat so quickly? Then why did this group return? Could they be escorting something? They whispered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions. Even so, none of them could provide a reasonable answer. The enemy was approaching closer and closer, so if they did not make a move now, they would miss the opportunity to do so. Seeing this, Ning Chi Ji asked, "Are we attacking or not?" All of them turned to look at Feng Ying. Although she was a woman, she was also the strongest among them. Moreover, all of them were jointly rescued by her and Yang Kai, so it was only natural for her to take command. Feng Ying turned towards Yang Kai with an inquiring glance. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. It's probably okay to attack, but we should be extra careful. If you think that something is wrong, retreat immediately. She nodded in agreement. In that case, let's move. The moment the words left her mouth, she took the lead and rushed out of the Black Ink cloud. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed suit. As usual, when the 5 figures emerged from the Black Ink cloud, the Black Ink clan noticed them immediately and turned to look in their direction. The leading Black Ink feudal lords exchanged glances with each other, showing suspicious and puzzled expressions. One of them immediately raised his hand to stop the forward motion of the group they were leading. Then, they quietly waited for the 5 figures to approach. Although they did not seem to be on guard against the 5 approaching figures, it was not due to a lack of vigilance. The main reason was that no ordinary human cultivator would conceal themselves inside a Black Ink cloud. Those who dared to hide inside a Black Ink cloud without fear of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength were definitely already Black Ink disciples. Besides, they had hundreds of people on their side while Yang Kai's party only had 5. The gap in their numbers was too great. Those were the same reasons why Yang Kai and the others could repeatedly approach their enemies in such a bold fashion and succeed in their sneak attacks. The distance between both parties grew closer and closer, so much so that they could clearly see the expressions on each other's faces. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed at something. A long sword appeared in her grip, and she immediately slid her finger across the blade of her sword. Following a surge of world force, a crisp humming sound reverberated throughout the void. Thousands of sword waves appeared behind her, twisting and converging to form a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon in an instant. At the same time, she concealed herself within the dragon head and vanished out of sight. As soon as she attacked, she unleashed her divine manifestation. It was obvious that she planned to end this battle as quickly as possible. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan clearly never expected this kind of thing to happen. They initially thought that these people were 5 Black Ink disciples separated from their masters, therefore, they had planned to wait for the other party to approach and enjoy some easy benefits. Who could have expected the other party to unleash a killing move instead? The sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clansmen reeling in confusion. The expression of the leading feudal lord changed drastically and he shouted ferociously, "Enemy attack!" For a time, the 500-man team was engulfed in chaos. At the same time, the 1,000-meter-long sword dragon lunged towards the Black Ink clan army while shaking its head and flicking its tail. Nobody could halt its rampage. The sword waves that formed the body of the sword dragon vibrated with a humming sound, turning into unstoppable weapons. All the Black Ink clansmen who came into contact with the sword waves were either heavily injured or killed on the spot. In that way, the enormous sword dragon swept open an empty path through the Black Ink clan army. When Feng Ying made her move, Yang Kai and the others immediately opened the portals to their small universe. Numerous figures that had been prepared for a long time emerged from within. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly lonesome 5-man party expanded into a small army of over 200 people that charged towards the Black Ink clan with a ferocious roar. The Black Ink clan was stunned by the attack. Targeted by Shen Ao and the others, the feudal lords were unable to issue effective orders. Consequently, the battlefield was soon split apart. The Black Ink clan were separated into small groups that stuck together on the defensive. Yang Kai ignored the feudal lords as his figure moved through the crowd as nimbly as a fish in water. Whenever he came across an opportunity to attack, he would not miss it. The azure dragon spear in his hand swept out left and right. Everywhere he passed, Black Ink clansmen erupted into blood mist in his wake. With his current strength, as long as he did not encounter a feudal lord, nobody beneath them could defend against his spear. Be that as it may, his main task was not to slaughter the Black Ink clansmen but to rescue the Black Ink disciples. Purifying light flickered here and there, following Yang Kai's figure as he roamed the battlefield. The Black Ink strength was dispelled from the bodies of the Black Ink disciples, and they regained their clarity one after another. Although there were hundreds of people on both sides, the battle was an extremely one-sided slaughter. Not to mention, it was the human race with fewer numbers who held the upper hand. It was very strange indeed, however, this result came from catching the Black Ink clan by surprise. The Black Ink clan never expected the 5 human cultivators who approached them to carry malicious intent. In addition, Feng Ying's divine manifestation had caused great casualties and instilled panic among the Black Ink clan army right at the outset of the battle. If both sides could reconstruct their formation and fight on fair terms, the Black Ink clan would not suffer so badly even if they were, ultimately, outmatched. Many Black Ink clansmen tried to escape when they saw that the situation was not in their favor. Be that as it may, how could the human cultivators allow these Black Ink clansmen to survive? The human cultivators immediately gave pursuit and quickly slaughtered the fleeing Black Ink clansmen. The intense battle took less than an hour from the beginning to the end. All the Black Ink clansmen were eliminated, and the Black Ink disciples were rescued. The human cultivators also suffered some casualties, but their losses were within the acceptable range. Martial uncles and martial aunts, this junior brother has important information to report. While they were counting their losses on the battlefield, somebody walked over to Feng Ying and the others with a young man in tow. Yang Kai turned to look at the young man and recognized him as one of the Black Ink disciples he rescued earlier. Feng Ying looked at the young man and asked, "What information?" The young man solemnly cupped his fist. "Martial aunt, this is a trap. We cannot stay here for long." She frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Explain clearly." He thus explained, "I don't know much, but the Black Ink clan seems to have noticed something strange. They believe that a small team of human cultivators are causing havoc in the rear, so they dispatched some people to launch a search. They intend to locate and eliminate the hidden team. We were merely one of the search teams. There are another 7 or 8 teams in the vicinity. As soon as they discover something, they will immediately communicate with each other to provide support. Although you moved very quickly just now, Marshal Ant, the reinforcements from the Black Ink clan are probably on the way. Moreover, I overheard several Black Ink clansmen mention that this operation is being overseen by a territory lord. The expression of Feng Ying and the others immediately became grim. All the doubts and illogical occurrences from before were clarified at this moment. Shen Ao pounded his fist against his palm and gritted his teeth. I was wondering why this group was retreating from the front lines. It turns out that they have noticed our movements. Ning Chi-zi frowned. Although we've always wiped out the enemy without fail, the Black Ink clan has suffered quite a heavy loss recently. It was only a matter of time before we were discovered, but I never imagined that they would respond so quickly. The Black Ink clansmen who should have headed to the front lines had repeatedly failed to arrive on the battlefield. 1 or 2 people might have gone unnoticed, but it was impossible for thousands to simply be overlooked. This war began because the human masters had raided the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed a number of the Black Ink clan's territories along the way. Therefore, it was not strange for the Black Ink clan to suspect that a small team of human masters were causing havoc in the rear. This particular Black Ink clan team had been ordered to perform a search of this region. Under normal circumstances, they would have been on guard when they encountered these 5 people, but Feng Ying and the others had emerged from within the Black Ink cloud, which caused the Black Ink clansmen to mistakenly assume that they were Black Ink disciples. For that reason, the Black Ink clansmen lowered their guard and allowed Feng Ying's party to launch a sneak attack. Everybody began moving swiftly. Although they slaughtered all the Black Ink clansmen, the information would have leaked out by now. The other Black Ink clan search teams in the vicinity would surely be on their way to provide support. Marshal Peak, Chapter 49-41, Escape towards the rear. What's more, the one presiding over this matter was a Black Ink territory lord. That was an existence on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they ran into a master of that caliber, nobody could be his opponent. Upon learning the seriousness of the issue, they did not dare to delay any longer. They quickly prepared for departure and hastily left the scene after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered all the other cultivators into their small universes. Their swift response allowed them to safely make their escape. Not to mention, the Black Ink clan did not expect the Black Ink disciples who originally belonged to them to leak their information to the enemy. An hour later, the group of 5 hid inside another Black Ink cloud and quietly focused their minds to conceal their auras. They did not dare to act rashly and instead laid low inside the Black Ink cloud for the next half-month. From time to time, they would detect hundreds of Black Ink clansmen passing by in the vicinity. It was obvious that the Black Ink clan was searching for them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan only managed to infer that the enemy was a small team of human cultivators causing havoc at the rear. They did not know who these people were or how many people were involved. Every time Yang Kai and the others made a move, they would ruthlessly wipe out all the Black Ink clansmen they encountered, so it was only natural that their information was not spread to the Black Ink clan. In any case, the thought that the enemy was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud would never occur to the Black Ink clan. That was also why they failed to discover their targets despite searching very thoroughly and even passing by the spot where Yang Kai and the others were hiding a number of times. On the flip side, the group of 5 were no longer free to take action as they pleased. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had created a safe area inside the Black Ink cloud, so they could hide without worrying about being corroded by the Black Ink strength. Although they were safe for the time being, hiding like this was not a viable long-term strategy. The Black Ink clan had failed to obtain results after searching for so long, so there was no saying whether they would begin to investigate the situation inside the Black Ink clouds as a result. If they were to do so, then Yang Kai and the others would not be able to remain hidden for much longer. It would only be a matter of time before their whereabouts were exposed. At that time, they would fall into a situation where they could no longer take the initiative. Inside the black ink cloud, Feng looked at the others with a solemn expression. It's time to take a risk. Ning Qizhi frowned. Senior Sister Feng, what do you mean? She turned back to look at the front lines. Aiming for stealth will only make our situation more and more difficult. I want to try and see if we can return to the Great Pass. What do you think? Everybody fell silent for some time. They were once black ink disciples corrupted by black ink strength. Having served the black ink clan as servants for so long, it had been a long time since they returned to the great passes guarded by the human race. What they wanted more than anything in the world was to return. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances, they could not return just because they wanted to. There was bound to be a certain degree of risk involved. Shen Ao said, the Black Ink clan has already been alerted to our presence, so choosing to remain here will not be beneficial to us. Although we don't have many on our side, our numbers are not few. If we can find a suitable opportunity, we might be able to forge a path through the Black Ink clan army. We still stand a chance to return. Chi Tai Chu nodded in agreement. I agree. Back when I was corrupted by black ink strength, this old man had already died once. Now that I have been given a second chance at life, it won't be a loss if I can drag a few black ink clansmen down with me. In fact, it's already a win if I can slaughter 2 black ink clansmen. Therefore, this old man will go along with whatever you decide. I may not have the brightest mind, but I can contribute in terms of strength. Shen Ao added, let's return then. Seeing as nobody else had any objections, Feng Ting nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us return. She turned to look at Yang Kai. Please be careful. You must stick close to me. There were 2 reasons why she insisted on going back at this time. The first reason was that their current situation had gotten dangerous, and the second reason was that she wanted to send Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's cultivation might not be high, but his very existence was extremely important to the human race as a whole. He could not risk himself by accompanying them here. If not for these considerations, she might not have been so desperate. If possible, she even wanted Yang Kai to hide inside her small universe without revealing himself. In that way, he would not be in danger as long as she did not die. However, she could not do so because of his ability to dispel and purify black ink strength. During a battle against the Black Ink clan, his ability could be critical at any moment. Once they finished their discussions, the group of 5 did not procrastinate. They immediately rushed out of the black ink cloud and sped directly towards the front lines of the battlefield. Since they had already decided to return, then there was no need to hesitate or take detours. The Black Ink clan's search had been ongoing all this time. Moreover, they had increased their manpower since they failed to locate their targets after searching for so long. As a result, the whereabouts of these 5 were exposed in just half a day. Even if they had expected this situation, they couldn't help feeling flustered when they were found so quickly. The ones who discovered their whereabouts was a small team consisting of no more than 10 individuals. They immediately killed their enemies without mercy. However, more and more Black Ink clansmen began to surround them from all directions. The Black Ink clan seemed to have divided their teams in order to perform an exhaustive grid search. By keeping in contact and exchanging news with each other, they could trigger a rapid response throughout the network if any issues cropped up somewhere. Yang Kai's group of 5 massacred their enemies along the way and slaughtered many Black Ink clansmen as a result, but every attack exposed their own position. A few days later, an imposing and oppressive aura entered their perception from a great distance. When they looked up, they saw a rich darkness approaching them at a high speed from the direction where the aura originated. A territory lord. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, shouted suddenly. Her expression instantaneously changed drastically. What made her speechless was that the Black Ink territory lord gave her an extremely familiar feeling. If she remembered correctly, he was the one who tried to corrupt her with his black ink strength previously. At the time, he had poured his black ink strength into her, and thinking that he had successfully corrupted her, he then rushed off to the battlefield after briefly instructing her to follow once she recovered her strength. How could he have known that one of the human masters had planted a secret technique inside Feng Ying's small universe that allowed her to resist the black ink strength corruption once? In the end, Feng Ying killed Nu Yen as soon as she recovered. She initially thought that it would be difficult for them to meet again, but who knew that he would be the one overseeing the search for their whereabouts? If the 5 of them had noticed the Territory Lord, then it was a given that the Territory Lord had also noticed them. It was just that they were too far apart, so nobody could do anything to the other yet. A look of hesitation flashed across Feng Ying's face. She was one of the strongest among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and was only one step away from advancing to the 8th Order. On the other hand, Shen Ao and the other 2 had recently consumed profound Yin spirit fruits. Their small universes had been repaired, so their strength was no longer compromised. If the 4 of them joined hands to fight the Territory Lord, they might stand a chance against him. Even if they were not his opponents, they would not suffer a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, this was not the time to pick a fight with a Black Ink Territory Lord. The Black Ink clan army was closing in on them from all sides, and it would be difficult for them to escape if they were encircled. That was why Feng Ying shouted after a moment of hesitation, "Let's go." She took the lead and sped in a certain direction. Yang Kai and the others quickly followed. The Territory Lord chased after them like maggots on rotting bones. Moreover, his speed was strangely fast. Despite their best efforts, the distance between them continued to shrink. At this rate, it would not take longer than a few days before the enemy caught up to them and a massive battle became unavoidable. To make matters worse, the Black Ink clan had regrouped and formed several 100-man teams that blocked the way ahead. Although the 5 of them discovered this situation early, they had no other option but to change directions and take detours that delayed their escape. After several days of repetition, a look of despair appeared on the faces of Feng Ying and the others. Leaving aside the Territory Lord who was gradually closing in on them, the encirclement by the Black Ink clan's teams had forced them into a corner where they could not take a step forward. They could only keep running around in a fixed region. Unfortunately, as the encirclement shrank steadily, there was less and less space for them to maneuver. If this situation were to continue, they would eventually become a turtle hiding in its shell. During the chase, Feng Ying turned to look at Yang Kai, desperately trying to think of a solution. It did not matter if the rest of them died here, but the loss would be far too heavy if they failed to send Yang Kai back. The abilities he wielded were vital to the human race's war effort. Just as her thoughts were swirling around in her head, Yang Kai suddenly looked at her. "Senior, we should flee towards the rear." She glanced in the direction he was pointing and shook her head. Although there is a gap in that direction, it is obviously part of the Black Ink clan's plan. We would be playing right into their hands if we did that. Even for us, that will be nothing more than a futile struggle prolonging our deaths. They came from the Black Ink clan hinterland in the first place, so wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain if they were to go back there now? Yang Kai insisted, "I have a way to get us out of this situation. Please trust me." "You have a way?" Feng Ying was astonished by his proposal. Similarly, Shen Ao and the others looked at him in surprise. In this situation, it could be said that they were at the end of their rope. Their only option was to fight their way out. Even they were helpless, so how could he have a solution? "What is your solution?" Ning Qi couldn't help asking. Yang Kai shook his head. "You will understand later. There's no need to inquire further, senior." Ning Qi smacked his lips and said nothing. Feng Ying hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. "Good." Taking the lead to turn around, she sped towards the rear. The others had no choice but to follow her and change their direction. At this point, they were truly heading towards a dead end. Not knowing Yang Kai's plan, they couldn't help feeling rather anxious. The Black Ink clan clearly did not expect the human cultivators to make such a decision. Seeing that the other party was heading deeper into Black Ink clan territory, they quickly gave chase. Meanwhile, the territory lord in the lead sneered coldly. From his point of view, these damned human cultivators were simply prolonging their deaths. As long as he could catch up to them, he would show them just how powerful he was. During the chase, the territory lord's oppressive aura grew closer and closer while the expressions on the faces of Feng Ying and the others turned ugly. Half a day later, Ning Qizi lost his patience. "Little brother, if you have a plan, then you should act now. It will be too late if you don't. If you don't have a solution, then be honest with us. If we put our lives on the line, we might even be able to kill that territory lord." Killing a territory lord was far-fetched as his strength was not just for show after all. Even so, they could injure him to a certain extent. After listening to those words, Yang Kai looked behind him. The territory lord was almost upon them, and if he closed the gap any further, he would be able to start attacking them. Therefore, Yang Kai immediately nodded, "It's about time." His figure stopped moving all of a sudden. Feng Ying and the others quickly came to a stop. Caught off guard by his actions, they quickly turned to look back at him. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-42, Blue Sky Pass. "Please come closer to me," Yang Kai shouted. Feng Ying and the others looked at each other, wondering what kind of bottle-gourd medicine he was peddling, but they were influenced by his calm confidence and quickly gathered around him. "No matter what happens, do not circulate your strength," he added in warning. They glanced at the Black Ink territory lord, who was fast approaching them, and their faces twitched at the sight. The territory lord was almost upon them, so wouldn't they be courting death if they didn't even try to defend themselves? "Little brother, are you confident?" Ning Qizi asked in a whisper, his fist clenched tightly, revealing the anxiety in his heart. "Don't worry, senior. I will not joke around with my own life," Yang Kai responded lightly while staring fixedly ahead. His statement was the truth, as nobody would joke around with their life on the line. Even so, the fact that Yang Kai refused to tell them anything in advance made them very anxious. Meanwhile, the territory lord approached relentlessly. It was obvious that he had noticed the abnormality up ahead. The human cultivators who suddenly halted in their tracks made him suspicious and wary, and he couldn't help wondering whether there was a trap waiting for him. However, his powerful perception did not detect any traces of a trap. Annoyance flared in his heart. How dare they make a fool of me when they are on the verge of death? His hand reached out to grab at something in front of him. His black ink strength surged violently and gathered into a cloud that took the shape of a gigantic palm. Following that, a majestic aura loomed over Feng Ying and the others in an oppressive manner. Feng Ying and the others couldn't help feeling nervous. Moreover, they nearly activated their powers on instinct to defend against the attack. At that very moment though, a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation poured out from Yang Kai's body to wrap around the others in an instant. In the next moment, the world spun dizzyingly. This was a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. It felt familiar because they had experienced similar situations many times throughout their lives. On the other hand, it felt unfamiliar because they had not experienced this feeling since they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. By the time they came back to their senses, they discovered that they were standing in a completely different part of the void. The territory lord, who was approaching them aggressively, was nowhere to be seen. Not to mention, they did not see a single Black Ink clansman nearby when they turned to look around. Feng Ying stared at Yang Kai in a mixture of amazement and doubt. A space technique? The feeling just now was very similar to her experience when she activated the universe transference law with the help of the universe temples in the 3000 worlds a long time ago. If not for that, she would not have made such a guess. What's more, a strange energy fluctuation had come out of Yang Kai's body right before that phenomenon. Looking back at it now, that was clearly the fluctuation of space principles. On the other hand, Ning Qizi hurriedly took out his universe chart and checked their current position. After he confirmed their location, he looked absolutely stunned. In an instant, they had traveled several tens of millions of kilometers. Their current location was clearly somewhere they passed some time ago. the very spot where Yang Kai first suggested to Feng Ying that they flee to the rear. In fact, in other words, they had traveled from deep within the Black Ink clan hinterland to this spot in the blink of an eye. In addition, the Black Ink clan chasing them relentlessly had been left far behind. How did he do it? This junior is proficient in the Tao of space. Faced with the suspicious looks from the other four, Yang Kai was forced to provide a brief explanation. Shen Ao could barely believe his ears. I've heard of what masters of the Tao of space can do, but to travel over such a great distance in the blink of an eye. That's difficult to believe. The corners of Chi Tai Chu's brow twitched. That's right. If you had such means, then why were we fleeing all this time? You should have just brought us back directly. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and elaborated, that's impossible. What I did just now required the help of an artifact. That is why I was able to bring you back here directly. I don't have an artifact at the Great Pass to act as a beacon, so I am unable to return there directly. The others did not fully understand his explanation or what artifact he was referring to either, but they understood one thing. If he had the ability to bring them back directly, he would not have taken such risks in the first place. At the same time, they also understood why he had warned them not to use their strength earlier. It was because he planned to cast the space technique and transport them across the void. If an external power had interfered with his technique, then there was a high chance that it would have failed. It was fortunate that they had forcibly held back under the threat of the Black Ink territory lord, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Now that we have shaken the enemy off our tail, we should not be in danger for the time being. But, we should hurry up and leave as soon as possible, Yang Kai said with a glance at Feng Ying. Feng Ying suppressed the astonishment in her eyes and nodded, you're right. Without taking the time to recover their strength, they sped towards the front lines at a high speed. Along the way, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would turn to look at Yang Kai from time to time as though trying to spot something on his face. He had given them many unexpected surprises during this short period. They never imagined that he would pull out another surprise at that moment. The Tao of space was extremely profound. What's more, it was very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. Although they did not know how deep Yang Kai's attainments were in the Tao of space, judging from the phenomenon just now, they could ascertain that his accomplishments were not low. It would have been impossible for him to do such things otherwise. Ning Qizhi leaned towards Yang Kai and whispered, little brother, what other abilities are you hiding? Why don't you tell us now so that we can mentally prepare ourselves and prevent your actions from catching us off guard again? Yang Kai burst into laughter, that's too much, senior. This junior is only in the 6th order Open Heaven realm. How can I have any hidden abilities? Ning Qizhi spat disdainfully, dishonest brat. There were many 6th order Open Heaven realm masters on the Black Ink battlefield, but they had never met such a unique 6th order master before. It was just as Feng Ying had wondered in the past. How did somebody like Yang Kai end up in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory? Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become corrupted by the Black Ink or be captured by them. Whilst traveling, they quietly recovered their strength. Everybody knew that a deadly and desperate battle was waiting for them up ahead. At this time, the slightest extra bit of power could affect the entire battle situation. That was why they made haste to recuperate. After repeating this cycle for more than 10 days, a majestic structure entered Yang Kai's field of vision. Even though he was only looking at the structure from a distance, he could clearly sense its enormity. Like a huge city that stood in the middle of the void, the structure was completely made of metal that gleamed with a cold light. At a rough estimate, it was at least 1,000 kilometers in length and breadth. When he set eyes upon this majestic structure, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight sense of awe. Although he had always known that the cave heavens and paradises had been guarding these great passes for countless years, he never expected the Great Pass to be so enormous. Moreover, if his guess was correct, the Great Pass itself was an extremely extraordinary object. Turning to look at Feng Ying, Yang Kai interrupted, Senior, is the Great Pass a kind of mobile palace artifact? Feng glanced at him suspiciously. Her expression seemed confused, as though wondering why he only learned about this now. Nevertheless, she explained, that's right. Every single great pass protected by the cave heavens and paradises on the black ink battlefield is a mobile palace artifact. They were refined through an extraordinary amount of time and resources. That is the only method to prevent the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. Although he had some guesses, Yang Kai couldn't help gulping nervously when he heard her explanation. Such an enormous mobile palace artifact was simply beyond his imagination. How many resources had been required to build this mobile palace artifact? It had to be said that the average great force in the 3,000 worlds was not qualified to possess their own mobile palace artifact because the cost was so high that they simply could not afford one. Only the top second-class great forces, cave heavens, and paradises could afford to refine their own mobile palace artifacts. Be that as it may, comparing those mobile palace artifacts with the great pass in front of him was like comparing the light from a firefly with the bright full moon. Judging by the scale of this great pass, it was not something that was constructed in a day, or a year, or even a millennium. The structure was probably built little by little over an immeasurable amount of time, otherwise, it was impossible to reach such an impressive scale. Taking out his universe chart and checking his current position, Yang Kai discovered that the great pass in front of him was the Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying came from Blue Sky Paradise, in other words, Blue Sky Pass was the great pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise. After so many years, Shen Ao and the others couldn't help feeling emotional at the sight of the great pass. They never imagined that they would one day come back to this place as part of the human race. Although they followed the Black Ink clan onto the battlefield several times in the past, they had been part of the Black Ink clan's army and the enemy of the human race at the time. They also slaughtered many of their clansmen with their own hands. Upon recalling those memories now, they were absolutely heartbroken. With such a magnificent weapon, what is there to fear about the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked curiously, can anybody control this object? Feng Ying shook her head in response, it is far too large. Even the old ancestors are unable to control them freely. Be that as it may, we can operate most of its defensive and offensive abilities without any issue. The main problem is that we are unable to move the artifact, otherwise, the old ancestors would have mobilized these artifacts to invade the Black Ink clan's territory a long time ago. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors might be astoundingly powerful, but their strength was still not enough for them to mobilize such an enormous object on their own. At this moment, Blue Sky Pass was enveloped in a tide-like pitch-black darkness. The Black Ink clan was continuously attacking the Great Pass from all directions. Numerous dazzling beams of lights shot out from within the Great Pass, blasting directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. Every attack was capable of turning the Black Ink clan upside down. There were also countless warships of different shapes and sizes shuttling across the battlefield, as well as innumerable figures fighting with the Black Ink clan. The battlefield was vast, and the situation varied from place to place. Some places had intense battles while others were relatively calm. Yang Kai took in everything before him, feeling agitated by the sights. He was tempted to charge straight into the battlefield to support his allies. Be that as it may, he knew that his individual strength was insignificant in this environment. It was not realistic to break through the Black Ink clan army's blockade with his strength alone. At this moment, it remained necessary for him to work with Feng Ying and the others. Which way should we go? Shen Ao asked. Let's wait for now. Feng Ying was closely monitoring the movement across the entire battlefront. There were approximately 300 people on their side, a force that was neither large nor small. They might not be able to change the situation across the entire battlefield, but they could influence the trend of the smaller battles. That was why they had to act cautiously. Their wait lasted for 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, they were not a large target, so they did not attract the attention of the Black Ink clan as they quietly hid in the distance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-43, Be Wary of Deception. Everywhere outside Blue Sky Pass was basically a battlefield. With their overwhelming numbers, the Black Ink clan was extremely aggressive. Meanwhile, the human race was firmly defending against their attacks. Neither party was advancing or retreating, and both sides were fighting ferociously. A certain spot on the battlefield caught Feng Ying's attention. There was a Black Ink territory lord fighting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master in that direction. The fallout of their clash could be seen by the naked eye. As a result, both armies quickly scattered wherever they passed during the course of their battle. The battle was extremely fierce, lasting for 4 to 6 hours. In the end, both figures retreated from battle. The 8th Order Master retreated into Blue Sky Pass while the Territory Lord evacuated to the rear with the support of the Black Ink clan. Neither master could do anything to the other, nevertheless, both parties were wounded after the intense battle earlier. Although the leading figures in the battle had retired, the armies under their command continued to fight unceasingly. The battle was extremely fierce. Upon seeing the situation, Feng Ying pointed in that direction with a look of resolve in her eyes. If we're going to do something, we should do something big. Everybody had seen the situation with their own eyes, so how could they not understand her intentions when they heard her statement? All of them immediately looked nervous and excited, but nobody objected to her plan. The Black Ink clan army surrounded the entire Blue Sky Pass, so if they wanted to return, they needed to confront that army. Now that the Black Ink clan territory lord who oversaw that region of the battlefield was injured, he could be said to be the weakest link. There was a possibility of success if they launched a surprise attack in that direction. Looking around at the crowd, Feng Ying saw that nobody had any objections, thus, she immediately took the lead to rush forward with a shout, "Let's go!" Yang Kai and the others quickly followed after her. There was a large ship at the rear of the Black Ink clan army, and the injured territory lord from before had retreated to it. He was currently sitting on the deck and treating his injuries while monitoring the movements on the battlefield, ready to issue an order at any time to make adjustments to the strategy. All of a sudden, he sensed something and glanced towards the rear. He saw several streams of light speeding towards him. It was obvious that there were several human figures hidden within those streams of lights. The sight made him furrow his brow, and he lifted his hand slightly as a signal. A feudal lord beside him immediately stepped forward and shouted solemnly, "Who goes there?" Feng Ying shouted from a distance, "Dare I ask which territory lord oversees this place?" "Honglian territory lord has an order to convey." When Yang Kai and the others heard her statement, their brows twitched. They had heard this statement countless times recently. Feng Ying had repeatedly used the name Honglian Territory Lord as an excuse, but she always succeeded at obtaining the Black Ink clan's trust every single time. It was not that the Black Ink clan's defenses were weak, they were simply too bold and reckless. When they were traveling across the Black Ink clan's domain and attacking various areas, the Black Ink clan never even imagined that these human cultivators would dare to be so fearless as to attack them. Instead, they would automatically assume that these human cultivators were Black Ink disciples under the command of Honglian Territory Lord. The current situation was no different. How could the Territory Lord possibly think that these human cultivators would aim directly for him with malicious intentions in their hearts? Still, he coldly snorted at those words and snarled, "What right does Honglian have to issue orders to this Territory Lord?" As a Territory Lord himself, he could be said to be on equal footing with Honglian, so it was naturally impossible for him to obey the orders of the other. Be that as it may, there were times when the territory lords would work together, which was why he did not prevent the other party from approaching him even though he was not happy with the situation. He wanted to hear what Honglian had to say. At his signal, the feudal lord who spoke just now stepped aside. Feng Ying flew downward with the others, summoning her divine manifestation while she was still mid-flight. Amidst the crackling sounds, a 1,000-meter-long sword dragon took shape as sword cries rang out endlessly. Shen Ao and the others also unleashed their divine abilities at the same time. Ignoring everything else, they aimed their attacks directly at the territory lord. The sudden turn of events left the Black Ink clan stunned. Even the territory lord's reaction was slower than usual. The main reason was that none of them expected these human cultivators to be enemies at all. The enemy had concentrated all its forces around the Great Pass after all, so how was it possible for the enemy to suddenly appear from the rear? In an instant, world force surged. The gigantic ship exploded, and a number of Black Ink clansmen aboard it were either killed or seriously injured. Simultaneously, the light of countless divine abilities and secret techniques enveloped the injured territory lord. A short while later, the light dissipated to reveal the territory lord's giant figure. He was in a miserable state, but there was no helping that. His previous battle with the human master had concluded with both sides suffering grievous injuries. The sneak attack came before he could even begin to recover or treat his injuries, and it was so sudden that he blanked out from the shock. Nevertheless, the sudden sneak attack infuriated him greatly and he gave a furious roar, "You dare!" As he shouted, he reached out his hand and grabbed at them. On the other hand, Feng took the initiative to make her move. The sword dragon rotated at a high speed, allowing her to shoot towards the territory lord like a spinning top. The thousands of sword waves around her seemed capable of slicing apart the void itself. Shen Ao and the others supported her from the side, ignoring the rest of the Black Ink clansmen around them. All their attacks were focused solely on the territory lord. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Master who fought the territory lord earlier was tending to his wounds on the rampart of the Blue Sky Pass. All of a sudden, a Seventh Order Master beside him shouted, "Martial Uncle Zhong, look at that." Martial Uncle Zhong opened his eyes and stared into the distance. Then, he revealed a look of astonishment, "That sword dragon manifestation, it's..." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master exclaimed in joy, "It's senior sister Feng." The divine manifestation of each high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was different, and it even could be said that one's divine manifestation was a unique symbol that could not be duplicated by another. Even if two fellow brothers from the same sect cultivated the exact same secret art, it was impossible for them to form identical divine manifestations. That was why both Martial Uncle Zhong and the Seventh Order Master immediately recognized Feng Ying's identity when they saw the 1,000-meter-long sword dragon. It was not just them, of course, all the other cultivators on the ramparts had also recognized her and quickly turned to watch the situation. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master happily exclaimed, "Martial Uncle Zhong, senior sister Feng is alive. She's returned." Under the leadership of the Ninth Order Old Ancestor overseeing Blue Sky Pass, they raided the Black Ink clan's domain and destroyed many of the enemy's territories. Unfortunately, their retreat was hindered by the Black Ink Royal Lord and many people were separated as a result. The group that Feng Ying belonged to had been intercepted by a detachment of the Black Ink clan army, and for that reason, she had sacrificed herself and stayed behind to stop the enemy's pursuit and give her allies a chance to escape safely. She went missing after that incident, and the matter had been reported to the higher-ups. She was among the best in Blue Sky Paradise in terms of talent and aptitude. Not only was she very strong, but she was also on the verge of advancing to the Eighth Order. It was only natural that her disappearance caught the attention of the pass leadership. Be that as it may, it was impossible for Blue Sky Pass to dispatch a search party for the sake of one person. Besides, everybody knew the fate that awaited somebody who was lost in the Black Ink clan hinterland alone, therefore, seeing her here was both expected and unexpected. Senior sister Feng is alive. The Seventh Order Master was overjoyed. He cheered happily and even burst into tears, "Ha ha ha. Senior sister Feng is alive." It was not surprising for him to be so emotional. He had been one of the people on board the warship that escaped after leaving Feng Ying behind previously. Over the past few months, he could barely hold back his tears whenever he thought about her lonely figure as she stopped the Black Ink clan army with her strength alone. He regretted not staying behind to fight beside her back then. Even if he died, it would have been better than suffering from guilt and heartbreak every single day. How could he not be elated to see her return alive? Martial Uncle Zhong smacked the back of the Seventh Order Master's head and reprimanded sternly, "Why are you making so much noise? I can clearly see whether she is dead or alive with my own eyes." In the 3,000 worlds, Seventh Order Masters were basically regarded as inner elders of the major cave heavens and paradises. Every one of them held an important position and a respected status. Even Eighth Order ancestors could not casually hit them on the back of their head in reprimand. After all, they had appearances to maintain too. However, this was the black ink battlefield, where Seventh Order Masters were nothing special. While they were not exactly as common as cabbages, there were enough of them around for a random stone throw to hit them on the head. After being slapped by Martial Uncle Zhong, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally seemed to calm down. Martial Uncle Zhong continued coldly, "The fact that she is alive is worse than if she had been dead. You should know what kind of situation she is in." The smile on the Seventh Order Master's face suddenly vanished like snow under the scorching sun, morphing into an expression filled with bitterness instead. Humans who fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan were either killed or converted into Black Ink disciples. It was better if it was the former option. Death ended all troubles after all. But, if it were the latter option instead, then they would become irreconcilable enemies. Somebody nearby quietly spoke up, "But, Martial Uncle Zhong, Senior Sister Feng is attacking the Territory Lord. Moreover, she seems to have several helpers around her. If she had truly fallen and become a Black Ink disciple, it would be impossible for Feng Ying to attack the Black Ink clan." Judging by the Territory Lord's frenzied attacks, it was obvious that something was wrong with the situation. For Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was supreme. Forget attacking, even the thought of resistance would never occur to them. Under their observations though, Feng Ying and her allies seemed to be engaged in a pitched battle with the Territory Lord, one so intense they could almost feel it from where they stood. Martial Uncle Zhong frowned as this fact had been puzzling him too. It's likely that Senior Sister Feng was not converted into a Black Ink disciple. She really returned. The Seventh Order Master exclaimed excitedly before shooting Martial Uncle Zhong a pleading look, "Martial Uncle, please help Senior Sister Feng." It could clearly be seen that although Senior Sister Feng and the others were strong, it was impossible for them to kill the Territory Lord in short order. Even if the Territory Lord had been heavily injured to begin with, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. How could he be so easy to kill? What's more, upon realizing that the Territory Lord was being attacked, many Black Ink clansmen rushed over to provide support. Feng Ying and the others would suffer a disastrous fate once they were surrounded by the enemy. A look of hesitation and struggle flashed through Martial Uncle Zhong's eyes before he shook his head. "We must be wary of deception." Just as how the Black Ink clan did not expect human cultivators to be so reckless, the human race's side could not imagine such a situation either. Martial Uncle Zhong had a vague speculation that this was all part of the Black Ink clan's plan to lure their side into making a move so that they could take the opportunity to break through their defenses. If he was deceived for that reason, then he would forever be a sinner to Blue Sky Pass. However, the words had just left his mouth when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. An extremely blinding pure white light bloomed as though a small sun had risen in the distance. Despite the great distance between them, the light was so bright that they could barely look at it. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-44, that was no deception. Both sides had been fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, but such a brilliant white light had never before appeared. The light was without the slightest impurity and even seemed to be able to cleanse one's mind and soul. Martial Uncle Zhong couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly and staring intently in that direction. With the help of his discerning eye, the situation over there came into clear view. An unfamiliar young man whom he had never seen before was holding up something that resembled a small sun at that moment. It was not surprising to see an unfamiliar face as tens of thousands of human masters were stationed at Blue Sky Pass. As some died, reinforcements would be sent to replace them in an endless cycle, so it was impossible for Martial Uncle Zhong to know every one of them. The young man was probably one of the newly arrived disciples from the 3,000 worlds. In the next moment, Martial Uncle Zhong watched as the small sun in the young man's hand slammed hard into the giant figure of the territory lord. The white light exploded without a sound and enveloped the territory lord. Following that, large patches of pitch-black darkness quickly seeped out of the territory lord's body and he seemed to instantly suffer heavy injuries, his face twisting hideously in agony. Even his originally vigorous figure stiffened for a short moment. Nevertheless, the territory lord instinctively struck a backhanded blow that sent the young man flying out, coughing up blood as he tumbled. In that momentary delay though, the sword dragon spun rapidly and swallowed the territory lord with a fierce roar. Thousands of sword waves whirled about inside the sword dragon, causing pitch-black blood to splatter across the void. At the same time, dense black ink strength erupted outward only to vanish into nothing when it came into contact with the remaining aftermath of the white light. The powerful aura of the territory lord vanished in the wake of the sword dragon's charge. On top of the rampart, Martial Uncle Zhong felt as though his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. He had been stroking his beard at the time, and in his shock, his hand jerked slightly and actually yanked out a fistful of his hairs. He died. The same territory lord who fought on even terms with me for 6 hours died just like that. Our battle ended with both sides suffering heavy injuries, but I still can't believe that he died. Not to mention, he was killed by Feng Ying. If he had not witnessed the battle for himself, he would not have believed it. Feng Ying was certainly very strong, but it was impossible for her to slay a territory lord with her strength, not even if she had help and the territory lord was already severely wounded. In that instant, Martial Uncle Zhong realized the crux of the problem. That white light must be the key. He had clearly seen the pain and horror reflected on the territory lord's expression when that white light enveloped him, and that was exactly what gave Feng Ying the chance to land a fatal attack. What the hell was that light? Regardless of what the truth was, this was not the time to consider such questions. A black ink territory lord had been slain by several human cultivators in a matter of breaths. As a result, many black ink clansmen immediately flew into a rage. They surged over from all directions in overwhelming numbers, quickly surrounding Feng Ying and the others tightly. On top of the rampart, the Seventh Order Master asked hesitantly, "Martial Uncle Zhong, was this some kind of trickery?" He felt as though his brain was not working very well. He had just witnessed the death of the territory lord, but if that was a trick of the Black Ink clan, wasn't the price a little too high? Who would use the life of a territory lord to lure out humans? Moreover, Feng Ying and the others were still fighting desperately against the Black Ink clan at this moment. Following the death of the territory lord, numerous figures abruptly appeared around Feng Ying's team. The original lineup formed from just a handful of people instantly turned into a large group of several hundred people. It was obvious that those figures were humans, and as soon as they appeared, they unleashed various divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan was caught completely off guard and instantly suffered great casualties. That was no deception. Martial Uncle Zhong stopped tending to his wounds and stood up. With a wave of his hand, he opened a hole in the shields and shouted, "Quickly come with me to provide support." He fully believed that Feng Ying was not corrupted by Black Ink strength after witnessing the death of the territory lord. Besides, if the territory lord overseeing that region was dead, then the human race could gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. This was an extraordinary achievement. Martial Uncle Zhong could no longer sit back and do nothing with such an opportunity lying right before him. After saying that, Martial Uncle Zhong took the lead and charged forward. Countless streams of lights quickly followed behind him. Once they left, the hole in the shield quickly sealed shut again to prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking inside. At the rear of the battlefield, Shen Ao grabbed Yang Kai by the arm and asked in concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai turned his head to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, grimacing as he shouted, "I'll live." When he unleashed the purifying light on the territory lord just now, he had been sent flying by the enemy's backhand. He would have been severely injured if he had not retreated quickly and lessened the impact. Even so, the vitality in his body was churning violently. It was inevitable that he sustained some injuries. In any case, he was also lucky that Shen Ao had caught him in a timely manner, otherwise, he would have been sent flying directly into the middle of the Black Ink clan army. It would have been difficult for him to get away safely if that were to happen. Martial Ant Feng is amazing, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the territory lord had been shaken by the purifying light, it was the might of Feng Ying's sword dragon that really sealed the deal. The power of her divine manifestation was so terrifying that even the territory lord died instantly after being caught up in her attack. Nevertheless, it was only possible because the territory lord was severely wounded in the first place. If he had been in his peak condition, Feng Ying would not have succeeded. "You are amazing too." Shen Ao's expression was full of approval. He never realized that the purifying light would cause such a destructive amount of damage to the Black Ink clan. It was not until after Yang Kai's attack succeeded and he was sent flying that Shen Ao came back to his senses. It was actually not that strange once Shen Ao thought about it. Yang Kai had been using purifying light to return Black Ink disciple to their original state and restore their mental clarity throughout this period. In other words, the white light was the nemesis of the Black Ink strength. Seeing as Black Ink strength inside the bodies of the Black Ink clan was their source of power, how could they escape unscathed if they were hit by the purifying light? By combining the strengths of Yang Kai and Feng Ying, they had managed to kill a territory lord. That was an outcome that never even crossed the minds of Shen Ao and the others before they made their move. Although they had moved according to Feng Ying's suggestions, they had not expected much, therefore, the result was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and defend yourselves." Ning Qizhi roared from the side. Following the movements of his hands, he blasted out a divine ability at the Black Ink clan. They had already brought out all the reinforcements hiding inside their small universes, even so, they only had slightly over 300 people on their side. Their overall strength was not that great either. Most of them were only in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. Thanks to their swift movements earlier, they had caught the Black Ink clan by surprise. However, now that the Black Ink clan had recovered from their initial shock, the enemy forces quickly formed a tight encirclement around their group. Feng Ying's sword dragon took the lead, charging towards the enemy lines. Without a leader to coordinate their movements, many Black Ink clansmen died on the spot in the wake of her rampage. Likewise, Shen Ao and the others split up to protect the flanks as they followed Feng Ying to charge forward. Be that as it may, there was an overwhelming difference in their numbers. The group of several hundred human cultivators could neither progress forward nor retreat backwards. Somebody was bound to be left behind with every step they took, and it was evident what kind of fate would befall them if they were left behind in this situation. If the situation were to continue at this rate, they would be wiped out before they could reach Blue Sky Pass. All of a sudden, a dragon roar resounded across the void. The sudden roar startled both parties in the war and nobody knew what was happening. In the midst of the chaos, Shen Ao and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound and their pupils immediately contracted at the sight. Yang Kai was standing there while taking deep breaths. An enormous golden dragon had emerged from behind him only to plunge into his body and disappear from view. Immediately after that, a horrifying pressure radiated outward with him in the center. As this pressure spread outward, his figure abruptly began to swell. No matter how many years passed after, the surviving cultivators of that battle would never forget what they saw at that moment. In less than 3 breaths of time, the small human figure transformed into an enormous behemoth. His golden dragon body was 20,000 meters long, covered in a dense layer of dragon scales, his limbs adorned with sharp dragon claws, dragon horns protruded from his forehead, and a dragon beard fluttering magnificently beneath his chin. Moreover, his golden dragon eyes resembled 2 small suns that illuminated the universe and penetrated the darkness on the battlefield. A grand dragon. A 20,000-meter-long grand dragon had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was difficult not to attract any attention with such a spectacle. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan couldn't help feeling amazed by the sight. Dragon pressure exploded in a majestic and imposing manner. The Grand Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a blast of dragon breath. The Black Ink clansmen standing in a large area of the void before him were instantly swept away as a result. Then, the 20,000-meter-long dragon body stretched out and formed a half-circle to wrap around the group of several hundred human cultivators. Move! A deep dragon roar shook the skies. Only then did the human cultivators return to their senses. Earlier, they had not known whether the Grand Dragon that suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend, but how could they not realize that he was one of their own after seeing his actions? The anxiety in their hearts immediately calmed down. Feng Ying, who was in the lead, had blanked out for a moment, but quickly composed herself again. Her sword dragon took point once more, leading them on another forward charge. The Black Ink clan army indiscriminately blasted attacks at them from all directions, but most of the barrage was blocked by the massive dragon. As long as the dragon endured, their defenses stood strong. It was impossible to harm them without destroying the dragon first. The attacks sent dragon scales flying in all directions and Yang Kai's flesh writhed in response, his golden dragon blood splattering out across the void. It didn't take long before there was not a spot left that was unscathed on his 20,000-meter-long dragon body. Even so, the Grand Dragon did not flinch. No matter how severe the wounds he sustained, Yang Kai continued to provide the strongest defense to protect the forward charge of the human cultivators. At the same time, Yang Kai held the Azure Dragon Spear in his dragon claw. This artifact obtained from giant spirit god Ada contained seemingly unlimited power. What's more, it could shrink or enlarge at will. At this moment, the originally 3-meter-long spear had transformed into a 10,000-meter-long spear in the grip of the Grand Dragon's dragon claw. With such a weapon, there was no need to use any divine ability or secret techniques. Even Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear arts were unnecessary as a simple sweep of the spear wrought destruction over thousands of meters of the battlefield. Countless Black Ink clansmen were injured, and the weak were killed on the spot. The surrounding Black Ink clan army was now utterly terrified. It was not that they had never fought a divine spirit before. While there weren't many of them, there were divine spirits on the Black Ink battlefield. Moreover, every single divine spirit was an extremely mighty existence that caused great losses to the Black Ink clan whenever they engaged in battle. However, a divine spirit who wielded such an enormous artifact was completely unheard of. Although the appearance of a Grand Dragon greatly boosted the morale of the human race, it did not last for long. The momentum of their charge remained blocked, the sword dragon at the lead was falling to pieces, and Feng Ying who was hidden inside was soon exposed. Even the Grand Dragon protecting them was soon completely battered. In front of them, the tightly packed Black Ink clan army obstructed their way forward like the gathering storm that could not be wiped out. At this rate, they would not be able to reach Blue Sky Pass before they exhausted themselves and perished. It was at that moment that a huge commotion came from the back of the Black Ink clan army. The lights from countless divine abilities and secret techniques flared brightly in the pitch-black darkness, shining a guiding light to the human survivors. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-45, All Forces, Attack. The commotion at the back of the Black Ink clan army soon caught their attention. When Shen Ao looked in that direction, he immediately became joyful and shouted excitedly, "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements from Blue Sky Pass have come to aid us." The others who were trapped and struggling to advance instantly felt their spirits lifting at those words. At the same time, their attacks became more and more relentless in order to stem the Black Ink clan's offensive. Many people glanced at the wounded Grand Dragon beside them with solemn and thankful expressions. They would have suffered great losses if the Grand Dragon had not used his tough body as a protective shield. He not only blocked most of the Black Ink clan's attacks, but also kept the Black Ink strength away so that they would not be distracted by the worry of being corrupted. His efforts had allowed them to fight to their heart's content without any worries. The masters who rushed out of Blue Sky Pass caused great chaos for the Black Ink clan, as a result, the Black Ink clan had to divide their forces to confront the incoming enemy. In this way, the pressure bearing down on Yang Kai and the others was reduced considerably. Feng Ying's sword dragon in the lead swiftly charged forward again. Riding the waves, she broke through the blockade of the Black Ink clan army and formed a pincer attack with the people from Blue Sky Pass. It didn't take long for both parties to meet up. Yang Kai raised his dragon head slightly and glanced in that direction. The person in the lead was an elderly man. His attacks were brutal, and he exuded the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that he was the one who had previously been fighting the Black Ink clan territory lord just now. The battle had ended in a draw where both parties were heavily injured. There was no saying which cave, heaven or paradise this ancestor figure came from. However, Feng Ying clearly recognized this person and a shout came out from within the sword dragon, "Martial Uncle Zhong." Martial Uncle Zhong nodded at her lightly. His gaze swept over Yang Kai's enormous dragon form, but he did not have the time to say anything. The space around him shuddered briefly, and a violent force radiated outward to push back the Black Ink clan in the surroundings before he beckoned loudly, "We withdraw." Behind him, various warships approached and activated their shields. There was no need for any command or dispatch. The 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters protected by the Grand Dragon quickly slipped into the warships. Shen Ao and the other 7th Order Masters did not follow as there was no need for them to borrow the strength of the warships. They could defend themselves just fine while dealing out enormous amounts of damage. Likewise, Yang Kai did not enter. His Grand Dragon body swayed slightly, and a flick of his dragon tail swept across a large patch of the void. "Go!" Martial Uncle Zhong shouted. The numerous warships forged a path of retreat, rushing towards Blue Sky Pass. Feng Ying, Shen Ao, and the others stood guard on the flanks while Martial Uncle Zhong and Yang Kai brought up the rear. The Black Ink clan territory lord overseeing this area of the battlefield was dead, so although there were some Black Ink clan feudal lords who could issue orders, the Black Ink clan in this region were basically in a leaderless state for the time being. Faced with the aggressive breakout from Blue Sky Pass, they were unable to form an effective blockade. Along the way, the Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties in their wake. It didn't take long for them to reach Blue Sky Pass where a hole in the defensive barrier was opened and the warships quickly entered. Only then could they be considered safe. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan army continued their pursuit, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Seeing that everybody else was safe, Yang Kai, who was bringing up the rear, abruptly spun around. His 20,000-meter-long dragon body was armed with the 10,000-meter-long Azure Dragon Spear. With a single wide sweep, the Black Ink clan charging forward was cut down as easily as though he was harvesting wheat, and a large area in the void was swept clean in an instant. Yang Kai was not finished yet as a dragon roar shook the skies. The Grand Dragon shook its head and flicked its tail before slamming directly into the Black Ink clan army to carry out a massacre. What happened just now had vexed him greatly. While protecting hundreds of his allies from danger in his Grand Dragon form, Yang Kai could only endure being attacked passively. There were few opportunities for him to fight back, and as a result, his enormous body had been reduced to tatters. Now that he no longer had to worry about others, it was only natural for him to go on a rampage. After transforming into his Grand Dragon form, his strength was on par with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, he was not afraid of being corrupted by the Black Ink strength. In this environment, as long as he didn't face a territory lord, he could be said to be invincible. The dragon and his spear roamed the ink-colored void freely, fighting from one end to the other. Looking at him from Blue Sky Pass, they could only see a 20,000-meter-long strip of gold navigating through the pitch-black darkness like a fish in water. The contrast between the colors was striking. Yang Kai's dragon form was enormous, his dragon pressure was imposing, and he even wielded a 10,000-meter-long spear in his dragon claws. The sight of him was truly a little excessive. With just the strength of a single dragon, the Black Ink clan army that had already been disrupted suddenly lost ground and sustained heavy losses within a short span of time. Martial Uncle Zhong had originally planned to return to Blue Sky Pass. Unfortunately, he could not walk away just like that after what Yang Kai did. He turned to look back, his brow twitching violently at the sight. Then, he questioned Feng Ying, where did this dragon come from? Feng Ying did not know how to explain. If she had to be honest, she herself only just learned that Yang Kai was part of the Dragon Clan. Throughout their journey together, Yang Kai had shocked her so many times that she was practically numb to surprises regarding him, but just now he had revealed himself to be part of the Dragon Clan. She had been shocked once more. In response to Martial Uncle Zhong's question, she could only answer, I don't know where he comes from either. I met him deep inside the Black Ink clan's domain. It's a long story. Martial Uncle Zhong grimaced slightly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the Dragon Clan to appear on the Black Ink battlefield even though there were many other divine spirits scattered about. The Dragon and Phoenix clans guarded the No-Return Pass, an extremely heavy responsibility. Even though the Dragon and Phoenix clans were tyrannically powerful, they would never come to the Black Ink battlefield so easily. That was because the No-Return Pass was the human race's actual last line of defense. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. I can't believe a Dragon Clan member appeared at Blue Sky Pass. Martial Uncle Zhong could not be certain whether or not Yang Kai had come from the No-Return Pass. Be that as it may, it seemed unreasonable for them to simply watch without doing anything in this situation. The Dragon Clan member was fighting hard on the front lines, so how could they hide in the shadows and watch without doing anything? The gears in his head spun quickly, and Martial Uncle Zhong swiftly came to a decision. With a sharp look in his eyes, he shouted, all forces, attack. Inside Blue Sky Pass, the human cultivators had long since gotten hot-blooded and impatient after observing the battlefield from the ramparts. As soon as Martial Uncle Zhong's order rang out, they hurriedly leapt into action. Their efficiency was very high, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the shields were released and numerous warship artifacts charged out of Blue Sky Pass like a school of fish. There were so many that they seemed to block out the sky. Following behind the warships were countless 7th Order Open Heaven Masters. The battle environment on the Black Ink battlefield was special. Not only did the human masters have to guard against enemy attacks, they also had to defend themselves against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. That was why only those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm could rush into the battlefield without relying on the warships for protection. Those below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, be they in the 5th or 6th Order, had to borrow the help of warships for defense. That was the only way for them to effectively defend against the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. Otherwise, they might be corrupted by the Black Ink clan as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. There were several benefits to using warships. The first being that those in the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven realm would be protected from the corrosion of the Black Ink strength. As long as the warship was not damaged, the Black Ink strength would not be able to harm them. The second reason was the power of the warships themselves, which was generally higher than what a 5th Order or 6th Order master could wield. Many warships had offensive and defensive arrays that could compare with what a 7th Order master could produce. In that way, they also enhanced the strength of the human race. The human race had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years since ancient times, therefore, they had their own strategies on how to deal with the Black Ink clan. Martial Uncle Zhong had not allowed many warships to accompany him just now on the rescue mission to help Feng Ying and the others. On the contrary, under the orders of a full frontal assault, all the soldiers who could be mobilized had been dispatched into battle. Only those necessary to protect and maintain the operations of the Great Pass remained behind. The figures of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead formed countless streams of lights while behind them, the innumerable warships sailed forward in a mighty procession. The Black Ink clan, who was currently besieging the Grand Dragon, quickly discovered the movement coming from Blue Sky Pass. Under the orders of the feudal lords, the Black Ink clan army in the rear turned around to meet the enemy. Before the armies collided with each other, the lights from various divine abilities and artifacts flashed through and illuminated the void. The colorful lights seemed to fall into the pitch-black darkness like a stone falling into a lake, creating layers and layers of ripples that spread out across the void and sending the Black Ink clan tumbling. Faced with the humans' attack, the Black Ink clan naturally did not just sit around waiting for death. Instead, they returned the gesture. Divine abilities gathered and Black Ink strength rained down on the human army. Without needing any commands, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the lead hurriedly scattered to the sides. Their actions exposed the numerous warships behind them. The warships quickly moved around and adjusted their positions so that they formed small groups of 3 to 5. It didn't take long for them to assume a profound formation. Then, mysterious energy fluctuations spread out from the warships as large rune patterns illuminated the void. These patterns formed a solid and impenetrable protection in front of them like a powerful shield that blocked the attacks of the Black Ink clan. This layer of protection would be broken from time to time, forcing the warships in the rear to scatter and avoid the attacks. At the same time, their defensive barriers would light up to mitigate the damage they received. The collision of divine abilities and secret techniques only lasted for several breaths of time before the armies on both sides entered close quarters. Various screams and roars rang out as the two races fought each other. During this time, the aura of many lives withered and vanished. Judging from the number of people alone, the Black Ink clan undoubtedly had a huge advantage. They had almost 10 times more people than the human race. However, the human side had the advantage in terms of average strength. That couldn't be helped. Since ancient times, the only ones who were qualified to enter the Black Ink battlefield were the elite disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises. Even the weakest among them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm when they first arrived. The reason why there were Fifth Order Masters on the Black Ink battlefield was that they had originally fallen from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The major cave heavens and paradises had always maintained the rule of dispatching their most elite fighters to the Black Ink battlefield. That was because entering the Black Ink battlefield with low strength was pointless. On the contrary, they would easily be converted into Black Ink disciples and enhance the strength of the enemy instead. In comparison, the Black Ink clan was different. The Black Ink clan army not only consisted of powerful masters like the territory and feudal lords, but high-rank Black Ink clansmen and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were also common. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were not too bad as they were on par with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. However, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen were only equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could such weaklings possibly be a match for the human race army? That was why they immediately suffered horrible casualties at the first encounter. On top of that, each human warship was stronger than an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in terms of pure battle strength. How could the human race be at a disadvantage simply because there were fewer of them? Marshall Peak, Chapter 49-46, Entering the Great Pass. It could be said that the warships played a huge role in the reason why the humans managed to persevere for so long on the Black Ink battlefield. They were the most effective means to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength after all. It was not as though the Black Ink clan had never thought of getting their hands on a warship before. The truth was that they also yearned to refine warships for themselves. However, a warship was not something that could be refined by just any random person. The Black Ink clan simply did not have any talented individuals who could refine a proper warship for them. Every single cultivator proficient in artifact refining was carefully protected by the various great passes. No matter the situation, these cultivators would never be allowed to step foot onto the battlefield. As long as they never entered the battlefield, they would not be corrupted by the Black Ink clan. In that way, they would never be converted into Black Ink disciples who would help the Black Ink clan refine a warship. Both the humans and the Black Ink clan fought each other ferociously on the battlefield. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan army managed to fight back against the human race to a certain extent. Be that as it may, the balance of the battle slowly tilted with the passing of time. The clash of the warships and the agile movements of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters eventually brought a crushing defeat to the Black Ink clan army. As a result, many Black Ink clansmen lost their lives with every passing moment. In such an environment, the strength of an individual no longer influenced the circumstances of the overall situation. It was only by uniting together that the outcome of the war could be determined. On that point, the Black Ink clan in this particular sector of the battlefield was currently leaderless and lacked coordination. In contrast, the human race advanced in an orderly manner and supported each other in battle. Less than an hour later, the Black Ink clan army had lost more than half of their forces. There had been many feudal lords who could direct and command the Black Ink clan in battle, but Martial Uncle Zhong viciously targeted and eliminated them. The Black Ink clan army eventually fell into utter chaos after Martial Uncle Zhong killed more than a dozen feudal lords in succession. Under the brutal onslaught of the humans, they were steadily forced to retreat while leaving behind a trail of corpses in their wake. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had gone on a wild rampage after transforming into his Grand Dragon form. He made his way through the ranks of the Black Ink clan army with his spear in hand, charging forward wherever there were enemies. Countless Black Ink clansmen died to his Azure Dragon spear, and the murderous intent around him had intensified over time until it was almost tangible. Everywhere he passed, the Black Ink clansmen quickly scrambled to get out of his way. All of a sudden, Yang Kai heard the deep sound of a horn entering his ears. It was immediately followed by a gentle but firm voice beside him, "Yang Kai, let's go." He looked up only to see the pale-faced Feng Ying calling out to him from within her battered sword dragon. Using her divine manifestation against the Black Ink clan for such a long period had truly exhausted her. He shook his enormous head slightly to clear his mind, then he turned around and rushed towards her. Casually swinging the Azure Dragon spear in front of him, he helped to eliminate the group of Black Ink clansmen around her. "Go where?" he asked in a thunderous voice. Feng Ying looked at the enormous Grand Dragon head with a complicated gaze. She could clearly sense the terrifying murderous intent radiating from his body. She did not know how many Black Ink clansmen he had killed to amass such horrifying momentum, but the murderous intent prickled her skin with a sense of cold as though it was something tangible. "It's time to go back," she explained. Yang Kai looked around him and abruptly realized that the human army had begun to retreat after the horn sounded. It would seem that the horn was the signal to retreat. Since the army was withdrawing, he could not stay behind alone even though he had not killed enough to satisfy him, thus, he immediately nodded lightly in response. One big and one small, the two dragons chased after the human race army and sped towards Blue Sky Pass. It was just that Yang Kai's transformation into a Grand Dragon stemmed from his dragon vein while Feng Ying's transformation came from casting her sword dragon divine manifestation. Along the way, they did not run into any notable obstacles and the occasional Black Ink clansman in their path was swiftly dispatched by them. The defensive barrier around Blue Sky Pass had already been opened and the warships rushed inside, one after another. Meanwhile, Martial Uncle Zhong waited outside until he met up with Yang Kai and Feng Ying. Then, he entered together with them. Afterwards, the barrier sealed shut to isolate the inside from the outside. Yang Kai dismissed his dragon form and turned to look back with a regretful expression. "We could have wiped them out." The Black Ink clan army had been unable to put up an effective defense just now, and the human army was enjoying great momentum. In his opinion, it was perfectly possible for them to clean up all the remaining Black Ink clansmen on that battlefield. Therefore, he did not understand why they signaled the retreat and allowed this opportunity slip out of their fingers for no reason. Feng Ying stood beside him and slowly shook her head. "The Black Ink clan reinforcements from the other battlefields are coming. Besides, the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Not to mention, the current environment is not suitable for our allies to fight." As if to confirm her statements, Yang Kai saw that the Black Ink clan reinforcements were approaching from multiple directions and their numbers were not few. Hence, he immediately realized something. If the human army had not retreated in time and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan reinforcements, their advantageous position would have been immediately reversed. Furthermore, there was the situation on the battlefield at this moment. Due to the deaths of countless Black Ink clansmen, Black Ink strength released from their corpses had formed Black Ink clouds of varying sizes throughout the void. While he was not afraid of these Black Ink clouds, even Seventh Order Masters could not fight in such an environment for long periods of time despite having a certain degree of resistance to the corrosion. This environment was certainly very disadvantageous to the human race. After understanding this point, he couldn't help grimacing slightly. The overall environment in the Black Ink battlefield was too unfavorable towards humans. It was amazing how they had persistently defended the Great Passes for so many years and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. "Are you alright?" Feng Ying asked in concern. Shen Ao and the others were observing Yang Kai with still slightly stunned expressions, as though they had seen a ghost during the day. The main reason was that Yang Kai's previous performance had stood out too much. Since they first became acquainted with him, it was not until today that they learned he was a Grand Dragon. The sight of the 20,000-meter-long golden dragon form carrying out a brutal massacre in the pitch-black darkness had left a great visual impact on them. More importantly, Yang Kai had used his body to protect hundreds of their allies when he transformed into a Grand Dragon earlier. As a result, he had suffered innumerable attacks from the Black Ink clan army. Now that he returned to his human form, it could be said that he was covered in wounds. There was not a spot on his exposed skin that was unscathed, and his clothes were dyed in his brilliant golden blood. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." For him, he was fine as long as he did not suffer a fatal wound. As a dragonkin, he had an inherently strong restorative ability in the first place. Combined with the wood element power that he condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, in terms of recovery, nobody in this universe would dare to call themselves the best if he claimed to be second best. Although his injuries looked extremely bad at the moment, they would only take a few days to heal. While the others were speaking, Martial Uncle Zhong walked over in large strides and came to a stop in front of Yang Kai. He briefly swept his gaze over Yang Kai before patting his shoulder with a look of approval. "Very good." Everything Yang Kai did earlier had not escaped his notice, so it was only natural that he was very impressed with Yang Kai's performance. Nevertheless, he had some doubts in his heart. It was rumored that the Dragon clan was very arrogant. Even though they were responsible for guarding the no-return pass, they never bothered to be friendly towards the human race. In fact, they always gave off the feeling that they were better than others. Unexpectedly, from what he saw so far, Yang Kai's attitude did not seem to match the rumors. If anybody told him that a Dragon clan member would use their own body to shield humans, he would never have believed such words a few days ago. Feng Ying introduced them. "Yang Kai, this is Zhong Liang of Blue Sky Paradise. Martial Uncle Zhong is the person in charge of this sector of the battlefield." Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. "Yang Kai greets Senior Zhong." "How polite." Zhong Liang raised his brow. The feeling that Yang Kai was very different from the dragons that he heard about in the rumors grew stronger. Nevertheless, he said nothing and simply nodded in acknowledgement. "We can finish our talk later. Let's get inside first." He had many questions that needed answers from Feng Ying. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the back with a suspicious look. "What are they doing?" After entering Blue Sky Pass, the people hiding inside the warships came out only to crowd around this area in small groups. Many of them stared at Yang Kai and whispered among themselves. It was clear that Yang Kai's performance on the battlefield when he transformed into a Grand Dragon had surprised them. There was an enormous gate at the front of this area and Yang Kai could not see what was beyond it. All he could see was a group of 100 entering the gateway, followed by another group of 100 a short while later. In this way, the cycle kept repeating over and over. As soon as those words left his mouth, the people beside him glanced at him in confusion. Zhong Liang even furrowed his brow together into a scowl. Logically speaking, anybody from the human race would know what they were doing right now, yet for some reason, Yang Kai was ignorant of this fact. Likewise, Feng Ying was filled with puzzlement. During the time they spent together previously, she had not noticed anything strange. Nevertheless, some of his actions today gave her the impression that he was completely clueless about the Great Passes. That was the case back when he first saw Blue Sky Pass, and that was the case now. Despite her confusion, she quietly explained, "Everybody who returns from outside must be checked, otherwise, they will not be allowed into the inner sanctum." Yang Kai immediately understood upon hearing her answer. Are they worried that black ink disciples might have infiltrated our ranks? In terms of external appearance, black ink disciples who were corrupted by black ink strength looked no different from usual. If they mixed themselves into the crowd, they would not be exposed easily. Feng Ying nodded. It is not as if such incidents did not occur in the past. A single black ink disciple can cause great losses to a great pass after all. That is why this rule was created. Regardless of who it was, as long as they leave the Great Pass, they would need to undergo a check upon their return. How do they perform the check? Yang Kai asked curiously. She understood his concerns and secretly sent a transmission to him, "Don't worry. They will not be inspecting your small universe. We have other means to perform the check. You will understand later." After hearing her say that, he did not ask any more questions and waited patiently. In any case, their brief exchange had strengthened her belief that Yang Kai was completely clueless about the situation in the Great Passes. He would not have asked these questions otherwise. Zhongliang glanced at her with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Feng Ying simply shook her head in response, indicating that she did not know anything either. The speed of the inspection was very fast. Almost as soon as the previous batch entered, the next batch would prepare to enter. In this way, it only took about an hour for the entire human army that had participated in the battle earlier to enter Blue Sky Pass. Only Zhongliang, Yang Kai, Feng Ying, Shen Ao, and the others remained. "Let's go." Zhongliang beckoned and took the lead to step forward. The others quickly followed behind him. Yang Kai looked around. Although 2 to 3 years had passed since he first came to the Black Ink battlefield, he had spent most of his time serving under Nu Yen. It was not until today that he finally arrived at a great pass guarded by the human race, therefore, it was only natural for him to be curious about the situation here. After entering the gateway, they appeared inside a grand hall. The floor of the grand hall immediately glowed with mysterious and complicated patterns that released faint spirit array fluctuations. Looking around, there was indeed a spirit array engraved into the ground of the Grand Hall. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-47, This is a misunderstanding. Various orange and red rays of light wandered and moved about in the spirit array. Not only were they numerous, but they also moved as though they were alive. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the sight. He could tell that this spirit array was the key to the inspection process. Moreover, he also detected the auras of several Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters hiding in the shadows outside the spirit array and silently observing the people inside. He could clearly sense the wariness radiating from the people who were gathered around the spirit array. They were secretly urging their world force as though they were ready to attack at any time should any abnormalities occur. These people were probably the human masters responsible for guarding and monitoring this place. Everybody stood quietly inside the spirit array. During that time, the orange and red rays of light wandered over towards them. It didn't take long before every one of them was enveloped by the orange and red rays of light. Under the illumination of these lights, their expressions seemed a little strange. Nevertheless, nothing unusual happened to the others. Only the light enveloping Yang Kai suddenly flickered several times and turned from orange to pitch black in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yang Kai. The look in Zhongliang's eyes sharpened, and his murderous intent blazed strongly. Meanwhile, the hidden figures who had been guarding and monitoring the area surrounding the spirit array came forward in unison. They instantly surrounded Yang Kai so tightly that not even a breath of air could pass through them unnoticed. In the midst of their haste, they also formed seals with their hands, and the person in the lead shouted, "Seal!" Immediately after that, he summoned many delicate and tiny artifacts specially created for this situation. These artifacts hovered around Yang Kai in all directions and seemed to be connected to each other. With a surge of energy, they turned the space around Yang Kai into a cage and trapped him inside. Everyone secretly breathed out a sigh of relief once everything was done. Even so, the cultivators in charge of guarding the spirit array remained vigilant. It had been a long time since a similar incident took place. The last incident happened several hundred years ago. A black ink disciple had snuck into this place and activated a secret technique that caused him to self-destruct. Although his death did not cause great losses to the humans, the black ink strength that remained after his death had been very troublesome. It had taken Blue Sky Pass painstaking effort just to remove the remaining black ink strength. The same thing had occurred today. It was fortunate that every single Great Pass had since taken precautions against such incidents, so they responded in a timely manner. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall immediately became solemn. "Stop!" Feng shouted anxiously, "This is a misunderstanding." The people guarding the spirit array ignored her and vigilantly kept a watch on Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there with his head lowered, studying the pitch-black light covering his body. He had some guesses about what was happening, therefore, he immediately raised his hands and stood there quietly to indicate that he would not act rashly. Zhongliang calmly stared at Yang Kai for a moment before he turned to look at Feng Ying. "What do you mean?" Feng Ying shot a look at Yang Kai. It was a signal asking him to remain calm. Quickly walking over to Zhongliang, she sent him a divine sense transmission. "Martial Uncle Zhong, I can guarantee that Yang Kai is not a black ink disciple." "How can you guarantee that?" "The revealing black ink array has reacted to him." "That can only mean that he has black ink strength in his body. If he has black ink strength inside him, how can he not be a black ink disciple?" She sent another divine sense transmission. "It's true that Yang Kai has black ink strength in his body, but he has not been corrupted by it. He has a world spring inside his small universe." Zhong Liang's eyes narrowed at those words, and he turned to look at her. "One of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring? Are you sure?" "I've inspected him myself. I can guarantee it." She nodded sincerely. "Martial Uncle, if you don't believe me, you can always inspect him yourself." He nodded sternly. "This is not something that can be done carelessly. I will certainly need to check for myself." She whispered, "Martial Uncle, a matter relating to the 4 universe pillars is a big deal. There are too many eyes here." She did not finish her sentence. Even so, how could Zhongliang not understand what she was implying? The 4 universe pillars held great significance on the black ink battlefield. For that reason, every single human master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars was considered a precious talent and resource. The existence of such a person was certainly not something that should be publicized, otherwise, there was no saying what kind of trouble would arise in the future. Hence, Zhongliang immediately nodded lightly and raised his hand to dismiss the others. "All of you, stand down and lift the barrier." Upon hearing those words, the people guarding the spirit array looked at each other in confusion. The leading 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master hesitantly spoke up, "But, Martial Uncle Zhong, the revealing black ink array has reacted to this person. He is definitely a black ink disciple. If we remove the barrier, what will happen if he does something strange? I have my own considerations." "Just do as I say." Zhongliang did not allow for any objections. Seeing his insistence, the others could not do anything. Zhongliang was the one in charge of this area after all. A short while later, the artifacts were retrieved and the barrier that confined Yang Kai was removed. Then, everybody left the Grand Hall under Zhongliang's command. Shen Ao and the others turned back to glance at Yang Kai before they left. Their gazes were filled with confusion. If anybody claimed that Yang Kai was a black ink disciple, they would be the first to refuse such claims. During this period of contact, they had gotten to know what kind of person Yang Kai was and were familiar with his means. How could a person who had a method to dispel and purify black ink strength be a black ink disciple? What's more, he had transformed into a grand dragon to protect his allies just now and massacred a large part of the Black Ink clan army. There was no saying how many Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands. If such a person turned out to be a Black Ink disciple, then there was no justice left in the world. However, the revealing Black Ink array had reacted to him. It was extremely baffling. In any case, Zhongliang had taken matters into his own hands. Even if they were suspicious, they could only wait and see for now. It didn't take long before Zhongliang, Yang Kai, and Feng were the only ones left inside the Grand Hall. Zhongliang did not relax his guard. Even though Feng had guaranteed Yang Kai's identity, he could not confirm anything until he saw the truth for himself. "Open your small universe," he instructed. Yang Kai nodded. Feng opened her mouth and kindly gave a warning, "His small universe is a little special. Don't be too surprised, martial uncle." Zhongliang gave her a puzzled glance and thought to himself, "It's just the world spring. I already know about it, so why would I be surprised?" Despite those thoughts, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise when his divine sense probed into Yang Kai's small universe for inspection. He was absolutely shocked to the core as he began to mutter, "Why is your small universe?" Everyone who inspected Yang Kai's small universe had the same reaction. Yang Kai was used to this by now, so he casually explained, "This junior is proficient in the Tao of space, so my small universe fully materialized when I first broke through to the open heaven realm. This junior does not understand the exact reason behind this phenomenon." He really did not know the reason why his small universe was special. His proficiency in the Tao of space was probably a factor, but the biggest factor was most likely him integrating the sealed world bead when he first advanced into the open heaven realm. In any case, there was no need to explain such things to others. Zhongliang exclaimed in astonishment, "What order were you in when you advanced into the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai replied, "Fifth order." The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched at those words. That was to say that Yang Kai's small universe had already been fully materialized when he was in the fifth order open heaven realm. Zhongliang recalled how he had worked so hard to cultivate in the past. Even so, he only managed to achieve that feat when he advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm. There was no comparison at all. The small universe of an open heaven realm master would only transform from immaterial to material when they reached the seventh order open heaven realm. That was both common knowledge and a principle that had been upheld since time immemorial. Zhongliang dared not say that nobody else would achieve such a feat as a fifth order open heaven realm master in the future, but this phenomenon was definitely unprecedented until today. He suddenly remembered something and frowned deeply. "Are you part of the human race or the dragon clan?" The dragon clan prioritized cultivating their bloodline. When their bloodline reached a certain level of purity, they would gain the corresponding strength. Therefore, there was no need for them to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies. They would not have a small universe either. For that reason, Yang Kai's situation left him feeling confused. Yang Kai answered honestly, "This junior is from the human race. It's just that I carry a dragon source in my body." Zhongliang was slightly taken aback by those words. If Yang Kai had a dragon source, then it made sense that he could cultivate the dragon clan's secret techniques and assume a dragon form. Nevertheless, Zhongliang couldn't help feeling shaken when he recalled the 20,000-meter-long grand dragon form he saw. That was a grand dragon after all. A 10,000-meter-long dragon was equivalent to an average 7th-order open heaven realm master in terms of strength. In other words, a 20,000-meter-long dragon had strength on par with a peak 7th-order open heaven realm master. At the same time, he finally understood why Yang Kai's attitude was different from the dragon clan that he had heard about in rumors. It was because Yang Kai could not be considered a part of the pure-blood dragon clan at all. After that, Zhongliang immersed himself in the investigation and saw the world spring in Yang Kai's small universe. The effects of the world spring suppressed and sealed the small universe so that it became impervious to external influences. He smacked his lips at the sight and revealed a look of envy. Who would not wish to possess one of the 4 universe pillars? That was especially true on the black ink battlefield. If one had one of the 4 universe pillars, they would not need to worry about becoming corrupted by black ink strength. That would put them in a very advantageous position in a battle against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, these treasures were extremely rare and hard to find. Only those with great destiny could come across such treasures. Zhongliang also saw the black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside Yang Kai's small universe. Unable to stop himself, he asked curiously, "Does it not affect you to have black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside your small universe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It doesn't affect me at all. In fact, there are times when this junior used black ink strength to disguise himself as a black ink disciple. It was by relying on this ability that this junior survived for 2 years among the Black Ink clan." While saying so, he controlled the black ink strength inside his small universe and his eyes instantly turned pitch black. The corners of Zhongliang's mouth twitched. "You spent 2 years within the Black Ink clan?" That was extremely shocking information. Since time immemorial, there had never been anybody among the human race who could remain safe and sound after spending 2 years among the Black Ink clan. Even with the protection of the World Spring, doing that was far too daring. Fengming spoke up, "I was just about to tell you about this matter, Martial Uncle. It's all thanks to Yang Kai that this disciple managed to return." "What happened?" Zhongliang asked. Thus, she briefly recounted everything that happened to her. She spoke about how she had been corrupted by the black ink strength of a black ink territory lord, used a secret technique to escape danger, and killed a high-rank black ink clansman. Afterwards, Yang Kai took the initiative to reveal his identity and joined forces with her to rescue the black ink disciples. In the end, they finally managed to gather 300 allies before they proceeded to make their way back. Even though Zhongliang was well-learned and very knowledgeable, he couldn't help widening his eyes in astonishment after listening to her explanation. It was not until she finally finished speaking that he took a deep breath and asked, "Did you just say he had the means to dispel and purify black ink strength? Also, those people who came back with you were originally black ink disciples?" "That's right." Fengming nodded sincerely. "You should have seen his ability before, Martial Uncle. He performed that secret technique once when he aided this disciple in the fight against the territory lord earlier." The realization struck Zhongliang, "Are you referring to that white light?" There was no way he did not have a deep impression of the purifying light. He had never seen such a pure white light that shone as brightly as the sun on the black ink battlefield before. At the time, he had suspected that the death of the territory lord was likely related to the white light. From what he could tell at the moment, his guess seemed to be correct. It turned out to be the black ink strength's nemesis. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-48, You don't seem to know much. Zhongliang was shocked to his core. The fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring had astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, that was nothing compared to learning about the existence of the purifying light. It was true that the world spring was a powerful treasure, allowing one to never fear the corrosion of the black ink strength or worry about being corrupted by it. But, that was something that would only benefit one individual. Nobody else could enjoy the benefits of the world spring but its owner. On the other hand, purifying light was different. Purifying light was the means to dispel and purify black ink strength, which was something that could benefit the entire human race. The hundreds of people who Fengming led back here were living examples. The conflict between the human race and Black Ink clan had gone on for far too long. Although the Black Ink clan had been trapped in the Black Ink battlefield and could not invade the 3,000 worlds easily, the human race was helpless to destroy the Black Ink clan. That was especially true when it came to the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Since ancient times, many elites among the human race had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength and turned into enemies. Faced with these people who used to be comrades, close friends, and even relatives who fought side by side with each other on the battlefield, they could only suppress their tears and ruthlessly kill them. It was not that they had never tried to rescue these people. In the past, they had captured the Black Ink disciples alive and tried various means to dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies. Unfortunately, even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were powerless to do anything about the Black Ink strength. And yet, there was now someone who could do what even an old ancestor had failed to. How could Zhong Liang not be shocked? He immediately realized that Yang Kai's very existence was critical to the entire human race. The means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength would surely rewrite the unchanging situation that had existed since time immemorial on the Black Ink battlefield. Grabbing Yang Kai by the arm, Zhong Liang tightened his grip with an emotional expression on his face. Come. We must meet the old ancestor. This matter was far too important and had to be reported to the old ancestor directly. Besides, they had been trapped on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, so such good news would absolutely boost morale greatly. Please make the arrangements, Senior. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, he had been planning to meet the Ninth Order old ancestor who was in charge of Blue Sky Pass already since he needed to make a report about the Void Corridor. Zhong Liang grabbed Yang Kai and hurried inside. All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and turned back to look at Feng Ying. How many people know that he has the World Spring? He did not ask how many people knew about Yang Kai's purifying light. Since everyone who came with them was rescued by Yang Kai, they would surely have seen the white light before, hence, there was no need to ask. That was not something that needed to be concealed anyway. On the contrary, it would be better if the news were to spread. Such good news would greatly reduce their worries on the battlefield and allow their allies to fight the Black Ink clan without fear. Good news like this could greatly affect the trend of the battlefield by allowing the human masters to let loose and fight the Black Ink clan without reserve. Feng Ying replied, among those who came back, the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm masters should know since they were hiding in his small universe. The 300 or so Black Ink disciples who were rescued previously had been divided and hidden inside the small universe of Feng Ying and the other Seventh Order masters. Since Yang Kai was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he could only take Fifth Order masters along with him. Zhong Liang frowned slightly at those words. That was going to be troublesome. Purifying light was something that should be heavily publicized, but the existence of the World Spring was something that needed to be concealed. Once this matter was exposed, it might attract trouble instead. After hearing the exchange, Yang Kai chimed in, "Don't worry, Senior. I might have accepted some of the Fifth Order masters into my small universe, but I did not reveal the existence of the World Spring to them. There were too many secrets in his small universe. If nothing else, there was the large population of the small stone race and various other living beings that he raised in his small universe. The mountains of yellow and blue crystals were also being stored in his small universe. These were not things that Yang Kai would expose so easily, therefore, he had deliberately blocked the perception of the Fifth Order masters when he took them into his small universe and only delineated a small area for them to use. In that way, they were unable to see anything that was placed beyond the boundaries of this area. Just like the time when he allowed Zhong Liang to inspect his small universe, Yang Kai had only revealed the World Spring and the existence of the Black Ink strength that was suppressed and sealed inside his body. He only allowed Zhong Liang to see what he wanted Zhong Liang to see. Nothing else had been revealed. Zhong Liang nodded lightly in response, "Good." He had planned to ask Feng Ying to warn those Fifth Order masters so that they kept the existence of the World Spring a secret, but it would now seem that he was saved the trouble of doing that. From this incident, it could be seen that Yang Kai was a meticulous person who acted cautiously. "You should get some rest. I'll take him to the old ancestor," Zhong Liang instructed before he hurried inside. Feng Ying respectfully saw them off. As soon as Yang Kai and Zhong Liang exited the Grand Hall, they saw a large crowd waiting for them outside. These people were allies who fought side by side on the battlefield earlier, and the 300 or so black ink disciples that Yang Kai and the others brought back. Upon seeing Yang Kai emerge from the Grand Hall, the cultivators, who were former black ink disciples corrupted by black ink strength, stepped forward with Shen Ao and the others in the lead. They cupped their fists to express their overflowing gratitude. It was just that Zhongliang was also here, so they could not thank Yang Kai in person. For them, it could almost be said that they had gained a new life. If Yang Kai had not removed the black ink strength from their bodies, they would still be black ink disciples right now. They might even have followed their black ink clan masters to this battlefield to kill their own clansmen in battle. On the other hand, the Seventh Order masters in charge of guarding and monitoring the revealing black ink array stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The revealing black ink array had reacted to him, which could only mean that his body contained black ink strength. In other words, he was a black ink disciple. Even so, Zhongliang had ushered him into the inner sanctum for some reason. The situation left them puzzled indeed. What's more, judging from the reactions of the surrounding crowd, this young man who was suspected of being a black ink disciple seemed to hold great prestige among this group of people. Just what is going on? The Seventh Order guards looked at each other, feeling speechless. Zhongliang ignored them and waved the crowd away. Why are you all loitering around here? Quickly get some rest and recover your strength. This war is not over yet. Although they had obtained an absolute victory in the battle earlier, based on their experience over the years, the Black Ink clan's forces would not be pushed back in such a short amount of time. That feat would require years of effort. The Black Ink clan would only withdraw their forces when they could not endure the losses any longer. For that reason, the duration of the war could be long or short. The shortest battles had lasted for 3 to 5 years, while the longest ones had dragged on for several decades to a century. In any case, even if the Black Ink clan withdrew their forces, the human race had no means to annihilate the Black Ink clan completely. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would always rise again after a period of time. For countless years, this vicious cycle had been repeated over and over again. The human race had stationed themselves at the various great passes to guard the last line of defense for the sake of the 3,000 worlds. Walking behind Zhongliang, Yang Kai looked around in amazement. The scenery inside Blue Sky Pass did not look very different from what one would see inside a city. There were houses situated along both sides of the wide and spacious streets, but of course there were no shops. Although these houses looked like places for people to live in, they seemed to be deserted at this moment. Even the occasional passing cultivator seemed to be in a hurry. Isn't there a little too few people? Yang Kai muttered. Zhongliang explained, the great passes are basically made up of 2 lines of defense. The first line of defense is the outermost barrier that you saw earlier. The second line of defense is where the revealing Black Ink array is located. Now that war has broken out, most of the people have rushed to the first line of defense. Even if some of them withdrew from battle, they would be resting in their respective residences. That is why the inner sanctum is relatively deserted at the moment. Truthfully, the inner sanctum is quite lively when we are not at war. After saying that, he turned to glance at Yang Kai. I forgot to ask. Where do you hail from? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. This junior can be considered part of Yinyang Cave Heaven, but I was not born into Yinyang Heaven. Whenever he introduced himself to others before, he had always claimed to be a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple. The main reason was that he couldn't be bothered to explain the nuances of his situation. Be that as it may, Zhongliang's status was different. He was an 8th Order ancestor, so it would be better to tell him the truth. Zhongliang was curious. If you were not born in Yinyang Heaven, then how are you considered part of it? Yang Kai blushed slightly as he explained, this junior married a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple, so I can be considered a Yinyang Heaven son-in-law. Zhongliang's mouth fell open slightly. All of a sudden, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. How lucky. The women of Yinyang Cave Heaven are quite a catch. Generally speaking, the female disciples of the major cave heavens and paradises would not marry outside their respective sects. However, if an individual had outstanding aptitude, the cave heavens and paradises would not hesitate to win these individuals over. Yang Kai's various performances had not escaped Zhongliang's notice. This boy was truly outstanding. In Zhongliang's opinion, it was not strange for Yinyang Cave Heaven to use the marriage of their female disciples as a means to win over a rising star like Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai was not just marrying a Yinyang Cave Heaven disciple but two Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples, one of which was a core disciple. If he knew, he would have been shocked. There are also some people from Yinyang Cave Heaven here at Blue Sky Pass. I'll introduce you to them if I get the chance. Zhongliang said casually. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said curiously, isn't Blue Sky Pass the great pass guarded by Blue Sky Paradise? Why are there people from other cave heavens and paradises here? This was something he noticed earlier. Some of the Open Heaven Realm Masters who appeared on the battlefield earlier were clearly not from Blue Sky Paradise. He could tell because their divine abilities and secret techniques clearly came from other cave heavens and paradises. Zhongliang replied, Blue Sky Pass is indeed named after Blue Sky Paradise, and the one overseeing Blue Sky Pass is an old ancestor from Blue Sky Paradise. Be that as it may, the people here come from all over the 3,000 worlds. In fact, there are people from almost every cave heaven or paradise here. How could there only be people from Blue Sky Paradise? You should know that every cave heaven and paradise has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only with sincere cooperation can we bring together each other's strengths and make up for our respective weaknesses. That is the case at Blue Sky Pass and all other great passes. After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It would seem that his previous understanding had been flawed. Zhongliang furrowed his brow slightly at that moment as he muttered, You don't seem to have much knowledge about the great passes. Logically speaking, as long as a person resided in any of the great passes for a few days, they would naturally learn about such common knowledge. However, Yang Kai's behavior seemed to indicate that this was his first time at one of the great passes. Yang Kai quietly said, I will be truthful, senior. I am mostly ignorant about the great passes. Moreover, this is also my first time coming to one of the great passes. Zhongliang was astonished, how can that be? If that's the case, then how were you captured by the Black Ink clan? He previously assumed that Yang Kai had been captured by the Black Ink clan on one of the battlefields. Consequently, Yang Kai had been forced to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple and followed the Black Ink clan back to their territory. But now, that did not seem to be the case. Yang Kai cupped his fist, I cannot tell you the exact reason, but the truth will come to light when this junior meets with the old ancestor. Zhongliang stared at Yang Kai for a while. He could not understand what in the world could be so difficult to say to him. As an 8th order ancestor, what was there that he was not allowed to know? Nevertheless, seeing as Yang Kai had said as much, there must be some sort of secret involved. It was not right for him to probe further, so he simply said, Good. However, you might not be able to meet the old ancestor right now. Martial Peak, Chapter 49-49, Astonishing. The old ancestor is wounded. Before Yang Kai could inquire about the matter, Zhongliang took the initiative to explain. Yang Kai was taken aback. Someone with the title Old Ancestor could only be a 9th order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could a person like that be wounded? In the next moment though, he quickly understood, was the old ancestor injured during the battle with the Black Ink Royal Lord? The only one who could harm an old ancestor was a royal lord from the Black Ink clan. It would seem that the disturbance caused by the old ancestor's attack that Yang Kai sensed previously when he was in the Black Ink clan's territory had belonged to the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass. Not long after the attack, the royal lord had led the Black Ink clan army in pursuit of the human army. He probably exchanged blows with the old ancestor at the time, which resulted in the old ancestor being injured in the process. Zhongliang nodded. The old ancestor might be wounded, but that royal lord is in no better condition. We have no idea where the enemy's leader is hiding to treat his wounds at the moment. For the time being, we will have to see who between them recovers first. That will determine the outcome of this battle. The strongest combatants on both sides had been injured and were busy recuperating, otherwise, their presence would definitely have been seen on the battlefield. In any case, the one who recovered first would obtain the absolute advantage. That was the reason why Zhongliang could not be sure whether Yang Kai could gain an audience with the old ancestor right now. If this matter was not urgent, Zhongliang would not have even considered disturbing the old ancestor at a time like this. After all, it was extremely important for the old ancestor to recover from his wounds. It was just that Yang Kai's ability to purify black ink strength was also extremely important, so they had to report this matter to the old ancestor as soon as possible. There was a solitary mountain in the middle of Blue Sky Pass that towered high into the clouds. On top of the solitary mountain stood a majestic palace. That was the place where the old ancestor cultivated in retreat. He normally lived here in seclusion and rarely revealed himself without a reason. Flight was not prohibited inside the inner sanctum, and it did not take long for Zhongliang to guide Yang Kai to the palace located at the top of the solitary mountain. There were several figures standing guard outside the palace, and each one of them had a profound aura. Even the weakest among them was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. There was also an 8th Order ancestor standing guard in the open, right before the doors, just in case an accident occurred. Upon detecting movement, the 8th Order ancestor, who had been sitting down cross-legged and resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly and stood up to block their path. Senior Brother Sun. Zhongliang stepped forward in greeting. Senior Brother Sun nodded lightly. Glancing at Yang Kai who was following behind Zhongliang curiously, he asked, Junior Brother Zhong, what is so urgent for you to come here? As 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, Senior Brother Sun believed that Zhongliang knew better and would not come here at this time unless there was something important. I have something to report to the old ancestor. Zhongliang replied. Stepping forward, he secretly explained the situation in detail to Senior Brother Sun via transmission. At first, Senior Brother Sun listened with an indifferent expression, but it didn't take long before his eyes contracted in astonishment. He turned to stare at Yang Kai in shock and anxiously asked, is that possible? Zhongliang nodded solemnly, Fengming told me herself. Besides, those hundreds of people have already entered the inner sanctum. The information is trustworthy. Senior Brother Sun frowned, didn't you verify the truth with your own eyes? Zhongliang asked, how do we verify this matter? Senior Brother Sun pondered in silence for a moment, capture a black ink disciple and bring them back. Zhongliang stared at Senior Brother Sun with his mouth agape, seeming to ask, are you serious, with his expression. Even if he was an 8th Order master, it was not easy to capture a black ink disciple alive on that chaotic battlefield. Senior Brother Sun glared at Zhongliang, this is an important matter. It's better to be careful. Go quickly. Helpless, Zhongliang could only answer, fine, I'll go. Yang Kai listened to the conversation from the side and vaguely guessed the contents of their conversation. Thus, he immediately cupped his fist and said, there's no need to go to so much trouble. If you wish to verify this matter, Senior, this disciple can show you at any time. Senior Brother Sun raised a brow at those words, how will you do that? Zhongliang slapped his forehead, I forgot, he has black ink strength suppressed and sealed inside his small universe. Turning around, he explained the situation to Senior Brother Sun, this brat is extremely blessed. He possesses a world spring, so he does not fear becoming corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, he is bold and reckless. By suppressing and sealing black ink strength in his small universe, he disguised himself as a black ink disciple and lived among the black ink clan for a few years. Senior Brother Sun stared at Yang Kai, so shocked that his mouth fell open slightly. This was absolutely astounding information. Even with a world spring, it was crazy for anybody to suppress and seal black ink strength inside their small universe. Not to mention, Yang Kai had disguised himself as a black ink disciple and lived among the black ink clan for several years. Someone who did this could no longer be described as courageous, only reckless would suffice. Nevertheless, this would indeed save them a lot of trouble. Senior brother Sun nodded at Yang Kai and said, "This is an important matter. It's not that I don't trust you, but I must verify the truth with my own eyes." Yang Kai nodded to indicate that he understood. Raising his hand, he opened the portal to his small universe and a mass of black ink strength immediately poured out from within. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of protecting this place had no idea what was going on, so they were shocked to see the pitch-black black ink strength. Thinking that a black ink disciple had infiltrated this place, they instinctively pushed their world force. It was fortunate that Senior Brother Sun stopped them in time. Senior Brother Sun stared intently at Yang Kai's movements and soon saw Yang Kai's hands glowing with two different colored lights. When Yang Kai pressed his palms together, the two different colored lights transformed into a pure white light. Zhongliang raised his brow slightly at the sight. It was that same white light. He had personally witnessed the white light inflicting great harm on the Black Ink Territory Lord he fought earlier. There was no doubt that the Black Ink Territory Lord had shown a panicked expression when enveloped by the white light. However, what he witnessed from afar could not compare to the shock he experienced at this moment. Under his divine sense perception, he could tell that the white light was completely pure and flawless. The white light loomed over the black ink strength, then they came into contact with each other in the next moment. The thick black ink strength quickly vaporized and vanished out of sight. Only the white light remained without disappearing. The Seventh Order Masters, who reacted as though they were facing a great enemy earlier, were now dumbfounded by what they just witnessed. Even Senior Brother Sun was shocked beyond words. A long while passed before he said, "Astonishing." Although the white light did not contain strong destructive power, it had the effect of purifying the black ink strength. That alone was worthy of his high evaluation. "Please wait here. I will inform the old ancestor of your arrival, but I cannot guarantee that you will receive a response. The old ancestor is in the middle of recovery after all," Senior Brother Sun said before he turned around and entered the palace. Zhongliang and Yang Kai waited patiently. Meanwhile, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters studied Yang Kai intently, as though they were trying to figure out something from his body. The black ink strength that Yang Kai brought out earlier had already been dispelled, but the white light continued to exist. Zhongliang couldn't help feeling curious. Reaching out to touch the light, he discovered that it actually gave off an extremely gentle and comforting feeling. "Can this still be used?" Zhongliang asked. Yang Kai nodded in reply, "It should still be effective, but it won't last for long." Zhongliang smacked his lips. That's such a waste. He was tempted to capture a black ink disciple and throw them into the white light. In that way, the black ink strength in the black ink disciple would be dispelled and the black ink disciple would regain mental clarity. Yang Kai had already noticed this issue some time ago. There were many times when purifying light went to waste. Even after dispelling black ink strength from the bodies of the black ink disciples, the effects of the purifying light would not dissipate completely depending on its initial intensity. It was obvious that the light could still be used, but he could only let it go to waste as there was nothing to use it on. It had to be said that the purifying light was formed from the power of the yellow and blue crystals, therefore, it was these precious yin and yang element materials that were being wasted. Not long afterwards, Senior Brother Sun returned from inside the palace. Zhongliang hurriedly looked over only to see Senior Brother Sun shaking his head slowly. The old ancestor did not respond. He is probably at a critical juncture in his recovery. There was nothing Zhongliang could do after hearing that statement. After all, he could not forcibly interrupt the old ancestor who was in the midst of healing. If anything were to happen to the old ancestor, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Senior Brother Sun quickly followed up, "When the old ancestor comes out of retreat, I will inform him about this matter." In any case, Yang Kai is already in the inner sanctum. There's no need to be anxious. Zhongliang nodded, that's the only way. But, what do you plan to do now? Senior Brother Sun asked. Naturally, Zhongliang understood what Senior Brother Sun meant, this matter cannot be concealed. In any case, it is not something that needs to be concealed either. I plan to announce this information to everyone. This is an uplifting piece of news, especially now that war has broken out. This information will allow the disciples to fight without worries, which will in turn boost their morale. Senior Brother Sun pondered for a while, good. The problem that has plagued us for so long has been resolved. This will certainly boost morale among the ranks. Do as you see fit. Zhongliang replied, then, I will gather those old farts in the conference hall and announce this news to them. Go ahead. I will inform the old ancestor about this matter as soon as possible. I'm sure the old ancestor will also agree with the plan. Zhongliang cupped his fist and sent a divine sense transmission to remind Senior Brother Sun, Senior Brother, the fact that this boy possesses the world spring cannot be exposed. Senior Brother Sun understood, don't worry. I will take care of it. Likewise, Senior Brother Sun understood what Zhongliang was worried about. If it was revealed that Yang Kai possessed the world spring, it would surely attract trouble. Zhongliang thanked Senior Brother Sun and quickly departed with Yang Kai. Along the way, he took out a communication device and sent out several messages. A short while later, a stream of light sped towards them. A figure was revealed when the stream of light came close. It turned out to be Feng Ying. Martial uncle. Feng Ying cupped her fist in greeting. It was apparent that she had been summoned by Zhongliang. Zhongliang instructed, lead him to the main conference hall and wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Yes. She responded. Tilting her head to signal Yang Kai, she led him in a certain direction. On the other hand, Zhongliang headed towards the outside of the Great Pass. Along the way, Feng Ying asked, have you met the old ancestor? Yang Kai shook his head, the old ancestor is recovering, so I didn't manage to meet him. She was taken aback, is the old ancestor injured? It had not been long since she returned, so she was not informed about the old ancestor's injury. I heard Senior Zhong mention that the Royal Lord is in a similar condition. The Royal Lord is currently hiding somewhere to treat his wounds. At present, it all depends on who recovers first. The one who wins this race will hold the absolute advantage on the battlefield. Feng Ying nodded lightly. It was not the first time the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass and the Royal Lord of this region had fought each other. Every time the Black Ink clan launched an assault on Blue Sky Pass, the Royal Lord would step forward to keep the old ancestor in check. There was no other choice. The Royal Lord had to join the battle personally, otherwise, no amount of Black Ink clansmen could ever hope to stop the old ancestor if he stood on the front lines. Why does Martial Uncle Zhong want you to go to the main conference hall? She inquired further. Yang Kai answered, he seems to believe that word of the purifying light will boost morale, so he plans to announce it to everyone. Feng Ying instantly understood, it will certainly be beneficial. Besides, there's nothing wrong with publicizing this information. This matter cannot be hidden anyway. Everybody will know about it sooner or later. Yang Kai nodded. He had no intention of hiding this ability as it could restrain Black Ink's strength after all. If this ability could benefit his allies, then he would be happy to cooperate. It did not take long for the pair to arrive outside a grand hall, however, they did not enter and simply waited outside. The hall was empty without a figure in sight, but after waiting for some time, a figure came towards them from a distance and soon landed not far away. The person who arrived was burly and had a head of disheveled hair, like a raging wild lion. Martial Peak, Chapter 4950, Something We Need to Confirm. Martial Uncle Zhao. Feng Ying faced the person who just arrived and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai also bowed slightly from where he stood behind her. On the other hand, Martial Uncle Zhao stared at Feng Ying in surprise. "Feng girl, you're back. Didn't they say that you were left behind in Black Ink clan territory? How did you manage to return?" She replied, "I was lucky to survive." As for how she managed to return, she did not explain in detail. He nodded lightly. "You will surely receive a great blessing after surviving such a difficult ordeal. Don't squander your opportunity. I hope that you can slaughter even more Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield from now on." She responded affirmatively. After that, he stuck his head into the hall and looked around before he frowningly asked, "Brother Zhong summoned us here, so why isn't he here? Did something happen?" She respectfully answered, "Martial Uncle Zhong has something important to announce. Unfortunately, this disciple does not know the exact details. Please enter first, Martial Uncle Zhao. Martial Uncle Zhong will be here soon." Martial Uncle Zhao nodded. Then, he strode into the conference hall and randomly found a place to sit and wait. Martial Uncle Zhao had only just entered the hall when numerous streams of lights came flying over from all directions. Every one of them was an 8th Order master. They were clearly the people in charge of the various front lines on the battlefield. In other words, they had the same status as Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai stood outside the hall, greeting each arrival in succession. As the guests entered, Feng Ying told Yang Kai who was from which cave, heaven or paradise. Although there were tens of thousands of masters in Blue Sky Pass, there were only a handful of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters among them. In fact, there were only several dozen in total. Feng Ying had been living here for thousands of years, so it was only natural for her to know them all. These 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters could be said to be the pillars of every great pass. Every one of them was an incredibly valuable asset, and they basically held important positions that placed them in charge of commanding the human army and protecting the various defense lines. As expected, there was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was just that he did not know Yang Kai's origins, so he did not pay much attention to him. Besides, this was not a place where people made connections to climb up the social ladder. Yang Kai simply memorized the name and appearance of this 8th Order master without saying too much to the other party. Most of the 8th Order masters who came here were acquainted with Feng Ying. Some of them glanced at Yang Kai but did not pay much attention to him. However, Yang Kai felt as though the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master from Shihi Paradise had been observing him closely. The other party even seemed to have a look of doubt on his face when he entered the conference hall. Nevertheless, he did not say anything to Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering whether it was simply his own misunderstanding. Everybody waited in the hall for some time, but there was still no sign of Zhong Liang anywhere. It didn't take long before somebody lost their patience and complained, "What the hell is that old fart Zhong doing? I have an ongoing battle at the moment. Why did he send an urgent message to summon us here? Is he playing a joke on us? Where is that old fart Zhong? Brother Zhang, please don't be so impatient. Since we received an urgent message from Brother Zhong, then it must be something important. Although you have an ongoing battle, the outcome will not be determined for some time yet. It's time to let the subordinates under our command rest for a while." Somebody earnestly responded. It would seem that this person was quite open-minded. "Speaking of which, have you visited the old ancestor? Are his injuries severe? I've sent a message and received a response claiming that old ancestor is in the middle of recovery, so I didn't dare to disturb him. I don't think it's very serious. It's not the first time something like this has happened after all. Old ancestor is treating his wounds, as is the royal lord. It's the same for both sides. If I had to say, we should find an opportunity to charge forward. Once we find the place where the royal lord is recuperating, we can vanquish him. In that way, the war will go smoothly for us. Brother, you're not a child anymore. Why are you spewing such nonsensical words? The place where the royal lord is recuperating will surely be under strict guard. We might be able to charge forward, but we won't be able to return alive. You should think before you speak. Who did you just call brainless? Of course, I'm referring to the person who answered. For a time, the quarrel became very fierce. There was no saying whether these two quarreling Eighth Order masters did not get along with each other in the first place, but as soon as they started arguing, they started to roll up their sleeves to get physical. Consequently, the people around them panicked and quickly stepped in to calm them down. Outside the hall, Feng Ying and Yang Kai glanced at each other with speechless expressions. Eighth Order masters held highly revered positions, so most people had the impression that they were all stern-looking and dignified people. Who could have imagined that these Eighth Order ancestors would be squabbling inside the conference hall like hawkers at the market? If news were to spread out to the public, nobody would believe the truth. A stream of light suddenly sped over from a distance and landed in front of the two. It was Zhong Liang. Feng Ying and Yang Kai bowed in unison and looked up only to see Zhong Liang holding a person in his grasp. That person was clearly a black ink disciple. His eyes were filled with inky darkness, and although there was a seal placed on his body that suppressed his strength and prevented him from circulating his power, he continued to struggle endlessly against his restraints. Upon seeing this black ink disciple, Yang Kai immediately had a vague understanding of Zhong Liang's intentions. No matter how beautiful his words were, nobody would believe them without proof. Therefore, Zhong Liang had obviously rushed to the battlefield outside the Great Pass and captured a black ink disciple so that Yang Kai could use purifying light in front of everyone. Zhong Liang nodded and directed his words at Yang Kai, "Come with me." "Yes." Yang Kai responded affirmatively, then, he followed Zhong Liang into the hall. The noise inside the hall died down abruptly. Many people turned to stare at them in astonishment, wondering why Zhong Liang had captured and brought a black ink disciple here. "Brother Zhong, you're finally here," somebody remarked. "I've made you wait," Zhong Liang cupped his fist apologetically. "It's just that this is a very important matter, so I had to take some time to prepare." While speaking, he threw the black ink disciple in his grasp to the ground. The black ink disciple might have been placed under a seal, but his movements were unimpeded. Thus, he quickly stood up and looked around cautiously. Everybody in the room was also scrutinizing the black ink disciple. All the people present in this room were Eighth Order masters, so this black ink disciple did not pose any threat to them. Be that as it may, they had a vague guess that Zhong Liang's announcement had something to do with the black ink disciples. There was no need for him to capture one otherwise. "What is going on, Brother Zhong? Can't you tell us now? The front lines are still fighting. It will be a problem if we remain here for too long," somebody urged. Zhong Liang nodded. Just as he was about to speak, somebody else suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Brother Zhong, before you begin, there is something I want to confirm." Zhong Liang turned to look in that direction and nodded. "Please speak, Brother Tian." Likewise, Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person who spoke earlier was the same person who was staring intently at him earlier. At the time, he had the feeling that this person's gaze contained some sort of deeper meaning, but could not be sure. It would now seem that his guess was correct. He recalled that Feng Ying had introduced this person as Tian Xiaozhu of Shihe Paradise. Tian Xiaozhu said, "I heard a message from a disciple under my command claiming that the revealing black ink array had reacted to a certain individual when a group of people entered the inner sanctum earlier. However, you insisted on bringing him into the inner sanctum. Is that true, Brother Zhong?" Zhong Liang frowned slightly. He knew that the person who sent the message was most likely one of the people guarding the revealing black ink array. Even so, he could not blame the other party. They were simply carrying out their duties. Unable to prevent him from bringing Yang Kai into the inner sanctum when he insisted, they could only send a message to the ancestors of their respective cave heavens and paradises to ask them to investigate and determine the truth of the incident. "It looks like I won't be able to keep this matter hidden anymore." Zhong Liang smacked his lips. "I had hoped to avoid attracting trouble, but it looks like I won't be able to avoid this issue." In the end, he nodded. "It's true." Seeing his admission, somebody exclaimed in astonishment, if the revealing black ink array reacted, that can only mean that they have black ink strength in their body. That person is a black ink disciple. How can you bring such a person into the inner sanctum, Brother Zhong? Could it be this person? That person glanced at the black ink disciple that Zhongliang had just brought in. Tian Xiaozhu shook his head. It's not this black ink disciple. If my guess is correct, that person should have been him. Am I right? While speaking, he glanced towards Yang Kai, who was standing next to Zhongliang. Yang Kai bowed politely. Junior Yang Kai greets seniors. Many people studied Yang Kai curiously. Some people seemed confused while others seemed thoughtful. Zhongliang sighed softly and looked at Tian Xiaozhu. Brother Tian, what are you trying to say? Tian Xiaozhu said, Brother Zhong, you insisted on bringing this boy into the inner sanctum without even placing a restriction on him. That can only mean that you are not worried about him in the slightest. However, the revealing black ink array could not have been mistaken. In other words, he most likely has black ink strength in his body. But, judging by his appearance and actions, he does not seem like a black ink disciple. Despite having black ink strength in his body, he is not being corrupted by it. Looking at this situation, doesn't anything come to mind? Somebody suddenly understood and shouted, A4 Universe Pillar. A series of gasps rang out, and many pairs of eyes flashed with interest at those words. Another person asked excitedly, does the boy really possess one of the 4 universe pillars? Only those who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would not be converted into a black ink disciple despite having black ink strength in their body. It was not as if something similar had never happened before. After all, Yang Kai was not the only person with a 4 universe pillar among the human race. With a 4 universe pillar protecting their small universe, it stood to reason that black ink strength could not invade one's body regardless of the circumstances. However, it was a different case altogether if they took the initiative to open the portal to their small universe and accept black ink strength into their small universe. In the past, many human masters with the 4 universe pillars had carried out various experiments to accept black ink strength into their small universe. They wanted to see if the corrosion of black ink strength was stronger or the power of the 4 universe pillars was greater. The results naturally spoke for themselves. Those who possessed the 4 universe pillars would not be affected in any way even if they opened the portal to their small universe and drew in black ink strength. Although this matter could be considered a secret, all the people present in this room were 8th Order Masters who had heard about this matter to some extent. That was why some of them immediately guessed the truth once they heard Tian Xiaozhu's statement. Zhongliang scowled deeply. Faced with so many inquiring eyes, he knew that he could not keep the secret hidden any longer even though he wanted to for Yang Kai. He had repeatedly reminded Feng Ying and the senior brother standing guard for the old ancestor not to reveal the secret that Yang Kai possessed a world spring. His actions were to prevent these exact kinds of situations from happening. Unfortunately, he failed to prevent such a situation in the end. The disciples guarding the revealing black ink array had sent a message to Tian Xiaozhu, and the quick-witted Tian Xiaozhu managed to deduce the truth based on such meager information. Hence, Zhongliang nodded with a sullen expression, Brother Tian is correct. Yang Kai does indeed possess one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. Despite having some guesses, the crowd could barely conceal the joy on their faces when they heard him confirming their speculations. Somebody then asked, which cave, heaven or paradise does this boy come from? Zhongliang turned to the side and looked at Yang Kai, indicating for him to explain the situation himself. Yang Kai glanced at one of the elderly men and cupped his fist. This disciple married 2 Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples and became a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Greetings, Elder Lu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4951, Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. Thanks to Feng Ying's secret introductions earlier, Yang Kai had memorized the identity of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. This person was Yinyang Cave Heaven's Lu, and Yang Kai had originally planned to visit this person when he had the time. Now that the situation had come to this, he could only reveal his identity in advance. Luan raised his brow, looking extremely surprised. He had not expected Yang Kai to be part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Even if Yang Kai was not born in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the fact that he could marry two Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples indicated that he was not an ordinary person, otherwise, the sect would not have allowed the two disciples to marry him. Everybody else was also extremely flabbergasted. It turned out that the little brat standing in front of them was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Not only was he not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, but he was also only in the sixth order open heaven realm. How did he come to the Black Ink battlefield? Even if he was a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, there was no such precedent throughout history. In the Black Ink battlefield, all the cultivators in the seventh order open heaven realm and below were the elite disciples of the cave heavens and paradises exclusively. Only a few of the high-rank open heaven realm masters were from outside sects. They had been forcefully dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises. Knowing that Yang Kai was part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Luan's expression immediately became much friendlier. He nodded lightly and asked, "Whose disciple did you marry?" He was not asking out of simple curiosity. Words were useless without proof. There was a need to verify the truth in case Yang Kai turned out to be lying. If he believed those lies blindly and something were to happen in the future, it was Yin Yang Cave Heaven's reputation that would suffer a heavy blow. Yang Kai replied, "The disciples that this junior married are the legacy disciple under Su Linggong and the legacy disciple under Chen Xiu." Luan murmured, "So it was Su and Chen Boy." If Yang Kai had mentioned the names of Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan, there was a possibility that he would not have recognized them. After all, it had been a long time since Luan came to the Black Ink battlefield. The two women might not have even been born yet when he left the sect. However, Luan recalled the names of Su Linggong and Chen Xiu to some extent. That was especially true for the person called Su Linggong. Although Su Linggong was nothing more than a rising star in the sect who had yet to advance into the open heaven realm when Luan left the sect, he was already being trained and nurtured as a core disciple at the time. Furthermore, Luan heard that Su Linggong joined the Black Ink battlefield several decades ago. It was just that Su Linggong did not come to Blue Sky Pass. Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for him to verify these facts. Listening to the conversation between those two, the others could basically confirm that Yang Kai was indeed part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Somebody immediately cupped his fist at Luan and said, "What a blessing, Brother Lu." "Congratulations, Brother Lu." Despite the congratulatory words, Luan did not seem happy. He simply smiled bitterly while shaking his head and waving away their congratulatory wishes. On the other hand, the frown on Zhong Liang's face deepened. "Yang Kai, was it?" Among the congratulatory wishes, somebody spoke up suddenly. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the voice belonged to Tian Xiuzhu. He immediately cupped his fist and bowed, "Yes." "What order were you when you first advanced into the open heaven realm?" Tian Xiuzhu asked. Yang Kai answered, "The fifth order open heaven realm." "Fifth order," Tian Xiuzhu nodded lightly, "You must be wondering why we are offering our congratulatory wishes. In truth, this is something related to you." Yang Kai looked puzzled. Just why would this be related to him? Besides, he was certainly curious as to why the others were congratulating Luan. Luan raised a hand to interrupt, "Brother Tian, let's talk about this later." There was a hint of reluctance and guilt in his expression. Tian Xiuzhu looked at Luan. "The Black Ink clan is currently besieging Blue Sky Pass. This is the time when we need to strengthen the might of our forces the most. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Since all the Eighth Order Masters have basically been gathered here, it's a good opportunity to speak openly about this matter. Brother Lu, I'm sure you understand that this Tian has no selfish intentions. This is all for the greater good of the human race." Luan sighed softly. "Of course, I know that you are not being selfish, Brother Lu. But Tian Xiaozhu said, "This matter concerns the entire human race, not just Yinyang Cave Heaven. Brother Lu, you may remain silent if you feel guilty." Luan sighed again and said no more. Afterward, Tian Xiaozhu turned to look at Yang Kai. "You not only possess one of the 4 universe pillars, but have also suppressed and sealed black ink strength in your body. So, you should know how the 4 universe pillars hold up against the black ink strength." Yang Kai nodded. This junior naturally understands. It was thanks to the world spring that his small universe remained flawless. Back when he was in the Black Prison, even the secret technique of the Black Ink Royal Lord had no effect on him at all. It could be said that he would never need to worry about the corrosion of the black ink strength as long as he had the world spring. In fact, as long as he was strong enough, he could charge right into the middle of the Black Ink clan army without any worries. Tian Xiaozhu bluntly got to the point. The 4 universe pillars are very useful to the human race, but they are very rare and hard to find. That is why, if any of the 4 universe pillars appear in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises will spare no effort to obtain and deliver it to the Black Ink battlefield. The 4 universe pillars would then be refined by an 8th order open heaven realm master and used to fight the Black Ink clan. The old ancestors are strong enough that they have no need to fear becoming corrupted by black ink strength. Unfortunately, there have been precedents where 8th order open heaven realm masters were corrupted. The 4 universe pillars can protect an 8th order open heaven realm master on the battlefield, which will allow them to fight the Black Ink clan freely and without fear of becoming corrupted. This matter is something that holds great significance to the human race. On the Black Ink battlefield, only 8th order open heaven realm masters are eligible to possess a 4 universe pillar. That is because only 8th order open heaven realm masters can protect such a treasure. You are only in the 6th order at the moment. If you enter the battlefield, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen to you. More importantly, if anything were to happen to you, the human race would not only lose you as an individual but also an extremely rare and precious treasure. In addition, the Black Ink clan will surely target you if they learn that you possess one of the 4 universe pillars. It would be very detrimental for you. After all, the Black Ink clan is extremely repulsed by the 4 universe pillars. If given the chance, they will never allow any human cultivator with a 4 universe pillar to walk free. As you are now, you are not strong enough to protect the 4 universe pillars. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Tian Xiaozhu looked at Yang Kai solemnly. At first, Yang Kai had not quite grasped the situation, but Tian Xiaozhu had spoken so clearly that it was impossible for him not to understand now. He immediately nodded in response. "If I have heard you correctly, Senior, you are asking me to offer up my world spring." Tian Xiaozhu nodded. "Good steel should be used to forge excellent blades. This old master's words may be somewhat cruel, but I do not have any selfish intentions. I am speaking for the sake of the entire human race. Of course, please do not worry. This old master does not covet the world spring in your possession. Since you come from Yinyang Cave Heaven, the world spring will be taken over by Brother Lu instead." Yang Kai immediately understood. It now made sense as to why they asked him which cave heaven or paradise he came from earlier. They had been preparing for this moment. Depending on which cave heaven or paradise he came from, an ancestor of that particular cave heaven or paradise would naturally be the one to take possession of the world spring. If you had the potential to advance into the 8th order open heaven realm, this old master would not have had to play the part of the villain. Unfortunately, you only advanced into the 5th order as a starting point, making your limit the 7th order. Even if you became a 7th order open heaven realm master, you would still lack the necessary strength required to protect the world spring. Tian Xiaozhu exhaled softly and looked at Yang Kai sternly. "So, little friend, this old master asks that you offer up the world spring in contribution to the entire human race." Yang Kai remained silent and said nothing. He certainly did not expect to encounter this situation after coming to the Black Ink battlefield. Although he heard Feng mention that all the 4 universe pillars belonging to the human race were in the hands of the 8th order masters, he had not thought much about her statement at the time. It would seem that it was not because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had amazing opportunities, but that the situation had resulted from intentional distribution of resources. In the past, people who were not in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm might also have obtained one of the 4 universe pillars, but they had always voluntarily offered up these treasures so that the ancestors of their respective sects could make best use of them instead. The Black Ink clan must also be privy to this information, which was why they did not bother to perform a thorough check on cultivators below the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm after converting them with Black Ink strength. If not for that, the Black Ink clan territory lord would not have departed with such peace of mind after he corrupted Feng Ying. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would definitely have suspected Tian Xiuzhu of malicious intentions for bringing up this topic. However, this was the Black Ink battlefield. There might be some friction and conflicts among the various cave heavens and paradises, but they were of one mind and one will when it came to the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. It was just like how Chen Xiu had schemed for his own disciple to suffer from cultivation dissonance in front of Yang Kai in order to protect Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face. He had no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai at the time and was simply acting in the best interests of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Likewise, Tian Xiuzhu held no malicious intentions towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai himself could perceive that fact. After all, even if he offered up the World Spring, his actions would not benefit Tian Xiuzhu in any way. The World Spring would only be handed over to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Luan. It was just as Tian Xiuzhu had said, this was all for the sake of the greater good of the human race. When Yang Kai remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall turned colder. Everybody knew that this situation was very unfair to Yang Kai, but it was not as if they had never encountered similar situations in the past. They had always handled such situations in this manner. There was no reason for them to make an exception for this case. Tian Xiuzhu continued, please rest assured. Giving up the World Spring will indeed damage the integrity of your small universe, however, the inner sanctum will prepare a profound Yin spirit fruit for you. We will help you repair your small universe so that your cultivation will not be affected in the future. In any case, there is no hurry. You are only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm at the moment. Even if you wanted to offer up the World Spring right now, you don't have the necessary ability to do so. We will only ask this of you when you advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm and your small universe transforms from immaterial to material. When Yang Kai first obtained the World Spring, he had been placed in captivity by Xia Lin Lang in the Shattered Heaven for some time. That incident had occurred for this very reason. She had also wanted to obtain the World Spring, but she had to consider Yang Kai's inadequate cultivation. She believed that his small universe was still immaterial and that he could not cut off a part of his small universe for her. Therefore, she had provided him with various cultivation materials to help him advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to her, his small universe had transformed from immaterial to material a long time ago. He could have separated the World Spring from his body at any time if he wanted. Needless to say, there was another method available. That method was much easier, which was to kill him. Once Yang Kai died, there was a chance the World Spring would emerge when his small universe collapsed. However, even for the human race, forcibly asking a junior to give up the World Spring was already very cruel, so how could they outright kill him? Nobody would agree to carry out such a heinous act. Zhongliang stood silently by the side. There were 2 reasons why he had previously inquired about Yang Kai's initial order when advancing into the Open Heaven Realm. The first reason was that he had been confused as to whether Yang Kai was part of the human race or the Dragon Clan. The second reason was that he wanted to know the limits of Yang Kai's future cultivation. As soon as he learned that Yang Kai had initially advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, he immediately decided to ensure that the news regarding Yang Kai's possession of the World Spring would never be leaked to others. That was because he knew that they would face this issue once the information was exposed to the public. If anybody else had possessed one of the 4 universe pillars instead, Zhongliang would have wholeheartedly agreed that they should offer up the World Spring. But Yang Kai was different. The ability to cast purifying light would be instrumental for the human race, hence, it would not be beneficial for the human race to incur his wrath and resentment at such a time. Secretly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhongliang discovered that Yang Kai looked calm and indifferent. There was no sign of anger or resentment at all, thus, he couldn't help feeling impressed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4952, this junior can advance to the 8th Order. No matter who was faced with such a situation, it would be difficult for them to remain calm, therefore, Zhongliang was quite impressed by Yang Kai's reaction. It was true that Yang Kai did not feel any resentment, he could understand that Tian Xiaozhu's actions were not aimed at him. Rather, Tian Xiaozhu's actions and words came from a place of righteousness. In order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi was willing to sacrifice his own life. In comparison, how could Yang Kai not endure such insignificant grievance? Yang Kai, this is for the greater good of the human race. Tian Xiaozhu earnestly persuaded. Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, he thought that the former was unwilling to compromise. Ultimately though, the willingness of the other party did not matter. This was how such matters had been handled since ancient times. It was a given that those who stepped foot into the black ink battlefield had to put their individual lives aside, therefore, he believed that Yang Kai would eventually come around. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior, you have misunderstood. This junior is not an unreasonable person. You have made yourself very clear, so how can this junior not understand? Tian Xiaozhu nodded in relief. It's good that you understand. But, Yang Kai changed the subject. From what you mentioned earlier, Senior, this junior will not need to offer up the World Spring if I can advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, correct? For him, offering up the World Spring would definitely cause some damage to his small universe. Although a profound Een Spirit Fruit could repair his small universe, he would no longer be able to ignore the corrosion of black ink strength. That would be extremely dangerous on the black ink battlefield. It was not that he was unwilling to sacrifice himself for the human race. Had the cave heavens and paradises not made far more sacrifices for the human race throughout the ages? They had silently waged war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless eons and invested unimaginable amounts of manpower and resources into the effort. It could be said that the stability of the 3,000 worlds was inseparable from the contributions of the cave heavens and paradises. In the safe and stable environment behind them were Yang Kai's subordinates and disciples in Voidland, as well as his friends and relatives in the Star Boundary. If he were an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master, he would not have hesitated to give up the World Spring. However, Yang Kai was confident in himself. He had always been able to crush opponents in the same realm as himself. In other words, if he could advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, the role he could play and the strength he could exert would definitely be greater than any of the ancestors in front of him right now. Tian Xiaozhu was stunned for a moment, but he nodded anyway. That's how it is. If you can advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, then there is no need for you to give up the World Spring. The Inner Sanctum will also spare no effort to help you advance to the 8th Order as soon as possible so that you can contribute to the human race. Yang Kai cupped his fist. This junior can advance to the 8th Order. Everybody else was startled by his words and somebody scowled and pointed out, Brat, didn't you say that your initial breakthrough was to the 5th Order? How can you advance to the 8th Order? Don't tell me you have an innate Open Heaven pill from the Universe Furnace on hand. Innate Open Heaven pills produced by the Universe Furnace were natural products of the world that contained the mysteries of the universe. They could help a person break through the shackles of their limits and ignore the bottleneck of the Open Heaven realm. As long as they had enough of such spirit pills, they could even advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, regardless of their starting point. Unfortunately, one could only encounter such treasures serendipitously. The Universe Furnace was one of the most profound and mysterious treasures in existence. Not only was it extremely elusive, but its occasional appearance in the world was also very short-lived, therefore, it was no easy task to obtain innate Open Heaven pills. What's more, even if such treasures were on hand, Yang Kai would not have the chance to consume them. They would be given to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead so that he could advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. It would always be highly beneficial for the human race to gain an additional 9th Order Master. Yang Kai calmly explained, "It is true that this junior only broke through to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm initially, however, this junior was later fortunate enough to consume a mid-rank world fruit and advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm." A mid-rank world fruit. Somebody exclaimed in surprise while the others looked on in shock. As 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they not know about the existence of the world fruit? That was an even rarer treasure than an innate open heaven pill. Somebody said, "It is rumored that there is a world tree that grows in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter. Could that be where you obtained your world fruit? Yang Kai nodded affirmatively. "I accidentally became involved with the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and spent some time inside that place. It was also inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that I obtained the world fruit." A series of gasps rang out throughout the conference hall. That was an incredible opportunity indeed. A mid-rank world fruit could not only increase one's cultivation by an entire order, but it also increased the limit that they could achieve in the future. Luan probed further, "Does that mean that even though you were only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm when you first advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, you actually have the opportunity to advance to the 8th Order in the future?" The 4 universe pillars had a huge appeal to Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially 8th Order Masters like themselves. Possessing one of the 4 universe pillars would allow them to fight with greater efficiency on the battlefield. Luan was truly reluctant to snatch the belongings of a junior, but in light of the bigger picture, Yang Kai was powerless to protect the world spring. Leaving this matter alone would only result in a huge loss for the human race. That was why he had remained silent all this while. He had silently considered this matter in his heart. If Yang Kai was made to offer up the world spring, he would definitely have to compensate Yang Kai for the gesture. At the very least, he had to protect Yang Kai as much as possible within the scope of his ability. Nevertheless, he did not expect to learn that Yang Kai had consumed a mid-rank world fruit before. Yes. Yang Kai nodded firmly, "That is why this junior has the confidence to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm." Luan nodded lightly, "You should put in more effort in the future then. If you need anything, please let this old master know." Since Yang Kai could be considered part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, it was only natural that Luan would pay more attention to him when they resided at the same Great Pass. Although there was no strong sense of factionalism in the Great Passes, it stood to reason that most people would be closer to others of the same sect. "Many thanks, Elder," Yang Kai bowed. On the other side, Tian Xiao Zhu fell silent for a moment before he said, "If that's the case, then the matter regarding the world spring is settled. However, this old master would like to say something." Yang Kai looked at Tian Xiao Zhu, "Please enlighten me, Elder. The Black Ink battlefield is extremely dangerous. You need to be very careful. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a huge loss to the human race. This junior will bear that in mind." Yang Kai bowed. Zhongliang, however, just snickered at those words. "Brother Tian, if you knew what this brat did in the past, you would not bother to warn him about such things." Tian Xiao Zhu asked curiously, "What did he do?" Zhongliang glanced at Yang Kai, "This brat is the boldest one I've ever seen. He disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years in the Black Ink clan's territory. It was all thanks to this brat that Feng Ying and the others managed to come back safely." Everybody in the conference hall immediately became speechless, too dumbfounded to say anything. The corners of Lu En's face twitched, and he was filled with lingering fear. "You disguised yourself as a Black Ink disciple and spent several years among the Black Ink clan. That's not bold. That's reckless." Tian Xiao Zhu's mouth quivered in anger. "What if your identity was discovered and something happened to you?" He had tried his best to protect the world spring. Not only did he not hesitate to use his authority to coerce the other party, but he even demanded that Yang Kai offer up the world spring without any regard for his pride. Who could have known that Yang Kai had done such a terrifying thing? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I had no choice. He had not wanted to do something so risky either. Unfortunately, the place connected to the Void Corridor was located inside a sealed world in the Black Ink clan's domain. Having found himself in the Black Ink clan hinterland as soon as he arrived, what else could he have done? Luan scolded, "Don't be so reckless again in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, yes. Many of the Eighth Order masters in the hall were staring at Yang Kai with strange expressions now. Nobody had ever done such a thing throughout all of history. If it was said that they had only paid attention to him earlier because of the World Spring, then they were now paying attention to him because of his conduct. Somebody suddenly turned to look at Zhong Liang. "Brother Zhong, you mentioned that Feng Ying and that group of people only returned thanks to Yang Kai. What did you mean?" Zhong Liang did not bother to explain. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and instructed, "Show them." Seeing was always better than listening in terms of clarity. That was why he had gone out of his way to capture a Black Ink disciple. It was so that Yang Kai could easily demonstrate his ability. Outside the palace where the old ancestor was in retreat, Yang Kai had used the Black Ink strength suppressed inside his small universe to demonstrate the effects of the purifying light. It was just that Zhong Liang was reluctant to reveal the fact that Yang Kai possessed a world spring, so he had gone to the trouble of preparing in advance. Who could have known that Tian Xiao Zhu had already inferred the truth? He couldn't keep the secret hidden at all. If he had known earlier, Zhong Liang could have saved himself the trouble of capturing a Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai responded affirmatively and strode towards the captured Black Ink disciple. The Eighth Order masters watched curiously, wondering what Zhong Liang was selling in his bottle gourd. A seal had been placed on the Black Ink disciple, so he could not circulate any strength, and he had not dared to act rashly after being thrown here by Zhong Liang. Of course, he had been observing his surroundings vigilantly in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape, so when he saw Yang Kai walking towards him at this moment, he stepped back defensively. But, where could he go in his condition? Furthermore, it only took Zhong Liang a casual wave of his hand to completely lock the Black Ink disciple in place. A yellow and blue light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hands, which immediately attracted everybody's attention to him. Zhong Liang also paid close attention. Even though he had witnessed this sight before, he could not tear his eyes away at this moment. A distinct yin and yang element power radiated from the blue and yellow lights respectively. Then, in front of everybody's eyes, Yang Kai clapped his hands together. A pure white light bloomed into existence when the yellow and blue lights merged together. The white light immediately cascaded down on the Black Ink disciple. In the next moment, the Black Ink disciple revealed a look of pain on his face. A thick layer of Black Ink strength simultaneously seeped out from his body, accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds. To the onlookers' astonishment, the Black Ink strength was then purified by the white light and vanished into nothingness. The Eighth Order ancestors who were watching closely widened their eyes instantly at the sight. There was a loud clatter as most of them knocked over their chairs and involuntarily jumped to their feet in astonishment. Their expressions were filled with shock, and their widened eyes overflowed with disbelief. Even though they were worldly masters, they had never seen such an incredulous situation before. The Black Ink disciple's pain only lasted for a moment, and his expression soon calmed down. Under the shroud of the white light, both his figure and his expression appeared hazy. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and nodded lightly at Zhong Liang. Only then did Zhong Liang dispel his power around Black Ink disciple and take a step back. The entire hall was deathly silent. Everybody was staring at the Black Ink disciple in stunned silence, and it was only a long while later that the sound of people nervously gulping echoed throughout the room. Somebody finally asked, Brother Zhong. What is this? He had a guess in his heart, but he could not be certain. That was because what he saw with his eyes might not be what he was thinking in his heart. There were many people with similar thoughts. All of them turned to look at Zhongliang with an inquiring gaze, hoping to gain a more definite answer from him. Zhongliang smiled slightly. "Don't tell me you don't understand what just happened." Tian Xiaozhu's expression was grim and cold. "Brother Zhong, this is an important matter. Now is not the time for jokes. Could it really be the same as what we are thinking?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4953, Unable to be spread to the public. Zhongliang nodded seriously. What you are thinking is exactly how things are. And that's also the reason why I summoned you all here." "Impossible." Tian Xiaozhu faintly lost his composure. "Black ink strength is extremely corrosive. Once a person's small universe is corroded by it, they will lose themselves completely. It is not as though we have not tried various methods to reverse this phenomenon throughout the ages. Even the old ancestors have been trying to find a solution, but they have never succeeded. How is this possible?" It was not that he did not want to believe the truth, he was simply afraid that having great hope would only lead to greater disappointment. "Seeing is believing," Zhongliang quickly said. He was feeling a little more comfortable with himself at the moment. When he first learned about this matter, he had also been filled with a sense of incredulity. In fact, he was so shocked that he lost the composure of an eighth-order ancestor. Therefore, he secretly felt cheerful to see the others reacting much more dramatically than him. It was not that he was trying to mock them, he was simply in a good mood. Turning to look at the black ink disciple he captured previously, he asked, "How do you feel?" After the black ink strength had been dispelled, the black ink disciple remained standing frozen on the spot with a deep frown on his face. He seemed to be confused by the situation. However, he had not forgotten everything he did when he was a black ink disciple. Looking back now, he could not understand how he had become so fanatical or how he could willingly follow behind the black ink clan to attack his fellow comrades. Even though he understood that his actions were caused by the corrosion of the black ink strength, he was filled with guilt at this moment. Upon hearing Zhongliang's question, he looked up with a strange expression. It seemed as though he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Answering Senior's question, this junior feels as though he has just woken up from a long nightmare. Zhongliang nodded. "Now that you have awoken, you should be more careful in the future." "Yes. Open your small universe. We would like to investigate," Zhongliang instructed. The former black ink disciple nodded and opened the portal to his small universe with great enthusiasm. In the next moment, the eighth-order ancestors who had been waiting for what seemed like forever quickly poured their divine senses into the small universe to investigate. The eighth-order masters probed very carefully without missing any nook or cranny. Only after a thorough sweep did they slowly withdraw their divine senses. Most of them had looks of disbelief on their faces, but even more of them were delighted beyond words. Throughout the ages, the human race had fought against the Black Ink clan. Although they had always guarded the various great passes and prevented the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds, the price they paid was the continuous investment of generation after generation who would eventually meet their deaths. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan endlessly sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. As soon as one was cut down, another would immediately sprout up again. They would never be wiped out for good. The human masters who passed through the no-return pass would forever lose their chance to return home. That was because nobody could guarantee that they had not been corroded by Black Ink strength on the Black Ink battlefield. If they accidentally allowed a Black Ink disciple to return, it would be a disaster for the 3,000 worlds. The key was in the Black Ink strength. This was an extremely strange and intractable power. Even a ninth-order old ancestor could not dispel Black Ink strength that had invaded a Black Ink disciple's body, hence, their only option was to slaughter the Black Ink disciples to prevent future troubles. However, they had just witnessed a method that could easily purify and dispel Black Ink strength inside the body of a Black Ink disciple. Not only could this secret technique restore order to chaos, but it also allowed the Black Ink disciple to break free from the corrosion of Black Ink strength and recover their true nature. How could they not be excited and elated? All of them could understand the preciousness of this secret technique. This was definitely something that could rewrite the endless years of conflict between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Taking a deep breath, one of them turned to look at Luan and asked, "Brother Lu, since when did Yin Yang Cave Heaven become capable of such a feat? Why have we never heard you mention anything before?" Yang Kai could be considered part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Even if he was not born in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, he was a son-in-law, therefore, it was not strange for the speaker to associate them together. What's more, when Yang Kai cast the secret technique just now, he had clearly used Yin and Yang element powers. The two powers had converged into one when he pressed both his left and right palms together. There were some similarities with how certain Yin Yang Cave Heaven secret techniques operated. Luan shook his head with a serious expression. "I don't know anything either." He could not be certain whether this was a secret technique from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. After all, he had been stationed on the Black Ink battlefield for thousands of years. It would not be strange for him to know nothing if this was a new secret technique that was recently developed by his juniors. After listening to the conversation between these two, Yang Kai cupped his fist, reporting to seniors, "This secret technique did not originate from Yin Yang Cave Heaven." Tian Xiao Zhu chuckled, "Regardless of where the secret technique comes from, an ability that can dispel and purify Black Ink strength is a good ability. If this secret technique can be spread to the public, we humans will never need to fear the Black Ink clan again." Somebody else immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right. We have been troubled by the Black Ink clan for so many years. If everyone can master this secret technique, then we will no longer need to fear the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Nobody else will ever be converted into a Black Ink disciple again. We can even charge straight into the Black Ink clan's territory and purge all the Black Ink clan once and for all." His face flushed red as he spoke. It was as if he could see the glorious scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. Everybody else was also influenced by the beautiful dream he described, and many of them looked extremely excited. At the same time, they finally understood why Zhongliang had sent an urgent message to summon them despite knowing that the Black Ink clan army was still attacking. The significance behind this secret technique was too great, and the news had to be announced to the public as soon as possible. Although some people were originally dissatisfied with Zhongliang's impatience, their dissatisfaction had all but vanished at this moment. This was an important matter that could benefit the entire human race after all. Seeing the heated discussion, Yang Kai sighed inwardly as he had no choice but to disappoint them. "Seniors, this secret technique cannot be taught to the public. Nobody else can cultivate this secret technique either. Only this junior can use it." The discussion in the conference hall stopped abruptly as countless pairs of eyes turned to look at Yang Kai. Even Zhongliang stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. He had known that Yang Kai had the means to cast the purifying light, but he did not know much else. There had been no time for him to ask either. Hence, he made some assumptions since purifying light was a secret technique. Even if it was impossible for everybody to cultivate it, there were thousands of talented individuals in Blue Sky Pass, so there were bound to be some who would succeed. He never imagined that he would hear such words from Yang Kai. "Why can't others cultivate this secret technique?" Luan asked in confusion. He had the same thoughts as Zhongliang. Since it was a secret technique, there would definitely be a method to cultivate it. As long as this method could be spread to the public, there was bound to be somebody who could successfully cultivate the secret technique. Yang Kai explained, "This secret technique was not obtained through this junior's own cultivation, but was rather granted to me by senior experts. There is no cultivation method, so naturally, it cannot be taught to others." Having said that, he lifted his hands and activated the two marks. The marks that resembled a sun and moon instantly appeared before the eyes of the Eighth Order ancestors. Yang Kai then continued, "These two marks are the foundation to cast purifying light, and they were given to me directly by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer respectively. The yin and yang element power that this junior used to condense the purifying light before also comes from the source of those two seniors' power. The burning light and serene glimmer." Somebody gasped in awe. Meanwhile, most of the others looked solemn instead. These two famous existences were so well known that it was difficult not to have heard of them. It was rumored that they were ancient masters born alongside the world itself. Moreover, they represented destruction and annihilation. The chaotic dead territory where they resided was filled with dead silence. Nobody could enter that place and survive for long, much less meet these two supreme beings. For Yang Kai to claim that the two marks were given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer, they could hardly believe their ears, but on second thought, it was possible that the powers of such beings were the only thing in the universe that could restrain the black ink strength. Luan frowned. You've met the burning light and serene glimmer? Yang Kai nodded. I spent some time with them in the past, and we can be considered friends. The Eighth Order ancestors felt their faces twitching hard when they heard those words. On the other hand, Zhongliang widened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai like he was looking at a ghost. If Yang Kai had claimed that he was fortunate enough to meet the burning light and serene glimmer, then they would have reluctantly accepted his explanation. After all, neither the marks on his hands nor the purifying light could be faked. However, Yang Kai claimed that he had spent some time with them and could even be considered friends. He was friends with those two existences. Those are words not even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors would dare to say. It is quite easy to get along with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, but they have some unique hobbies. Yang Kai casually explained. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan? Zhongliang was puzzled. Oh. That's how the burning light and serene glimmer requested I call them. Upon hearing those words, Zhongliang felt his brow twitching as though he was playing the drums. What kind of relationship do they have? Why is he calling them Big Brother and Big Sister? Luan coughed lightly and asked cautiously, what unique hobbies do they have? Yang Kai looked ashamed. It's hard to look back on the past, let alone mention it. He could not speak the truth out loud. He could not bring himself to tell them that he had played house with those two for a long time in the chaotic dead territory. Every time he thought about that time, he couldn't help feeling ashamed deep inside. Changing the topic of conversation, Yang Kai added, but it is precisely for this reason that this junior was blessed with these two marks by them. It is only with their strength as the source that I can unleash purifying light, therefore, it is not that this junior is unwilling to teach this secret technique, it is simply that I cannot teach it. For the same reason, no one else can cultivate this secret technique. After listening to his explanation, everybody finally understood. This was certainly a secret technique that could not be spread to the public. They had been imagining a better future just moments ago, but they were forced to give up that hope at this moment. The value of a secret technique that could be taught to the masses and a secret technique that could not be taught to the masses was not equal. It could be said that the significance of purifying light had been greatly reduced. For that reason, all the people who had high expectations earlier were extremely disappointed. After a short silence, Zhongliang finally opened his mouth. Although it is impossible to spread this secret technique to the public, Yang Kai is able to perform this secret technique. That in itself is already very helpful in the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Now that you have gathered here and witnessed the power of purifying light, please announce this good news when you return. Tell the disciples that they no longer have to hold back when fighting the Black Ink clan. They can fight without any inhibitions. Even if they accidentally become corroded by Black Ink strength, they no longer need to sacrifice parts of their small universe as before. They only need to return to the inner sanctum as soon as possible. I will designate an area where Yang Kai can help them to purify Black Ink strength that has seeped into their bodies. Also, as long as your lives are not at risk, please try to capture the Black Ink disciples alive when you are on the battlefield. There's no longer a need to kill them outright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4954, Find Someone Named Yang Kai. On the Black Ink battlefield, the human race had always upheld an unchanging stance towards Black Ink disciples, kill without mercy. It was not that they were being ruthless, rather, there was simply no other solution. The Black Ink disciples corrupted by Black Ink strength would always hold the Black Ink clan supreme over all else in their hearts. In other words, they stood against the human race as mortal enemies. If the human race did not kill the Black Ink disciples, then the Black Ink disciple would kill them instead. Over the years, countless people had been corrupted by Black Ink strength and converted into Black Ink disciples by the Black Ink clan. On a similar note, the number of Black Ink disciples who died at the hands of their original allies was too high to count. Which one of these Black Ink disciples did not come from one of the major cave heavens or paradises? Which one of them was not one of the elite disciples of these forces? This was the cruel reality faced by the human race. Even so, they were powerless in this situation. All they could do was prevent themselves from being corrupted by Black Ink strength as much as possible, and the price they had to pay for their safety was to voluntarily sacrifice parts of their small universe. Unfortunately, their sacrifice would cause their cultivation to decline, their order to fall, and their martial Dao to be cut off forever. At least 20% of the cultivators at each of the various great passes had an incomplete small universe, regardless of their order in the open heaven realm. Their damaged small universe was the best evidence of the deadly struggle against the Black Ink clan. There were many fifth-order open heaven realm masters in the various great passes. Where did these fifth-order open heaven realm masters come from? All of them were originally cultivators in the sixth order whose strength had declined by an order. Throughout history, the lowest order among the personnel dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield by the cave heavens and paradises was the sixth order open heaven realm. They would never send somebody in the fifth order as they were too weak to join the war against the Black Ink clan. As a result, almost all of the talented individuals accumulated by the human race over the eons had been gathered on the Black Ink battlefield. That was also the reason why Yang Kai felt that the overall strength in Langya Paradise was hugely different from what he imagined when he went there in the past. It turned out that what he saw was not the full heritage of Langya Paradise. The existence of purifying light had resolved the problem that had always been insurmountable to the human race, hence, it was only natural that the news would rouse the excitement of the people. It was conceivable that the morale of the human race army would increase sharply once this information was spread to the public. Morale was something intangible, but it played a big role in any war, even the one between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai gave a gentle reminder, "Seniors, I must inform you that using this secret technique is not without cost. Just as this junior mentioned earlier, this secret technique is cast by drawing upon the powers of the burning light and serene glimmer through the two marks on my hands. Since this secret technique and the means to activate it were given to me by the burning light and serene glimmer, casting it is essentially effortless on my part. However, performing the secret technique requires a certain amount of resources. This junior has some materials on hand, but they are not inexhaustible. So, this junior would like to ask the seniors present to warn others to try and avoid being corrupted by Black Ink strength as much as possible." Luan nodded and said, "That's only natural. After fighting for so many years, it has become a habit. Even if the news spreads, the disciples will not allow themselves to be easily corrupted by Black Ink strength." Zhongliang looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Kai shook his head, "No." "Good." Zhongliang turned to look at the others. "The Black Ink clan is still besieging Blue Sky Pass at this moment, so it is not convenient for you to stay here for a long time. Let's deal with the war first." Somebody inquired, "Where will you place young boy?" Zhongliang had mentioned earlier that he would set up an area within the inner sanctum where Yang Kai would be responsible for helping the disciples to purify the Black Ink strength in their bodies. It was only natural for this location to be clarified in advance. Zhongliang pondered for a while before he spoke, "How about the central square?" "It's the most central spot." Everybody nodded in unison, "Good." Now that the discussion was over, everybody left quickly. They were the masters in charge of the various defense lines after all, so it was not appropriate for them to remain here for too long. Before leaving, Luan said a few words with Yang Kai in private. He did not say much and simply told Yang Kai to let him know immediately if there was anything he needed. They were one family after all. He was happy to help out Yang Kai within the limits of his abilities. For that, he even left his contact information with Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful. After everybody left, Zhongliang beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come with me." The two of them strode out of the conference hall. Feng was waiting for them outside and, with a flicker, all three of them sped off in a certain direction. A short while later, they arrived in the sky above a huge square. Zhongliang explained, "During the battle, you will be stationed here. There will likely be an endless stream of disciples who come asking for help after becoming corrupted by black ink strength. When that happens, we will be relying on you." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Senior Zhong may rest assured. As long as it is an issue caused by black ink strength, this junior will definitely solve it." Zhongliang nodded in satisfaction before turning to Feng Ying. "From now on, your task is to protect him. Do not allow any harm to come to him. If you lack the necessary manpower, I grant you the right to mobilize the people of the inner sanctum at will." Disciple understands. Feng Ying cupped her fist. After watching Zhongliang leave, Yang Kai glanced at Feng Ying. "Many thanks for your hard work, Martial Aunt Feng." Feng Ying shook her head. "It's nothing. On the contrary, you should take some time to treat your injuries and recover. You were rushed off your feet earlier and didn't even have the time to tend to your wounds. I'm afraid you will become very busy soon." In the previous battle with the Black Ink Clan army, Yang Kai had transformed into a grand dragon and used his body as a shield to protect his allies. Naturally, he was battered and bruised from the Black Ink Clan's assault. After entering the inner sanctum, Zhongliang had then brought him all over the place. Therefore, Yang Kai had not had the time to treat his injuries so far. His appearance at the moment could only be described as unkempt, and there were various bloodstains all over his body. Of course, his injuries were not important given his recuperative abilities, but his strength had indeed been heavily expended. Even he would need some time to recover and recuperate. "All right, then I shall trouble you to stand guard, Martial Aunt Feng." Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged without another word. Stuffing a recovery spirit pill into his mouth, he slowly began to refine the medicinal efficacies. Despite being inside the inner sanctum, one could still vaguely hear the sound of battle coming from outside the Great Pass. In addition, the impact caused by the shock waves of battle would occasionally be transmitted from the outside. It could be seen that the war was very intense. Although the life-or-death battle outside raged on incessantly, Yang Kai and Feng Ying enjoyed a peace that was as calm as water. They waited for half a day only for nobody to come. Yang Kai focused on healing in the meantime, without feeling bored or frustrated. All of a sudden, there seemed to be a commotion coming from the side. Feng Ying immediately looked in that direction and saw several streams of light speeding over at a high speed. There were 6 or 7 figures in total. The person in the lead stood in midair and looked around below him with all his might. Without warning, he pointed in the direction where Yang Kai and Feng Ying were located and shouted loudly, "This way! This way!" At the same time, he took the lead and rushed over. Feng Ying instantly became vigilant. Zhongliang had entrusted Yang Kai's safety to her, so naturally she did not dare to take her mission lightly. Having seen purifying light in action, she deeply understood the importance of Yang Kai's existence. Fortunately, the newcomers did not act rashly. As they approached, the group's leader immediately cupped his fist. "Senior Sister Feng." Feng Ying nodded lightly and asked, "What's the situation?" That person pointed behind him and explained, "They have been corroded by black ink strength. Martial Uncle mentioned that we should withdraw as soon as possible if we ever find ourselves in such a situation and come here to find somebody named Yang Kai. Supposedly, he has the means to resolve the situation." Truthfully speaking, if it had not been an 8th Order ancestor who told him about this matter, he would not have believed those words at all. In the past, the people who were corrupted by black ink strength would sacrifice a part of their small universe as soon as possible to resolve the crisis. However, it was too late for that now. The speed of the black ink strength's corrosion was very fast. If they wanted to sacrifice their small universe at this point, there was no saying how much they would need to give up. There was a high possibility that doing so would endanger their life. In other words, if Yang Kai could not resolve this matter, then the people who were corroded by black ink strength would most likely die on the spot. It was just that those words had come from an 8th order ancestor. If they could preserve the integrity of their small universe, then they were willing to give this method a try. While speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai, who had already stood up. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "Indeed. I've never seen him before. Moreover, the aura coming from him does not seem very powerful. He is definitely not in the 7th order. Can a person like him really remove the threat of the black ink strength's corrosion?" That person felt his heart sinking in his chest and did not dare to hope for too much. Yang Kai looked behind that person and saw that 7 people had come in total. Leaving aside the leader, there were 6 others in groups of 2. Each group contained one person who seemed to be struggling and urging their power as if resisting something, while the other person in the group had an expression of great concern mixed with a trace of vigilance on their face. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The 3 people who seemed to be struggling and silently urging their power to resist something were probably the ones whose small universe had been corroded by black ink strength. They were currently fighting the corrosion of the black ink strength, but their efforts were tantamount to drinking poison to quench their thirst. In other words, their efforts were not having much of an effect and could only serve to delay the process of becoming corrupted. Meanwhile, the other 3 were most likely in charge of monitoring the ones who had been corrupted by black ink strength. After all, if things spiraled out of control, then it might become necessary to execute their comrades. Lastly, there was also a 7th order open heaven realm master acting as the group's leader. This arrangement was fairly reasonable, lest somebody became completely corrupted by black ink strength on the way here. If that were to happen, such a lineup would be capable of dealing with the situation. "Can you save them?" The leader clearly did not dare to expect too much, but he couldn't help asking anyway. Yang Kai glanced at that person and nodded. "Don't worry." He did not waste any more time and quickly activated the yin and yang element powers. Yellow and blue lights bloomed into existence and soon transformed into a pure white light. "Let those 3 stand together," Yang Kai instructed. Although the 3 of them had been corrupted by black ink strength, they were stubbornly holding on to their true nature by the skin of their teeth. With the help of their companions, they stood together in one place. The white light immediately engulfed them. Feng had seen this situation many times already, so it was no longer surprising to her. On the other hand, the 4 others who escorted those 3 here felt as though their hearts were leaping up into their throats. They stared unblinkingly at the sight in front of them, not willing to miss a single thing. Sizzling sounds filled the air, and the 3 men revealed expressions of pain. Fortunately, their pained expressions gradually calmed down as the black ink strength in their bodies was purified and dispelled. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his hand and the white light continued to linger. Shrouded in the white light, those 3 men successively opened their eyes with surprised expressions on their faces. "How is it?" the 7th order leader asked nervously. Looking at them, it seemed as though the black ink strength had truly been dispelled. However, until he received a definite answer, he did not dare to believe that it was true. "Squad leader, I think we're all right now," one of them replied. "What do you mean by that? Are you all right or not?" The squad leader glared. Another person added, "It's probably fine now. The black ink strength has been dispelled. Open your small universes," the squad leader ordered. The 3 men obediently did as they were told and opened up their small universes. The divine senses of the squad leader and the other 3 men surged as they probed the situation together. A moment later, they looked at each other with shocked expressions. There was not the slightest trace of black ink strength left. It was unbelievable. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4955, Blue Sky Pass Heritage. "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" The squad leader looked at the 3 of them with concern. All three of them shook their heads, indicating that they were truly fine. Only then did the squad leader turn to look at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes. The Eighth Order ancestor had informed him about this matter, but he had not dared to believe those words. The human masters who remained on the black ink battlefield all this time were all too familiar with black ink strength. Once they were touched by it, it would cling to them like maggots on rotting bones. The only way to protect themselves was to take decisive action within a limited time after becoming corroded by black ink strength. It was only because of the Eighth Order ancestors' orders that he decided to give this method a chance. Leading his squad members, he brought them back to Blue Sky Pass and came to the central square. What happened next was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai had actually managed to solve this problem that had plagued the human race for countless years. What's more, judging by the way the secret technique was cast, performing it did not seem to be difficult. It could even be said to be extremely easy. He had never seen such means like the white light before, but he could clearly see the black ink strength dissipating under its shroud with ease. A sense of excitement suddenly surged up in his heart. I can't believe the human race has developed the means to resolve the corrosion of black ink strength. This problem has tormented us for eons, but will no longer be a problem in the future. I can foresee just how much the morale of our people will be boosted once the news spreads to the public. He solemnly cupped his fist. Thanks are not enough for this kindness. In the future, please feel free to let us know if you ever need our help, Brother Yang. He was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. In terms of status and hierarchy, he was definitely in a higher position compared to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, he addressed Yang Kai as Brother Yang, which showed how grateful he was. Likewise, the six behind him also cupped their fists and bowed. In particular, the gratitude of those three who were rescued earlier was beyond words. They knew that if it was not for Yang Kai's help, the best outcome for them would be to sacrifice a part of their small universe and experience a decline in their cultivation. That was something no Open Heaven Realm Master would ever want to experience. Although the profound Een Spirit Fruit, which could mend damaged small universes, could be found on the black ink battlefield, there were extremely few of them, certainly not enough to go around. Even if they found one of the rare profound Een Spirit Fruits, they generally gave them up to those with higher cultivations. Naturally, that meant those with cultivation below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm would never get the chance to consume one. Yang Kai not only helped them to resolve the issue regarding the corrosion of black ink strength, but also ensured that their cultivation remained intact. Such a grace was not something that could be made up for with simple thanks. You are all too polite. This is my duty. Yang Kai returned the bow. The war is ongoing, so we cannot stay here for long. We will now return to the battlefield. When the war is over, if we are lucky enough to survive, we will share a drink with you, Brother Yang. The squad leader cupped his fist and quickly said. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. I wish you good fortune in battle. The group of 7 came and left in a hurry. Regardless of the cave heaven or paradise they came from before, they had completely placed their own survival aside on this battlefield. Looking at the 7 departing figures, Yang Kai sighed softly. He did not know when these 7 people had come to the black ink battlefield or how long they could endure this cruel war. There might come a day when they were killed by a black ink clansman and died a tragic death. Be that as it may, it should never be forgotten that they were also the sons and daughters of their parents or the parents of their own children. After seeing the situation on the black ink battlefield side with his own eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little depressed. On the contrary, these people who had been living in this situation for so long had already become accustomed to such matters. He suddenly turned to look at Feng Ying. Just now, those people called the person in the lead, squad leader. Is the formation of the human race army divided into individual squads? Feng Ying became more and more certain that Yang Kai knew nothing about the Great Passes. That was because all the questions he asked were related to general knowledge and common sense issues. However, she had already experienced similar situations several times before, so she was no longer surprised by his questions and explained patiently, a squad is the most basic unit at any great pass. In general 10 to 15 people form a squad, 100 people form a battalion, and 500 people make up a division. Of course, the numbers vary slightly from case to case, but this is the general makeup. The framework of the human race army was based upon how Great Battle Heaven organizes itself, since they are very experienced in army warfare. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard of Great Battle Heaven even when he was new to the 3,000 worlds, so he knew that this cave heaven was different from the others in the sense that they managed themselves like an army. He had wondered why Great Battle Heaven organized their disciples in such a manner, but now, it would seem that the reason was related to the Black Ink battlefield. "Tell me more about the Great Passes," he said. She asked, "What do you want to know?" "Anything is fine." Feng fell silent for a moment before she suddenly sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, stretched out her hand, and gestured on the ground in front of her. It didn't take long for her to draw a picture of the 8 trigrams on the ground before her. Generally speaking, the deployment of the troops at every great pass can be based on this diagram. I also told you just now that the framework of the human race army is based on the squad as the basic unit. Above a squad is a battalion, above a battalion is a division, and above a division is an army. Moreover, every great pass has 4 armies which are titled East, West, South, and North. This arrangement is so that 4 cardinal directions surrounding the great passes can be guarded at the same time. The formation can be further subdivided into smaller parts. Each army is further divided into left and right wings, each composed of a number of divisions. For example, the North Army's 2 wings each have a 1st Division, 2nd Division, 3rd Division, and so on and so forth. Do you understand so far? Yang Kai nodded, yes. The situation on the Black Ink battlefield side reminded him of the battle between humans and demons in the Star Boundary. At the time, all the humans on the Star Boundary had been conscripted as soldiers. The 61st Army he commanded had also made great contributions to the war against the demon race. The past flashed through his mind, as vividly as though it was just yesterday. Feng continued, Marshal Uncle Zhongliang is the Western Army's army commander. He is responsible for overseeing the defense line protected by the Western Army, the direction we returned from before. Meanwhile, Elder Lu from Yinyang Cave Heaven belongs to the Southern Army. If I remember correctly, he serves as its 4th Division commander. Each wing of an army is overseen by one of the 2 vice-army commanders, while each division is assigned a division commander. Only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors are qualified to take up these positions. Naturally, the same goes for the army commanders. They are chosen from among the strongest and most experienced 8th Order Masters. When it comes to the battalions, peak 7th Order Masters generally fill such roles. The battalions are named after the 8 trigrams, in other words, heaven, river, mountain, thunder, wind, fire, earth, and lake. Take myself for example. Formally, I hold the rank of Battalion Commander of the Western Army's Right Wing 1st Division Heaven Battalion. Below battalions are squads. There is no special naming system for squads, and if they do have a special name, it is generally chosen by their squad leader according to his or her preference, or by the squad members themselves. The higher-ups will not restrict them in that sense. Among the squad leaders, some may be in the 6th Order, but most are 7th Order. Yang Kai listened silently, gradually gaining some understanding of the situation in the Great Passes. In any case, the division of troops was certainly very detailed and meticulous. He raised his brow slightly after giving it some thought. Back at the Grand Hall earlier, I saw a total of 53 8th Order Masters. Leaving aside the 4 army commanders and the 8 vice commanders, does that mean that there are 41 divisions in Blue Sky Pass? Feng shook her head. There are 60 divisions in total. It is impossible for Marshal Uncle Zhongliang to summon all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors. After all, somebody needs to be in charge on the battlefield. Those who came back were just the majority. Yang Kai nodded in understanding and mentally calculated the total number of people in Blue Sky Pass. The answer left him feeling slightly horrified. So there are some 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass? 30,000 might not seem like a huge number. Thinking back to the time he served as the commander of the 61st Army in the Star Boundary, the number of people in his army had far exceeded that number. When it was first formed, the 61st Army had some 300,000 people in it, which was more than 10 times that of the entire Blue Sky Pass. However, the 300,000 people in the 61st Army were nothing compared to the 30,000 people in Blue Sky Pass, because everyone in Blue Sky Pass was an Open Heaven Realm Master. Even the weakest among them were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was a terrifying lineup. If such a group of people were recalled to the 3,000 worlds, they could trample all the great territories with ease. They would be invincible since there was nobody who could be their opponent. Be that as it may, such an impressive army with such a glorious lineup was trapped in the Black Ink battlefield. Even though they had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years, there remained no hope of victory in sight. More importantly, this was only the situation at Blue Sky Pass. There were 108 cave heavens and paradises, which meant that there were 108 corresponding great passes. And the situation at each great pass was almost identical to Blue Sky Pass. The deeper he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled in fear. Throughout the ages, how much manpower did the cave heavens and paradises pour into the Black Ink battlefield? How long did it take for them to accumulate the power of the human race to such a scale? More or less. Feng Ying nodded lightly. She did not know the exact number of people in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, nobody knew the exact number because there were always a number of humans who would meet their deaths in each battle. However, the exact number should not be too far off from the numbers that he estimated. Although 30,000 might sound like a huge number, after dividing them to the east, west, south, and north, their numbers were not that large anymore. The 4 directions surrounding Blue Sky Pass would have some 7,000 or 8,000 guarding them. Marshal Ant Feng, you are a battalion commander. Is it all right if you don't go to the battlefield? Yang Kai asked. She shook her head. My subordinates can take care of themselves even if I am not there. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, your safety is of utmost priority. Nodding, Yang Kai began asking about other issues. I noticed that there were many warships on the previous battlefield. Feng Ying nodded and explained, warships can be said to be the biggest reliance for the human race to compete against the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have a certain degree of resistance to the Black Ink strength even if they directly enter the battlefield. As long as the duration is not too long, the Black Ink strength would not pose a problem for them. However, there are more than just 8th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Inner Sanctum. There are far more 6th Order and 5th Order Open Masters. In particular, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have suffered a decline in their cultivation as a result of sacrificing parts of their small universes. Since their small universes are all incomplete to begin with, they are easily corrupted by the Black Ink strength. Without a warship's protection, they would instantly turn into Black Ink disciples once they come into contact with the Black Ink strength. Therefore, you would rarely see any 6th Order or 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the battlefield. They rely on their warships to fend off their enemies instead. Essentially, each squad is assigned a generic warship while battalions have larger and more powerful battleships. Yang Kai recalled the time when Feng Ying had been pursued by the Black Ink clan army. At the time, she had leaped out of the warship to stop the enemy by herself. Judging by the situation, there was a high possibility that the people on the warship had belonged to her battalion. They had all been her subordinates. Martial Peak, Chapter 4956, Sharp Increase in Morale. When they returned from the Black Ink clan's domain, they had brought back more than 300 people with them. These people were former Black Ink disciples. Although 300 could not be considered many, these people were enough to form 3 battalions based on Blue Sky Pass organizational structure. That was not a small number either. Seeing as 500 people made up a division, 3 battalions worth of people could be said to be more than half the forces of a division. As might be expected, the number of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the former Black Ink disciples who were brought back was a bit small, and most were only in the 5th and 6th Order. During their conversation, 2 more streams of light sped towards them from a certain direction. Yang Kai looked up and saw faint signs of Black Ink strength coming from one of them. The other person seemed to be guarding his companion. After having prior experience, how could Yang Kai fail to realize that one of them had been corroded by Black Ink strength while the other was a companion in charge of providing an escort? The person who came swept his gaze around from above. Then, he immediately landed in front of Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. 2 colored lights bloomed from his hands as he walked towards the person who had been corroded by Black Ink strength. "Leave this to me." The person who came glanced at Feng Ying, and Feng Ying nodded lightly in response. Only then did he step away from his companion. A white light enveloped the other person. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, Black Ink strength was dispelled and purified from his body. It only took several moments for everything to be dealt with. Those 2 carefully checked the situation inside the small universe and were filled with a mixture of surprise and delight. Just like the first batch of people who came here, they returned to the battlefield quickly after fervently expressing their gratitude. Afterwards, an intermittent flow of Open Heaven Realm Masters corroded by Black Ink strength came to the central square with the support of their companions. Yang Kai had been assigned to this area to help dispel Black Ink strength in the first place, so it was only natural that he did not refuse anybody who came to him. Besides, purifying light was neither complicated to activate nor consumed large amounts of his own strength. He could basically help the people who came here restore order to chaos and recover their true nature in just a few breaths. Not many people came at first, but those who did were filled with anxiety, anticipation, and uncertainty. Nobody had ever experienced such a situation before after all. The 8th Order Division commanders had explained the situation, so it was unlikely for anything to go wrong. Nevertheless, nobody could feel at ease without witnessing it for themselves. It was not until they saw the miracle with their own eyes that they finally felt completely relieved. As time passed, the number of people who came to seek treatment from Yang Kai increased sharply for some reason. Most of them no longer seemed as worried as the others from before, and even the people who escorted their companions here simply observed Yang Kai with curiosity. Yang Kai became extremely busy as a result. He generally rescued a dozen people a day, but there were also days when he had to rescue as many as 100. About half a month passed in this manner before he finally had time to rest. Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying in confusion and asked, "Is the situation where people are corrupted by Black Ink strength usually so severe? Didn't you say that they have the protection of their warships?" If this was the case, then prior to his arrival, the casualties among the humans after each war would be far too great. A rough estimate indicated that he had saved several hundred people in just this half-month alone. This number only included those who were corroded by Black Ink strength and not those who had perished on the battlefield. Even Feng Ying had noticed that something was wrong. Fortunately, she had kept in contact with the outside world and understood the reason for all this. With a shake of her head, she answered his question, "It was not like this in the past." Although there had always been people who were corroded by Black Ink strength on the battlefield, such incidences did not occur so often. "It's only like this now because of you." "Because of me?" Yang Kai seemed taken aback by her words. "What does this have to do with me?" All of a sudden, he seemed to realize something and his face cramped. "Don't tell me." She nodded. "Information about you has spread on the battlefield. Everybody knows that there is somebody like you in the inner sanctum, who can use mysterious means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength. That is why they have stopped being so reserved when fighting against the Black Ink clan. In the past, becoming corroded by Black Ink strength was an issue that could not be resolved, therefore, everybody acted cautiously to prevent themselves from coming into contact with the Black Ink strength as much as possible. However, Yang Kai's appearance had brought some changes to the situation on the battlefield. Although the division commanders had explained Yang Kai's existence and purifying light to the public from the very beginning, nobody had witnessed or personally verified the situation before. Who could be certain that this information was true? It was not that they did not believe in the Eighth Order Masters, but that the situation was simply too bizarre to believe so haphazardly. When those who were initially rescued returned to the battlefield though, the news began to spread rapidly. The increasing number of people whom Yang Kai rescued only caused the news to spread even faster. These people came from all armies and divisions in Blue Sky Pass. Their companions had witnessed them becoming corroded by black ink strength, returning to the inner sanctum, and reappearing on the battlefield in perfect condition after a short while. A quick inquiry was enough for them to learn about the treatment that could be found in the inner sanctum. It was true that there was somebody in the inner sanctum who could dispel black ink strength that had seeped into their small universes through some mysterious means. The division commanders had spoken the truth. Hence, morale instantly soared. The people in the eastern, western, southern, and northern armies no longer had any scruples and went all out in their battles against the Black Ink clan. It was only natural for the number of people who became corrupted by Black Ink strength to increase as a result. When the human race fought the Black Ink clan in the past, they would still feel shackled despite having warships as support. Now that they no longer had any scruples, not only was their morale boosted significantly, but their ferocity also increased considerably. Upon learning the truth, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. What could he say? He could only remain in his post with peace of mind and help to dispel Black Ink strength from the bodies of those who were sent here so that they could return to the battlefield. The changes in the humans were deeply felt by the Black Ink clan. The reason behind the changes was unknown, but the humans suddenly seemed extremely enthusiastic and full of fighting spirit. Due to the deaths of the Black Ink clansmen, countless Black Ink clouds of varying sizes would form all over the battlefield every time a war was fought. These Black Ink clouds often became supplementary tools for the Black Ink clan because the humans generally stayed far away from them. But now, things were different. The Black Ink clouds could no longer act as deterrents against the humans. In the past, by seeking refuge inside the Black Ink clouds when injured, the Black Ink clan could generally throw off their pursuers and preserve their lives. However, the humans seemed to have gone mad now. Even if a Black Ink clansman hid inside the Black Ink clouds, the humans would boldly rush in to attack them, as though they would never give up unless their opponent was dead. The Black Ink clan was stunned. The combat experience and doctrine they had built up over millennia suddenly became useless in the face of these changes. In their panicked and unprepared state, they suffered massive losses. What particularly puzzled the Black Ink clan was the humans' attitude towards the Black Ink disciples. In the past, the humans would put forth their best efforts to ruthlessly slaughter all of the Black Ink disciples they encountered. Now though, they had begun to capture these Black Ink disciples whenever possible. As a result, many of the Black Ink clansmen lost their subordinates without realizing and could only watch in anguish as their servants were taken away. The situation of the humans improved significantly on the battlefield. Feng had always remained in contact with the front lines, so she was not surprised to receive this information. If this trend continues, it won't take more than a few years to repel the Black Ink clan. She looked excited. A few years, Yang Kai was stunned speechless. How could a single battle last several years? Isn't that too long? A few years is considered a short time. Whenever the Black Ink clan army besieges a great pass, the war tends to last several years. It might even take up to several decades or even 100 years to resolve. She sighed slightly. There is no way for us to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all. Every time the Black Ink clan army is defeated, they will retreat to their territory to recuperate and come back again after they have accumulated enough strength. This situation has repeated itself over and over again at every great pass on the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. If this war lasts for several years, then won't I have to remain in the central square for several years? This is a little different from what I imagined. He had initially assumed that he would follow the human race army onto the battlefield to destroy the enemy after he came here. Contrary to his expectations, he had been assigned to treat his allies in the rear because of his ability to cast purifying light. It was not to say that this was an unimportant matter, and Yang Kai was well aware of the importance of his assignment. The stability of the rear would largely determine the outcome of the war after all. Not to mention, his actions had greatly increased the morale of the human race army and affected the overall trend on the battlefield. But, if he had to stay here all the time, that would be too dull. He would prefer to kill the Black Ink clan on the battlefield and contribute to the human race. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Feng Ying smiled and said, "Be patient. Since your ability cannot be taught to others, Martial Uncle Zhong and the others will not let you go anywhere else." Those words troubled Yang Kai so much that he felt as though his teeth ached, his stomach ached, and his whole body ached. Martial Uncle Zhong immediately arrived at the mention of his name, carrying an individual with a ferocious expression and eyes filled with pitch-black darkness in each hand. He appeared next to the two of them and tossed both people in his grasp in front of Yang Kai and smiled brilliantly. "Young boy, did you run into any trouble?" "What trouble could I possibly face?" At first, the people who came to Yang Kai for treatment had harbored some doubts about his ability. However, once the news spread, those who later came to ask for help only had big smiles on their faces. Every one of them had been very friendly. Some even tried to build a connection with him and tried to become sworn brothers on the spot. Furthermore, all of them had promised to treat him to a drink if they survived the battle before departing again. If these people were to keep their promises, then he would need to spend a whole year just to attend all those banquets. Yang Kai shook his head. Looking at the two men who had been tossed to the ground in front of him, he raised his brow inquiringly. "Black Ink disciples?" Black Ink disciples had lost their true nature. They were different from the human masters who still retained some of their reasoning after being invaded by Black Ink strength. During this period, Yang Kai had also rescued many Black Ink disciples brought back from the battlefield. Zhong Liang nodded. "I caught them on the battlefield and brought them back." "Will it be a problem?" Yang Kai replied, "Not at all." Taking a step forward, he used purifying light on the two Black Ink disciples. Meanwhile, Feng Ying stepped forward and whispered something to Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang nodded to indicate that he understood. A short while later, the Black Ink strength was fully dispelled. The two Black Ink disciples who recovered their true natures had confused and ashamed expressions on their faces. Every Black Ink disciple clearly recalled all the actions they took in the past. It was precisely because they retained those memories that they felt ashamed. After all, some of them might even have killed their own clansmen on the battlefield. Zhong Liang waved at them and motioned for them to step aside. Although those two had many questions, the Eighth Order ancestor had spoken, so they could only step back obediently. Zhong Liang walked up to Yang Kai, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Brat, what you are doing is very important to Blue Sky Pass. It may be boring, but please bear with it. Once the war ends, I assure you your contributions will be fully accounted for." Martial Peak, Chapter 4957, Impossible to satisfy everyone. "I am only doing my duty. I don't dare to take credit," Yang Kai said humbly. Compared to his allies fighting on the front lines, it could be said that he was extremely safe inside Blue Sky Pass. Everybody else was doing their part in the fight against the Black Ink clan. Some people had even died for this cause. In comparison, his ability to purify and dispel Black Ink strength had been given to him by the burning light and serene glimmer. It was not even his own ability, so how could he dare to take credit for it? Zhong Liang nodded. "It's good if you can think that way, but it does not change the fact that you have contributed greatly. Work should be rewarded, that is the rule here. The battle outside the Great Pass is fierce, so it is inconvenient for me to stay here for long. If you need anything, just let Feng Ying know. She will cooperate with you." "Yes." Yang Kai responded. After watching Zhongliang and the two rescued black ink disciples leave, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and examined his small universe. He had been mulling over a problem recently. How was he going to find an opportunity to break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? Unable to fight on the front lines, he could only remain at his position in the central square and passively wait for somebody to ask him for help. Therefore, he had a lot of free time on his hands for idle thoughts. Now that his cultivation could be said to have reached the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, further efforts to refine resources would have little effect on him. Furthermore, he had been raising a large number of humans and small stone race inside his small universe. To add to that, the time in his small universe flowed several times faster than the outside world. As things stood, he didn't even need to cultivate for the heritage of his small universe to grow stronger with every passing moment. Therefore, he currently suffered from a faint bloated feeling. That was naturally because his heritage had exceeded the limit that his current cultivation could store. Like how one would feel bloated after eating too much food, his capacity as a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master made it difficult for him to accommodate so much power. If he wanted to resolve this issue, then his best choice was to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Unfortunately, he had already gone into retreat when he was in black territory in an attempt to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. His attempt had turned out to be ineffective, and there was no progress in regards to a breakthrough. Since entering retreat once had proven to be ineffective, it would likely be futile to enter retreat again. The faint traces of opportunity could not be obtained from secluded cultivation. In order to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, the proprietress had spent over 100 years in retreat in Void Land. That showed just how difficult it was for an Open Heaven realm master to advance from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order. After all, it was a significant leap from the mid-rank Open Heaven realm to the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Throughout time immemorial, countless heroes had failed to overcome this obstacle and remained stuck in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm for their entire lives. It would be very difficult for them to reach the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm in that state. In order to resolve the situation in his small universe, Yang Kai had been using his heritage to cultivate more profound bamboo in his small universe. He had no other choice. The heritage of his small universe constantly became stronger and stronger, but he had no means of breaking through to the next order. If he did not use up some of his heritage, his small universe would become painfully bloated. Consequently, the profound bamboo thrived in his small universe and grew wildly in numbers. Since he had one of the four universe pillars, the world spring, the profound bamboo was of little use to him. Be that as it may, the profound bamboo would be useful to the human masters in Blue Sky Pass. It would never hurt for him to cultivate more of them. He had given a small batch of them to Feng Ying. Although he only gave her a dozen or so bamboo shoots in total, she was absolutely overjoyed. It stood to reason that she understood the power of the 12 minor universe pillars. After all, there were quite a few high-rank Open Heaven realm masters among the human race who possessed one of them. It was just that the profound bamboo had not appeared before. The other 11 types of the 12 minor universe pillars were different from the profound bamboo in that they could not be cultivated in large numbers, much less shared with others. While the effects of the various 12 minor pillars were relatively similar, the profound bamboo was undoubtedly the most useful in a situation like the Black Ink battlefield. That was because the profound bamboo could multiply continuously. If the conditions permitted, every single high-rank Open Heaven realm master would be able to cultivate a bamboo forest in their small universe in the future. The cave heavens and paradises had poured great efforts into searching for the profound bamboo in the past, but their efforts had never been fruitful. Feng Ying never expected that Yang Kai would possess the profound bamboo. In this way, as long as enough time passed, all the high-rank Open Heaven realm masters in Blue Sky Pass would be blessed with their very own profound bamboo. The profound bamboo was highly effective at boosting their resistance towards the Black Ink strength, which would be of great help in the war effort. Unfortunately, the battle was raging fiercely at the moment, so it was not the appropriate time to bring up the matter of the profound bamboo. Hence, Feng suggested that Yang Kai inform the Eighth Order ancestors about this matter after the current war had ended, a suggestion he readily agreed to. When he inquired about her advancement into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, Feng recalled her memories for some time before she responded, "I was fighting the Black Ink clan on the battlefield at the time. When my life was hanging by a thread, I felt a sudden enlightenment come to me. Thankfully, I survived that battle, and upon my return to the inner sanctum, I swiftly went into retreat and broke through to the Seventh Order." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Most people would experience great terror when faced with death, but their minds would also become clear when faced with such a threat, and it would often be easier to comprehend things that had remained unclear to them previously. He himself had also broken through his shackles when he was faced with death, so he did not doubt her answer. Besides, she had no reason to deceive him. The next few days passed by as usual. Yang Kai was stationed at the central square of Blue Sky Pass, and countless people came to him for treatment. Under purifying light, the black ink strength in their bodies was reduced to nothing. During this period, there were also some Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters who came to him for help. After treating them, he would question them about the situation surrounding their advancement into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. These Seventh Order masters were quite open about their experiences. He had saved their lives, and what he asked was not a secret either, so there was no need for them to conceal anything. On top of that, they were desperate to form a connection with Yang Kai, so it was only natural for them to answer his questions to the best of their abilities. Everybody experienced different things when they advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but these experiences could generally be divided into three types. For the first type, their advancement just came naturally. Many of them eventually experienced the opportunity to break through after they had accumulated enough heritage. The second type achieved their advancement through voluntary retreat and broke through to the next order while they were in seclusion. Lastly, the third type experienced similar situations as Feng. In fact, there were quite a few who gained valuable insight when wandering the border of life and death. Yang Kai had already gone into retreat once, so going into retreat again would probably be futile. With his aptitude, he believed that his advancement was simply a matter of course if he continued to accumulate experience. The main reason he could not realize the opportunity for a breakthrough was that his cultivation time had been too short. Most cultivators would spend hundreds or even thousands of years for their cultivation to improve until they reached the open heaven realm, regardless of how great their talent and aptitude was. Furthermore, after advancing into the open heaven realm, each advancement to the next order would require an even longer period of accumulation. The higher the order, the longer they would need to cultivate for. Under normal circumstances, advancing from the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm would require thousands of years' worth of accumulation. It would take even longer to advance from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Accordingly, it might even take tens of thousands of years to advance from the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Not much time had passed since Yang Kai started cultivating. There was no need to mention the time before he advanced into the Open Heaven realm, it was enough just to look at the amount of time he spent after advancing into the Open Heaven realm to reach his current achievements. Back when he was in the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai had been forced to cut off his future prospects and advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in front of everybody outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Afterwards, he entered Shadowless Cave Heaven and consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to smoothly advance to the Sixth Order. There was no time for him to accumulate at all during this brief period. Furthermore, only a few hundred years had passed since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He only managed to obtain his achievements by relying on various opportunities. The time he spent on accumulation was extremely short. Although cultivating steadily was not a huge issue, nobody could say for certain how many years it would take before he gained insight on the fleeting opportunity for a breakthrough. That was most likely the main reason why Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the opportunity for advancement after so long. Even if the heritage of his small universe was saturated to the extent where he felt bloated, he would not be able to advance to the Seventh Order smoothly in his current condition. After understanding this point, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The passage of time was not something that could be accelerated after all. Now that he was on the black ink battlefield, his thirst for strength had grown far stronger than when he was in the 3,000 worlds. On this chaotic battlefield, he could only ensure his safety by having enough strength to protect himself, otherwise, he would not have been so desperate to advance to the Seventh Order. It was not a bad thing to cultivate calmly and steadily after all. Unfortunately, this place was not the 3,000 worlds, where peace and stability could be found almost everywhere. Yang Kai had seen the situation where the Black Ink clan army besieged Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang had assigned a post for him here so that his life would never be endangered, but, could he really hide in this place for the rest of his life without taking another step outside? This was not the life he wanted. If he were honest, during the time he spent here, Yang Kai was practically raring to go after listening to the commotion from the fighting and explosions coming from the outside every single day. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to remain in this place because he had the means to dispel and purify Black Ink strength. He did not regret exposing his ability. Since he had the means to help, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch as his allies got corrupted by Black Ink strength without doing anything. He was honestly thankful that he could rescue the allies who were corrupted by it. It was just that. As a man, he looked forward to fighting the Black Ink clan. On a battlefield where he could die at any time, he might even be able to perceive the opportunity to advance to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He was tempted to rush into the battlefield and experience the battle with his own body. Be that as it may, it was not easy for him to leave this place. If he were to leave this place, there was nobody else who could save those who were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Since he had the ability, and it was unique to him, he had to take the bigger picture into account. In life, it was impossible to satisfy the desires of all parties. Those corroded by Black Ink strength continued to be escorted here by their companions to seek treatment, so Yang Kai was busy every day. One day though, he was helping two people who came to him for help in dispelling the Black Ink strength in their bodies when he suddenly stared at the long-lasting white light and fell into deep thought. The two, who had Black Ink strength removed from their bodies, checked their condition and thanked him profusely after confirming that there were no issues with the treatment. However, his response was absent-minded and he continued to stare fixedly at the white light in front of him. Upon seeing that, they quickly understood that he had discovered something and did not disturb him any longer. Thus, they quickly left with their companions after saying their goodbyes. Once those people had departed, Feng glanced at the white light, then, she glanced at Yang Kai in curiosity and puzzlement. She had watched this treatment countless times by now. The same thing happened every time he finished treating the Black Ink disciples, but she had never seen any reaction from Yang Kai before, hence, she could only wonder why he seemed to have discovered something new this time. It was just that she did not know much about purifying light, so she could not ask much. As time passed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly brightened and a trace of excitement and elation also appeared on his face. Feng couldn't stop herself from asking him, "Did you discover something?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4958, I have an idea. Martial Aunt Feng, do you know how the purifying light is produced? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Feng said, no. She had been guarding him all this time, so she was present every time he activated the purifying light, however, she had only seen what was happening on the surface. She did not know anything about the inner workings of purifying light. Even when Yang Kai had taken the time to explain this matter to the Eighth Order ancestors in the main conference hall, she had remained outside and did not hear his explanation as a result. Yang Kai suddenly took out two crystals. One was yellow and the other was blue. Both crystals were the size of a fist and had distinct, sharp edges. Moreover, there was an unmistakable yin and yang element energy fluctuation coming from the yellow and blue crystals. Feng raised her brow at the sight, clearly recognizing them as two fifth-order yin and yang element materials. In addition, these two materials gave her a sense of great purity. They seem to be of better quality than most yin and yang element materials of the same order. These are the yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai stared at the objects in his hand, seeming to be talking to himself but also explaining to Feng Ying at the same time. They come from the chaotic dead territory. Stunned, Feng Ying soon yelled in surprise, "The chaotic dead territory? Which chaotic dead territory?" Yang Kai laughed. "Are you implying that there's a second chaotic dead territory in this universe?" "You're right, Martial Ant. It's the chaotic dead territory where the burning light and serene glimmer are located." Feng Ying was flabbergasted. On the other hand, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It is rumored that the burning light and serene glimmer are brutal and extremely dangerous. While there is some truth to that, the rumors are somewhat exaggerated. I spent some time in the chaotic dead territory and interacted with these two beings before." Interacted with them before? Feng Ying was confused and could barely believe what he was saying. A black ink clansman once appeared in the 3,000 worlds. Elites from all the cave heavens and paradises had to be dispatched just to suppress the chaos. Unfortunately, many people were corroded by black ink strength and were converted into black ink disciples because of this incident. In the end, I went to the chaotic dead territory to seek help. The burning light and serene glimmer were the ones who gave me these two marks." She asked, "The ones on the backs of your hands?" During this period, two distinct marks would appear on the backs of Yang Kai's hands every time he activated purifying light. Naturally, that had not escaped Feng Ying's notice. She had not understood the mystery and heritage hidden in the marks, but she immediately realized after listening to his explanation. "Exactly." He nodded. "With these two marks as the foundation, I can channel the powers of those two beings that are contained within these yellow and blue crystals. When yin and yang converge, the purifying light is produced." Feng Ying seemed to have an epiphany. "In other words, you need to consume these yellow and blue crystals whenever you use purifying light." "That's right." Yang Kai looked at the objects in his hand. "Purifying light consumes these two objects when cast." His words immediately made her anxious. "How many of these crystals do you have on hand?" Yang Kai laughed. "Martial Ant, are you worried that I will run out of these yellow and blue crystals?" "Aren't you worried? Even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Nobody would be able to purify and dispel the black ink strength if Yang Kai ran out. It's useless to worry. Besides, I have a lot of these on hand. They will not be used up in such a short time." Yang Kai had made an astronomical fortune back in the chaotic dead territory. Even he did not know how many yellow and blue crystals he had received. The amount was so large that it was practically innumerable. What's more, there were countless piles of these crystals stacked up like mountains in his small universe. How could he run out of them in such a short time? Although he had split his collection in half and given one part to High Heaven Palace before his departure, he still had literal mountains of them in his possession. The yellow and blue crystals consumed during this period were nothing but a drop in the ocean for him. After listening to what he said, Feng Ying relaxed considerably. Even so, she admonished him lightly, "We need to plan for that eventuality in advance. Have you tried using other yin and yang element materials to replace the yellow and blue crystals?" "I tried, but it didn't work. Purifying light has to be cast with the yellow and blue crystals that come from the burning light and serene glimmer." While speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively and continued, "I didn't bring this up to discuss this matter with you, Martial Ant. Rather, I've always felt that the purifying light left over from purifying black ink strength within those I've treated goes to waste because there are no other immediate uses for it." Feng Ying nodded lightly. This situation had not escaped her notice. That was indeed the case. Every time someone infected came over, Yang Kai would use purifying light to dispel the black ink strength from them. However, the remaining white light would linger for a time before dissipating. In the past, she had thought that the ability came from Yang Kai himself and was not too concerned, but now that she knew the purifying light consumed yellow and blue crystals, she immediately felt a twinge of pain in her heart. The purifying light that had been wasted was still an invaluable treasure that could dispel more black ink strength if it could only be preserved somehow. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "Is there a way to prevent this wastage?" "I have an idea, but I don't know if it can be realized." He put the yellow and blue crystals away. Strictly speaking, the purifying light is just another form of energy. Since it is a type of energy, do you think it can be stored? Stored? She furrowed her eyebrows slightly. "For example, with the help of a grand array. If we can achieve this, then there will be no need to worry about waste in the future." Yang Kai continued slowly, "I have quite a few yellow and blue crystals in my possession. Nevertheless, it is better to plan ahead for the long term since we are on the black ink battlefield. We should save wherever we can. In that way, more people can receive treatment in the future." Her eyes brightened at those words. "It's exactly as you said. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about the Tao of Spirit arrays. You will have to consult others regarding this matter." "Many thanks, Martial Ant." Yang Kai cupped his fist and bowed. Feng Ying pondered for a while before saying, "Wait a moment. I will summon some people over." While saying that, she took out a communication artifact and sent out a few messages. Zhongliang had already granted her the right to mobilize the people within the inner sanctum so that she could better protect and cooperate with Yang Kai, hence, there were no issues with her current actions. Less than an hour later, an elderly man with a long sword descended from the sky. He greeted Feng Ying after he landed and studied Yang Kai with great interest. Feng Ying introduced them. "Yang Kai, this is Senior Brother Fan Sun from Mo Sha Heaven." Yang Kai bowed. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Fan." Fan Sun stretched out his hand and laughed loudly. "No need to be polite. I have heard a lot about you, so I've been wanting to meet you all this while. Unfortunately, the ongoing war makes it difficult for me to leave my post without permission. Now that I see you today, I can see that you really are a talented young man." There was no doubt that Yang Kai was currently the most popular person in Blue Sky Pass. Quite some time had passed since his arrival, and at this point, almost every cave heaven or paradise guarding Blue Sky Pass had a disciple who was rescued by Yang Kai. There was no saying how many people were indebted to him by now. Those who had not been corroded by the black ink strength were naturally curious about these mystical means that suddenly appeared in Blue Sky Pass. The human race had been deeply troubled by the black ink strength for countless years because there had been no method to dispel it. Therefore, Yang Kai's arrival had undoubtedly brought a solution to this age-old problem. Who would not be curious about such a person and their means? That was also why Fan Sun behaved so politely. Things on the battlefield could change at a moment's notice and he could not guarantee that he would not be invaded by black ink strength one day. So, even though he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he did not put on airs around Yang Kai. There was no saying whether he would need Yang Kai's help in the future, so how could he act arrogantly now? "You praise me too much, Martial Uncle Fan," Yang Kai responded humbly. Feng Ying said, "Within the inner sanctum, in the 7th Order, Senior Brother Fan can be ranked among the top 3 in terms of his mastery in the Tao of Spirit arrays." Fan Sun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Everybody has their talents. If your word spread to the public, junior sister, I will not be able to hold my head up anymore." His expression turned solemn. "Why did you summon me, junior sister?" Feng Ying said, "Yang Kai is the one who has something to discuss with you. But, don't be in such a rush. I also summoned a few others, so let's wait for them to arrive before we talk about that. Doing that would allow them to save some energy from repeating themselves over and over again. Besides, it would be better to explain things in one go after everybody had gathered." Fan Sun nodded. With the goal of promoting a good relationship with Yang Kai, he spent the time chatting with him. While they were waiting, a cultivator who was corroded by black ink strength happened to arrive seeking help. Fan Sun witnessed Yang Kai casting the purifying light with his own eyes. The sight of the pure white light shrouding the cultivator and dispelling the black ink strength amazed him greatly. 4 people arrived in quick succession after a short wait. All of them were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Their cultivations might vary, but even the lowest among them was in the sixth order open heaven realm. These people would be known as grandmasters wherever they went. According to Yang Kai's own system of classification for the Tao, all of them had reached the sixth level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, in the Tao of Spirit arrays, at the very least. It had to be said that Yang Kai himself was only at this level in his Tao of Time. Such talented people would not face the Black Ink clan's offensive directly on the battlefield and were generally stationed inside the barrier Grand Array of Blue Sky Pass, ready to repair and maintain the operation of all the Grand Arrays at any time. As long as the enemies did not invade Blue Sky Pass, they usually would not face any danger. Feng introduced everybody to Yang Kai. Yang Kai memorized their details and greeted them in turn. Like Fan Sun, the people who came were very friendly towards Yang Kai. It was only then that Yang Kai revealed his purpose of inviting them over. In order to show them what they needed to do, he deliberately cast the purifying light in front of them. After witnessing the purifying light, Fan Sun seemed pensive. That is a great idea, martial nephew. If we can achieve that, it will certainly be possible to save on some materials for later use. The others nodded in agreement. Fan Sun looked at the others. If that's the case, why don't we discuss how we should proceed with this matter? The others naturally had no objections. They immediately gathered together and communicated with each other through their surging divine senses. During this period, some of them even demonstrated various spirit arrays in an attempt to come up with a feasible solution. Yang Kai and Feng remained idle by the side. They both knew nothing about the Tao of Spirit arrays, so they could not provide any input. In fact, they didn't even understand what these people were doing most of the time. Several days passed in a similar fashion before the Spirit Array Grandmasters took action. In quick order, they set out various array boards and installed various array banners everywhere. Their movements were so smooth and skillful that the people watching could only gape in amazement. It didn't take long for them to finish setting up a new grand array. Fan Sun looked at Yang Kai. Would you like to test out the spirit array, martial nephew? I would indeed, Yang Kai nodded and asked, what is this spirit array? Fan Sun smiled. This spirit array was specially researched and developed for this matter. It has the effect of sealing and storing energy. As for the name, we have yet to decide. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly. These Spirit Array Grandmasters had managed to create a brand new Spirit Array after discussing with each other for just a few days. It could be seen that their achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were very high. Yang Kai stepped into the center of the Grand Array and stood still. Then, Fan Sun made a gesture with one hand, gently waved the array banner with his other hand, and shouted, "Rise." A transparent light barrier immediately rose up from the ground and closed around Yang Kai.